All right. Hello. Welcome. Thank you guys. Anyone who jumped in as I was getting ready, anyone who's here from Aldi's stream to help lurk. Thank you. Welcome. Glad to see everyone this morning. And Oakdu, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. I'm still working on my follower count. I think I have enough for affiliate now, but I got some other metrics I got to get up. But every follower still helps, so thank you for being here. So welcome, everyone. Welcome in. I am working on... Oh, I'm Griffin Prime. Hi. I'm working on a massive Nether base right now. This is the biggest thing I've ever built in Minecraft by a large margin. This is a center tower of what is eventually going to be basically this whole area filled. This is a bottom of the Nether to build height build. This is survival Java Minecraft. I have broken bedrock in survival. If you know anything about the game, you know that that is supposed to be undoable, but thanks to the technical community, it is possible to do. It is profoundly complicated and time-consuming. So this was fun. It was about 2 months of work, but it was definitely worth it because of what I wanted to do here. So, and then to give you one last perspective on this build here. Let's see. There we go. Takes a second to render in. I am using a mod called Litematica that allows me to create a schematic. And what I did was I went into creative mode, took about a month, took some sketches that I had come up with previously and built those sketches into a actual finalized base. And then I saved it as a schematic and imported it into survival, and I'm building it in survival. So this is the full base. Again, these outer towers are what I'm going to be working on this weekend. They also go from the bottom of the Nether up to not quite build height. These 4 towers are identical. They connect to each other through this walk-over path here, which I quite like. Actually, one of my favorite features, I think, in this build is this walkover. And they connect to the center tower. Oops, ouch. Also through this walkover path. They also connect to each other at the bases. They have these little walkways that connect to each other down at the bottoms here as well. Might have it connect further to the center tower. I haven't decided. Center tower also connects to the base outer Colosseum-ish ring. But yeah, today I'm going to be working on these 4 outer towers. The center tower here is complete, although I just saw something weird I want to check on real quick. Because it looks like I somehow missed these blocks. And I gotta be honest with you. I've done so many fly-arounds, I didn't know how this is possible that I missed these. But there you have it. So, that is the gist of it all. The schematic helps me know where to place the blocks. It doesn't place the blocks for me. Wow, that's really weird. Missed it on both sides even. That's bizarre. I have to check the other side here and see. Also, I'm almost out of rockets. And wait a minute. I have so many questions about this. Like, this honestly doesn't track right now. This feels almost a little bit like somehow I've had some sort of block corruption or something. Do I have enough to get to the top? Oh, just barely. Actually, I have a way of getting... I have an ender chest stored in a different spot, so I have a way of getting rockets if I couldn't have made it up here, but I think, at least I'm pretty sure I do. That would have been an unpleasant way to find out I don't. All right. Okay, I need to do a quick investigation here because I need to find out why. I've checked this schematic as I've gone along. See, that's shocking to me. There's so many blocks missing right now that I am almost wondering if there's been some sort of corruption. I don't even know if that's possible, though, for there to have been corruption. But it almost just looks straight up like I am missing blocks. I mean, they are definitely not here. How is it with all the fly arounds and all the views I've taken? I've missed that. Sorry, weird start to the stream here. And I feel like I'm just babbling. Okay, so the gist of it, if I haven't made myself clear, because I'm thinking at the same time I'm talking, and sometimes those two aren't mutually compatible. The blue shows things I haven't built yet, short of it. And it's showing all of these lines of wall blocks that aren't there. And I'm trying to figure out how, this late in this process, on the center tower, I have been missing these wall blocks this whole time and have never noticed it. I don't know. I am a little concerned about, they're here. I'm a little concerned that there's been some sort of weird corruption in the game. Like somehow these blocks were marked incorrectly on the server and they've been deleted. I'm gonna have to check my server logs because I genuinely am mystified by this. Anyway, I'm gonna rebuild these obviously really quick. I just have a little bit less confidence in what's going on right now, just because I don't know what's going on right now. So yeah, anyway, let me get on this. I'm going to just assume that perhaps I have been so wrapped up in the forest that I have missed these particular trees. I'll chalk it up to that for the moment. I also have a lot of replay footage that I've made. I use replay mod while I record, or while I stream, excuse me. I usually play mod while I stream, and so I record everything, and then when the weekend is over of streaming, I will go back and build a time lapse. I was afraid of that. You know, that's why I have these available to me. So I could always go back and check my footage. I'm just really surprised about this. All right. So we'll get these built and we'll get going. I think that's it for over here. Okay. Yeah, and then this whole line here. I hope I have enough to get through this. Since I'm here staring at them, I don't know how many of you here are actively watching and listening. How many of you are lurking? But I love wall blocks on these kinds of circular builds because they add, man, what I was talking about. Yeah, let's go get more of these. Anyway, I love wall blocks on these kind of circular builds because they help add a little extra dimension. Walls are, pardon the funny pink colors. Still low on walls. I should have spent some time making some of those. I did not do that. It'll be fine. Were there none on this side? Okay, I'm confused. I thought they were on this side. No, wrong. Doot, doot, doot. Hey, Soka. Oh, that's awesome. Thank you, Soka. I appreciate that, man. Appreciate you that so much. I actually thought about that. I ran out of a lot of editing time this week because I wasn't feeling well. But I actually thought about you, and I thought about making that quote-unquote tutorial. So I appreciate you doing the shout out. Like I said, I think that that's really cool. That's really cool. And I'll try to make that soon too, because I think it's a good idea. So. All right. Barely got my time-lapse video in as it was this week. I love that real-life terraforming. That's awesome. I had a yard once to do real-life terraforming. Mostly lawn mowing. Oh, fair enough. I appreciate that. The pressure is on indeed. Let us pull up. Come on now. There we go. Okay, it's being weird. I'll pull up my dashboard on my phone. It's easier to see. All right. Cool. Would love to see you, man. Enjoy your time and nature. got a little bit of nature earlier today. It was terrible. Kidding. Oh, that is not the right block. I do see that at the bottom there. That's weird. Did I place the wrong block at the bottom? No, we'll find out. Okay. And I think that's it, or were there verticals that went up on this? Oh, okay, that's why that's shining. It's possible too, just because of the way the thing displays, that I was missing those blocks because of interference with like these bridges and stuff. That I wasn't looking for those spots specifically, and the blue spots from those outer things are in the way. I don't know. Making up stories. I don't actually know. Really mystified about how those blocks weren't there. But they appear to be there now, so it's fine. Okay. Alright, yeah. Now I'm a little paranoid, so I'm going to do a quick fly around and just make sure that there's no other major missing architectural pieces. The interior's missing because I have to finish my interiors at a later time. At the moment, I'm focusing on the exterior, because the interior is a huge amount of work, and that will come later. All right. These are especially hard to see, considering there's a whole massive blue edifice in the way. That's okay. Ow. Tried to fly into the building. Right. So far, so good. That looks 100% up there. It's just the beacon is not shining in the center. Now it is. I have questions. Must be a height, world height thing. Yeah, that's what it is. Okay. The beacons are weird when you exceed world height. It's like this one's not turning off, but the other ones are. Okay, yeah. I think that's okay now. Alright, that was weird. That was a weird way to start it all off. Here we go. A lot of blocks in the interiors that are shining through. The interiors are to be a work in progress. So, I don't think I can fly through here, can I? Nope. It is. Ow, closed off. Okay. Now comes the slightly hard part. I gotta figure out how to start this. Part of me that wants to complete these just so they're done. I need glass, I need a shroom light. I think I have all the materials for this, so yeah, let's go ahead and do this real quick. Should turn on recording. Yeah, okay. All right, here we go. Maybe time to actually pull these shulker boxes out of this tower also, because yeah, I think it is. I think it's time to pull shulker boxes out of these towers. I'm just putting them back in my little alcove. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think there's way more than I can fit. These are the whole bricks. These are the whole bricks. Do I have any of those? I do not. Apologize about the locating clocking. Oh, I have a carpet in my inventory. Let's cross for a second so I can see. I could put everything in a shulker box. I think 2 of these are empty. Oh no, I filled them up with glass. 1 of these is empty. Figured. It's so paranoid when I leave when I break shulker boxes in mass like that. I always get paranoid that I'm going to break it and then forget that it was there. It's going to pop some weird spot and then I'm going to miss it, and then... All right. Sorry, actually, ever since I built this tower, this part of the tower, center part, I really haven't been up here to check out these rooms. They're not the prettiest on the inside, that's for sure. My work cut out for me trying to figure out interiors here. Oh, I have to put roofs in too. Again, that's interior work though. That's fine. I don't have to do that right now. Alright, back to my home sweet home. I actually don't need either of those things now. I don't have to reset my anchor. Cool. I'll put that away. Soil. I will need a stack of those. Empty shulker. Oh. Duh. Can't place that on top of there. I have 2 empties. Shouldn't be surprised by that. I'm a little bit surprised by that. Polished blackstone. There's the bone blocks. Okay. Blackstone, blackstone. Feel like everything else here is going to be sorry, this is me trying to organize my brain. Unfortunately. I think what happened is I made more of these than I had previously. I go through a lot of brick slabs, so I think I just have extras. I just need to accept that I have extra. Yeah, that's technically the actual bottom of that. You know what? I'll leave that there for now. Okay, so blackstone walls. I do need to make more of those. Stairs, slabs, slabs. Okay. Blackstone wall, stairs, slabs. Oops. Okay. And kind of want to stick these down here just because. Okay. You know what? I feel like I should refill that first before I get going too far. Sorry. This will be kind of important. full shulker of that. Stairs. Yeah, okay. Sorry about the little stream maintenance here. Little stream maintenance here. I'll call this... Oh, I had one more in that box. I'll hold off on that. I just don't go through this very often, so don't... I'll need some for my roofs. I will need some for my roofs. I'm just hesitant to turn anything into a resource I don't end up using, because I should be okay on Blackstone, but I'm just nervous enough about Blackstone that I don't want to find out that I don't have enough. There's certain building supplies I generally keep out of this box. I think that's it. Also, I forgot what I had over here. It's this, and oops, that. Okay. Okay, sorry about this. Just a little disorganized right now. Alright. Does feel like, I wonder if I could transfer. That's not bad. It's a good start. I actually don't need the crimson stems. The crimson stems were kind of leftovers. Hey, Sirius. Thanks for jumping in. Thank you for the follow earlier. I saw you over in Aldi's stream, so I appreciate you jumping on the follow. Welcome in. I am a little disorganized right now. I'm still getting my S together. I don't think there's another place for me to hide these right now. Okay, I'll leave them in this box for the moment then. That's fine. I don't actually have to have that anywhere. Should I leave the honey blocks out? Why not? They go right there. If you would indulge me for a quick second, I'm going to go ahead and do a little bit of maintenance here. I need to make some quick blocks. Replenish my supplies. This is normally an off-stream project, but I was not feeling well. Oh, I have these stacked wrong. Is that possible? What am I doing wrong here? Oh, I know what I did wrong. That's fine. I'll have to fix that later. I had a sick day earlier this week, and it took me a whole day. Took me out a whole day, I should say. And I'm just a day behind on everything, so apologies. This will just take a quick second to burn through these. Thank goodness for stone cutters. I guess I could do these in the crafting table. But in the crafting table, this would be a two-step process. I'd turn them into the polished bricks first and then turn them into wall. I generally love the stone cutter. Not just because it benefits you when you're making stairs, but just because for the complicated brick variants, it speeds up making time, I feel like. All right. So yeah, as Aldi mentioned, I am building a stupidly large brick stairs. Build in the Nether. I'm not a creative person, or at least I wouldn't label myself as a creative type Minecrafter. I'm not a builder. I'm a technical Minecrafter. And I enjoy the technical side of Minecraft, and have for a very long time. The technical side is my gateway into Minecraft, and my gateway into a lot of what I've done. But it's led me to watching builders, creative builders, and I admire and envy that skill. So it's something that I've working hard to get better at. I don't think I have a natural proclivity at it. You're a builder. Yeah, so and a lot of this could just be my misconceptions about how this process works. I mean, everyone's different, obviously, but it doesn't come naturally to me. I feel like I have to work pretty hard at it. And so I've been working hard at it. Welcome. Don't mind the ghosts behind me. There are people sneaking in, breaking into my house. It's fine. Just kidding. I thought I had one more. I guess I didn't. I probably should have made the regular slabs. That's fine. No biggie. All right, so I'll take you on a quickie tour. This here, boy, I'm going to need rockets. Let's get us some rockets. I'd leave that out, but if I leave it out, something's going to spawn on top of it. All right, yeah. So this here is the center tower. Okay, I should start a little bit at the beginning. Okay, so knew I wanted to build a nether base. Knew I wanted it to be epic. Came into a basalt delta. The basalt delta looked a little bit like this area here when I first came into it. There are elements of it that were like, you know, down to the ground, but then there are elements of it that went all the way up to the top there. So I was going to build within the thing, and then I realized as I was doing some sketches that there's no way that I was going to be able to build within the biome itself. So I tore the biome out. So I started at the top here and pushed myself all the way down to the bottom. Got a whole lot of resources, especially Blackstone, which was fortuitous because it turned out I wanted to build in Blackstone, so that worked out. As I was doing sketches, I realized that it was too big for the nether ceiling. So I knew that breaking bedrock was possible, so I went looking into how it was accomplished. It did. It took 2 months. I decided right around the first of the year that my sketches were not going to fit inside the roof. Started breaking it manually. Realized after about 3,000 blocks that breaking it manually was insane. I would never have enough TNT, and it would take me a minimum of 5 months. Not counting the TNT gathering. So I started looking into how to do an automated machine. I just kind of took a gamble that the technical community had found ways of doing it since the whole dragon egg bedrock breaking days. and the community was spectacular. Specifically on the Mechanist server, there's a couple of guys there who had some really spectacular machines. There's some earlier machines that got me started, but in the end, I was using a massive 3-way bedrock breaker and chewing through layers of bedrock. I documented some of that on Twitter. Wasn't really making videos or streaming much back then. But the gist of it is we got through it. Took 2 months. It was a hard slog. Glad I did it. Would I do it again? I don't think I would. I don't know. Depends. Anyway, so went back into creative, took a month, came up with a design that went from the bottom of the world to build height. This is the center tower here. This is completed last weekend. A lot of detail in this. I'm pretty happy with how this turned out. I think I spent more time on this exterior specifically. But this is just the center tower. This is the whole structure here. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. So this is the total structure. This is what we're actually working on. I'm going to be working on these 4 outer towers today. The bottom parts of these towers were actually the first thing I sketched, and they're the reason why I knew I had to break the bedrock ceiling, because I got about halfway up these buildings and went, that's higher than 127 blocks. That's not going to work. But then as I started sketching and came up with the center tower, I found a way to connect these buildings, these towers, to this building. I have this little, actually one of my favorite parts of the build is these little top sections here. There's a little walkover through here that actually connects to the center tower on both sides, and they connect to each other. It's kind of open to the air too, which I like. I like in the creative world, I like walking out into that walkover area and kind of seeing like the whole nether down below you. I don't know, it just feels good. But yeah, this is it. I have a lot of interiors still to work on. You know, I've got some of the interiors are 3/4 finished. Some of the interiors are just scaffolding. Just laying out rough ideas of where floors could be. So once I get the exterior built, I will start another long slog to figure out what I want the interiors to look like. But really I was going for the exterior on this. This is what I was going for, because I wanted this. This is the biggest structure I've ever built. Yes, yes. It's a grindy project. It's pushed me creatively, massively. Just putting things up, tearing things down. I had some reference images I was working off of. Just some artist had drawn some black castles, and I found it on Google. And this isn't really a copy of it. Like if you were to look at it, I don't think you would go, oh, I see how he got that. Other than shapes. Like mostly it was things like these kind of rounded column structures that kind of grow out of the wall and go to the top. I use them on this tower too. That was a shape that I pulled out of that design that I thought, how do I do that? Some of the weird protuberances that stick out from the sides. Yeah, very much inspired by. Really, it comes down to, I mean, Minecraft is a weird game of blocks, right? And so we all start off the game building a rectangular dirt box. And then we try to figure out how to build something other than a rectangular dirt box at some point. But the problem is the game is made of blocks. And for me, at least, it helped to make my scale bigger so that I could envision them less as blocks and more like pixels, if that makes any sense. And then all of a sudden, different shapes become more possible when you do that. And like rounded shapes become more possible. And this isn't rocket science. I know everyone's figured out how to make a circle or an arc in Minecraft, but that's basically what I wanted to do, was build on such a massive scale that now all of a sudden a circular structure looks a little bit more circular and less like a weird diamond shape, you know. So anyway, really happy with how this turned out. I really am. So happy about it that I'm really motivated to build this. That's kind of why I started streaming. I've been thinking about streaming for a while, and I just thought, you know what, this is such a fun build. I'm having such a great time designing it. I'm looking forward to building it in survival. I do think that it might be interesting to people, especially if anyone identifies like me as being a more technical person. If I can do this, literally anybody can do this. You know, this is not something that came easy to me, but if this is even remotely inspiring to someone who is more technical, or they feel like they're less creative, then I hope that that's an inspiration to them, you know. Bigger is better. Yeah, I mean, sometimes, not always. Definitely depends on your resources. That's for sure. Also, I talked to Aldi about this. I don't know how familiar you are with Aldi. Oh, that's combined. I have a whole lore that I kind of want to implement in this build. Oh, this is not the opening part. The opening part is over there, which is fine because I'll just go down here. I kind of sketched out a lore idea as I was working on this, and this is part of my interiors later. I'll kind of like finalize if this is the lore I want to go working with, but started thinking about like, how does a structure like this get powered? And I'm surrounded by lava. In fact, the exterior of this, once I'm done building, I'm going to fill the floor with lava at the base. So the idea is, yeah, exactly. Yep. To be honest with you, that's part of the appeal of doing things in survival as opposed to creative. The survival gives me a limited inventory, and so sometimes my challenge is to build out of what I have, build out of what's in front of me, or to go get the resources. Like the adventure is to go find the resources I need to build. So that's actually one of the things I like about Minecraft specifically, because it allows you to be creative, but there's self-restrictions you can place on it. But so in the lore of this world that I'm kind of half baking right now, this culture, this structure was built by entities that are more powerful. What is in my pockets? Exactly. Yep. Exactly that. This structure is created by entities that were powerful, maybe even considered to be deities, and they've found a way to harness power somehow from lava. And down below is going to be a lava collection chamber. Sorry, actually not even here, but further down. All right, Banana. Unfortunately for you, we actually have a no tolerance policy. So, bye. Apologies for that kind of nonsense. I just realized why. Oh, that didn't show up. Okay, I'll have to fix that in a little bit. I just realized something didn't show up on my stream that should have been there. I'll have to fix that in a little bit. That's fine. Oh, I know. I've been around streaming enough, even though I just started streaming myself, that I'm not shocked by much of anything. But I do have a zero tolerance policy, especially when someone walks into a stream looking for attention like that. I'm not inclined to give it to them in the way they're hoping for. So I just ban them. I don't even give them a chance to redeem themselves. They can go find someplace else. Usually I'll report them too, but I'll do that later. In any event, they down at the bottom, there'll be a collection system. of how they turn the lava into a plasma, basically. And I haven't quite figured out like exactly what I want that machine to look like, but it makes use of, I'm making use of the beacon that's here that will look like the plasma beams coming out of the lava. And as the plasma beams rise in this structure will have something in it that looks like it's designed to start turning the plasma into a usable energy. And that's what's happening in this chamber. Normally this chamber would look like, if you're familiar with the glass fog effect in Minecraft, where you layer glass air. This is what that chamber would look like normally. And I have a layer of lava in the middle to provide light and color. So on both sides of it, I have the glass fog effect, and I want to put something in here to make it look like this is the chamber where they're actually drawing the power out of the lava. And then the rest of the base, this is going to be super dangerous. Don't try this at home, kids. And we survived. All right, cool. Usually I hit my head on the top of that. Oh, I forgot I have type 1 rockets, not type 3 right now. That's why. Anyway, so as it passes through this area, they start drawing the power out. And I'm using these kind of lights throughout the base that are a honey block with a shroom light behind it. So it's kind of the same color, basically. And I want to have like glass pipes that go throughout the base. And I have the armor stand mod, if you're familiar with that from Vanilla Tweaks, that I can make it look like the glass pipes have these little particles of the energy, and I can pipe that throughout the base for use. That's one idea for lore that I've kind of implemented because, like I said, I already did the lights. Here, I can show you like a couple of them here. Yeah, these lights are meant to look like this is what's using that energy, basically. And I'll find other things that'll look like it as well. And then also in each of these towers is, you can't see it from here, there you go, is a portal, if you can see that through compression. Each of these portals is about 100 blocks away from one another in each of the 4 towers, which, if you remember your Minecraft mechanics, I'm in the Nether, so in the overworld, they're like 800 blocks away from each other in the overworld, and I want to build a civilization on the other side of each of these portals. And that civilization is a civilization that worships these entities, basically. And I'm not quite 100% sure what I want that civilization to look like yet. I don't know if I want them to be architecturally inspired by them, if they're going to use the same energy technology. Like, I'm still working out that part of it. But when I realized that the portals, that the base is big enough that these portals actually go to like 4 different corners of the overworld, I thought it'd be interesting to have that as an extension of what I'm doing here in the overworld, or in the Nether, rather. And of course, once I actually get this thing built, I will find a place to actually move all my stuff. I have an overworld base. This is a family server, so it's primarily my son and I that play. And he helps start this area with me. If you're interested, I can show you the overworld base. Honestly, it's fine. It's wasn't anything I spent a ton of time on. Mostly technical stuff. Like the overworld, the house itself is small, and I fit in as many farms as I could in the overworld area, just so that I could benefit from those farms, you know, while we were collecting resources the first couple of months of play. So yeah, so I would actually, oh, my elytra is down low. You know, I'm gonna actually take that as a cue. I should put that away. Let's go ahead. We're going to make a trip to the overworld. I'm going to make a trip to the overworld because I need to repair my elytra anyway. So here we go. I'm on the Nether roof. I like to use mushrooms since they're already here to mark my paths. That goes to the stronghold. That goes to where I have my villagers. I took over a village, and all the villagers there are tasked with enchantment books. Good old-fashioned zombie pig farm for gold. This is the one thing. How am I doing? I'll be fine. This is the one thing I built in the overworld since I moved to the Nether, and this was a change of pace. This was somewhere in the middle of doing the bedrock breaking. I had to get away from it. So, pretty happy with the tower. The mountain's pretty okay. I think this is the first time I've ever built anything a mountain like this, so I'm mostly happy with how it turned out. I think there's some things I would do differently in the future on it. It does go all the way down to the seafloor. I am nothing if I am not a completionist. This goes all the way to the seafloor because I hate when people build into the water and you can see that they built one block into the water and no farther. The mountain is not solid. It is hollow, but at least it goes to the seafloor. So my son and I decided we're going to build an acacia biome because neither one of us had a lot of experience with that. So we washed up on this shore and we said, cool, there's an acacia biome here. Let's do that. So we plopped a house down here. Since it's acacia, we went with the orange. And one of our first trips to the Nether, there's a warped forest, and I thought, I kind of like the blue and the orange as contrasting colors. It was an interesting idea to me, so that's what I decided to go ahead and build our overworld base out of. Again, pretty simple. As far as my overworld bases go, and considering how little amount of time it took to put it together, I'm pretty happy with it. I mean, it's a nice place to call home and come back to. If we ever do build more in this area, we'll extend Nether Gate, our first Nether Gate. Enchanting room. My son actually built this. I told him, hey, you know what our block palette is. Can you build an enchanting room? And he just used our black palette to build this. So if we build more in the area, I'm sure we'll use more of this design. Basically, I moved into the Nether and kind of stopped designing things here. Other than, like, this is all, like, starting world stuff. Starting world resources, carrots, animals. Composter farm, just because you have extra stuff. Pumpkin and melon farm, standard piston type. The observer sees the pumpkin melon grow, pushes the piston down into it. I throw note blocks on top just because I like the extra music. We don't talk about this. It's just something that has happened. We accept it, and we move on with our lives. It's fine. I just, it's fine. Anyway, I have a need for end rods, so started growing chorus plants. I actually want to move this from this area and stick it someplace better. But this is expedient right now. I also want to work on getting this gradation right. They are a lovely couple. I'm very happy for them. Anyway, I'll get this gradation a little bit better. The transition between the two boundaries. This is in the way. So that's part of the reason I want to tear it down. Good old cactus farm. Your standard run-of-the-mill cactus farm. It's a little large. It does go down to bedrock. But other than that, it's fine. It's not doing anything remarkable. Trees. Mostly these are saplings gained from the village, the wandering trader. And, if you just happen to need a certain kind of wood, I happen to have the woods here. I have birch somewhere, but I don't think I have the trees growing. But our first mine is where we got all our starting diamonds and such. So when we built this house, we had the happy coincidence of, as we were putting blocks down and putting chests down, of saying, wow, must be caves underneath us. Because it feels like there's always mobs underneath us. And so at one point after we had gotten established the first couple of Minecraft nights, I decided I'd go explore, find out where these mobs were. And turned out that there was actually a skeleton spawner 10 blocks below us. So, being a technical person, I was extraordinarily happy about that information. So, I mean, basically, built our starting base on top of a skeleton spawner. So, made a skeleton farm out of it. So, you know, typical dungeon mob grinder. Utilizing the doggos to take care of the problem. Just have a convenient source of XP floating around the base. As long as you're inside of this building, it's basically spawnable. Early game source of armor. Early game source of bows. In fact, I still have a few pretty good bows if I needed to grab something in an emergency. I combine the early ones. Arrows also. I'm an infinity person, so I usually don't carry arrows on me. I do make an exception because I got hurdy arrows. But all the skeleton bones wander down here into this area. I've consolidated most of the bones because I thought, ooh, I'm going to build in the Nether. So I must need bone blocks because bone blocks and Nether builds. I mean, that makes total sense, right? So I've made a lot of bone blocks. Turns out I probably won't need more than a double chest of bone blocks, but whatever. It's fine. Use them for compost. Arrows, that's where all these go. Have a non-stackable item sorter on this too. So it takes the armor and the bows and it sorts them out now. Sticks them down there. And then I have a armor sorter. So I actually smelt everything, except for the leather armor that the skeletons drop. But any iron and gold armor gets smelted by the bows. So the bows go into the furnace in the fuel, and the armor goes into the top as the smeltable item. And I turn those into nuggets. That was an early game source of gold and a little bit of iron. So I'll show you this room in a second, but that's where the nugs go. I obviously don't have a need for them for a while. This is where all the farms get to from above. You got your pumpkins, your melons. Thanks. Definitely not an original idea. I think Impulse, if you watch Hermitcraft, Impulse had a skeleton grinder in his base at one point. And I'm just making use of the drops, but I like having the near constant source of XP. Cactus farm output. Bamboo farm right here. This is fairly standard bamboo farm. I have a modification on the design that, as far as I know, is my own. I mean, I came up with it, but I'm probably copying somebody else who came up with it too. But I threw a dispenser on the bottom. There you go. You just saw it work. So when the bamboo grows high enough, the observer detects it, it shoots the piston out, but it also dispenses bone meal. And there's a chance that it will regrow the bamboo back into a height that the dispenser detects again. And it will eject the piston and shoot out another bone meal. And it gets caught in these little regenerative loops that are not indefinite, but it generates a little bit more bone meal than you would normally get in this kind of a farm. So it's kind of a way of accelerating the growth of your bone meal, of your bamboo, if you just need a little bit more. So like this is only 16 pieces, but it puts out a lot more bamboo than just a normal 16-piece bamboo farm. And if you are really desperate, I do have oh, that's so loud. I do have a full auto mode. And the auto mode just turns on the bone meal dispensers on a clock, and it just churns out the bone meal. So that's so loud. I gotta turn my Minecraft sounds down. I have a minecart hopper on the bottom that dispenses. I actually need a lot of bone meal because I use the bone meal in... is this finally actually filling up, or is it still draining? It's filling up. That's fantastic. I use the bone meal... I'm sorry, I keep saying bone meal. I use the bamboo as a fuel source for smelting. So this line in here are XP arrays. of furnaces. They're fueled by the bamboo. And in here, although you see I dried kelp block because I had to supplement, I'm using the cactus as the smeltable. There's just enough green dye smelted in this furnace that if I hold a tool at 1 durability and pull this out, it'll fully repair that tool. So these are XP furnaces here. Just regular smelting stuff right there, bulk smelting. And then this is a super smelter. You put in whatever you want to smelt in here. It spits them out this little tube. All of that's supplied by the actual bamboo. So that's why I need so much bamboo, because I am using it to supply all the smelting that's happening down here. These guys are just loud. Don't mind them. There's a reason I have those. Bee farm. Oh, it must be nighttime. The bees are sleeping. Little mini trading hall. Wow, everything in this game is so extraordinarily loud right now. Hold on a second. I feel like that helped a little. Maybe they're not as loud to you, but they are extraordinarily loud to me. Hey, I'll turn that on for a second. XP and Emerald source here. These guys are actually a great XP source. Also, these guys are the source of my primary food. I prefer golden carrots, and that's where I get them from. A few clerics. Clerics are good source of... Oops, I hit the trapdoor. It's fine. Good source of glowstone, emerald pearls, and bottles of enchanting. Fletchers are great. Mostly for trading. I can give them coal and sticks. But this guy gives me the arrows. These are arrows of harming. These are great because obviously it's a potion of harming on top of an arrow. So that's actually why I carry arrows in my inventory, even though I have infinity. Just because they do a little extra damage. But I have the knowledge of I can grab an arrow if I need to. Just have infinity arrows. Anyway, personal mending villager. Personal unbreaking villager. Otherwise, just trading guys. Stuff to trade with. Mini trading hall. And lastly, sorry, I was staring at it for a second. Also loaded while in this space. All these farms obviously are loaded while they're in this space, so I can keep getting. This is just bulk storage. This is actually, incidentally, when I tore out the Nether biome, this is where those resources went. I didn't keep every single block I tore out. I kept all of the blackstone blocks I tore out. But I stopped collecting netherrack at some point, and I stopped collecting basalt at one point. Nevertheless, I still have a ton of all of it. But mostly it's the blackstone that I have there. Down in here is a scare-based iron golem farm. There you can see a couple of iron golems. They're stepping into the iron golem hot tub. They love the iron golem hot tub. I've seen many of them go in. I haven't seen any of them come out, so they must really love it. The villagers try to sleep. Oh, he winked out of that. Was weird. They must be just far enough away when they go into bed that they disappear. There you go. So this pillager here scares them, but he's bobbing, so he breaks eye line with them. These guys are able to sleep for a second, which resets their meter, which is necessary for iron golems. But when he pops back up, they get scared out of bed. So basically they're in a constant cycle of being scared by this dude. And they generate iron golems. That's where I get my iron from. This is, again, not a new design. A million people have done this. Villagers on top of beds design. And I remember seeing somewhere someone talk about pillagers scare at a radius of 36 or 32, whereas like zombies scare at a radius of 16. So I thought, well, I'd rather use a pillager because that'll give me a greater distance. I don't have to have things as close by. So a little framey down here, by the way. I apologize for that. I've got a lot of things going on, including replay mod. This is a cat-based creeper farm. Oh, you did? Okay. See, if you're not a technical person, I don't know if you would necessarily pick up on that. Obviously, it just depends on what videos you watched. But I don't remember who pointed it out. I feel like it was, could have been Doc, honestly. I feel like it was Ilmango. Could have been Nembomb. Anyway, someone pointed out the scare radius of the different mobs, and they said that pillagers scared at a greater radius. And I thought, well, that's great, because you could tame a pillager, you know, tame him. You can get his crossbow to break, and then, you know, you can put him anywhere. In a farm as big as what I have, you'd have to put like a zombie in every corner just so that they're close enough to each villager. This way I just have the one guy in the middle who scares them. And the bobbing up and down idea, not sure who showed me that. Again, I feel like it was possibly Ilmango. Might have been someone else. I'm really not sure on that. The farm is my own design in the sense that I didn't follow a tutorial, but it's definitely building on the backs of, you know, other technical players who demonstrated all these ideas, and I just threw them together in a way that worked for me. Cat-based creeper farm. If you don't know the mechanics of it, it's really simple. You probably know the mechanics of it, though. Basically, you know, the cats scare the creepers. So the space is treated so that only creepers can spawn. I'm too close, so they won't spawn right now, but the cats scare them into the water. That's where I get my gunpowder for my rocket addiction. Speaking of, now that I'm here, in addition to repairing my elytra, I need to repair or get some more rockets. All of the farms down here feed into this water stream. Actually, I think it's just gunpowder here. The iron goes up there. Bottom of the cactus farm, just in case you were wondering. Probably weren't, but you know. I hear you, kitty. Fine. I also have a lot of project cats. I have a lot of project things as I'm building or as I'm doing things. So as soon as I brought villagers into the area, they started spawning cats. So, project cats. The cat spawned and I had fish nearby. I'd go grab the fish and I'd tame the cat, and then I'd put the cat there. He is, I think, a leftover. I think he followed me from above, but yeah. Yeah, cats all over your castle, yeah. Project cats. Like, they're pretty much sat where I tamed them. Wherever I happen to actually... I don't think there's anyone down here anymore. There used to be one down there. I think I moved him. But yeah, and wherever I happened to tame them, that's where they sat. Because I didn't know a better place to put them. So, you know, project cats. There's a lot of them now that I'm taking stock. I don't have all the cats yet. I haven't been to Witch's Hut, so I haven't picked up a black cat, I don't think. I feel like I might be missing one other type too. Extra doggos. Every so often, the thorns gets to be too much for the dogs here, and if I'm not paying attention, I can heal them, but hi, friends, right? Oh, Carrots, nice to see you, my friend. That down so I can see you better. There you go. Now I can actually see you. Ah, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, see, that's one of the things that I kind of wonder. I assumed if I'd be part of a server community that I just contribute to their farms. But yeah, I'm so used to building farms for myself. Been playing on the family server for so long that I build whatever farms that I especially happen to need, or if someone else can use them, great, you know. So, yeah. Yeah, that's kind of it. The overworld, like I said, is what it is. I kind of like the orange and blue design. As a non-creative, I use tools, if you will. And so, like, I just know that blue and orange are contrasting. So I just thought it was interesting, you know. It's fascinating to me. Fleshy mob farming in a tower. Yeah, see, sometimes that's all you need, man. Sometimes that's all you need. Yeah, if I were on a server, I probably wouldn't need to build the wide variety of things that I've built. Normally by now, like I've built a slime farm, for instance. I didn't really show this, but I found out as I was going through the world that I have 5 slime chunks right next to my base in a row. This entire area down here. These are all slime chunks, all 5 of these chunks here. So I cleared them out. I assumed I'd build a slime chunk farm, or I'm sorry, slime farm. Got enough slimes while I was clearing it out that I just didn't need that many this time. Right? So normally I build a slime farm and I used to use slime blocks for scaffolding a lot. So that's kind of where it comes from. Obviously use it for sticky pistons and things like that too. But for me, it was one of my primary scaffolding blocks. Then they came out with scaffolding. I still use slime blocks for scaffolding at times. But I try to use scaffolding for its intended purposes more, just because there's things about it I like. Specifically, I like the one break functionality of it, really. But what I like about slime blocks is that they're hand break and they're quick break. So, you know, if you do need to clear them in a hurry, you can. But anyway, you know. But I as it stands, to get back to, I guess, the point I was going off of when you brought it up, is that I didn't build a slime farm this time because I got enough slimes that I just felt like I was okay with what I had. You know, I don't think I even have any in here, do I? Yeah, see? This is more than I'm going to need for the time being. So it's like, if I feel like I need a slime farm later, or if I'm looking for something fun to do, maybe I'll do something with it. Gunpowder. Rockets don't take very much gunpowder. I was making a lot of TNT at one point, so I amassed a lot of gunpowder, and then I realized that the machines that break bedrock use TNT dupers. In fact, there's no way for those machines to work if you supplied them with TNT. They have to use dupers just because of the way that they're built. So as a result, I have 3 shulkers full of TNT right now. See here? Yep. 1, 2 right there. 3. And I have a lot of shulkers of gunpowder. So, at some point I'm going to go have fun with TNT in this world. Normally I'm not a TNT duper person. I don't like TNT duping. I just was a necessary evil with the machines for to break the bedrock. So I made an exception to that just so I could get through the bedrock piece of this. But yeah, I mean, although if I'm being honest about that, when you clear out an entire basalt delta, oops, that's the wrong chest. I was going for an impressive reveal and I pulled the wrong chest out. There you go. If you're going for clearing out basalt delta, you don't really need to worry about netherite. This is just what I have left after I've made tools out of netherite. Obviously, I have the 18 bars still, plus I have all these tools that are netherite. So I think I've cleared over 4,000 pieces of netherite. Some of that was pre-mining the basalt delta because I had netherite gear and a netherite pick or 2 when I first started. But by the end of it, I had 8 netherite picks that were going and 2 netherite shovels. Just because it cut down on the amount of times I had to come back and repair my tools. So, but yeah, but still, I mean, I'll find something to do with the TNT. I'm sure of that. I am sure of that. All right. Have I done that? Elytra's already repaired. So let us get these repaired. Are you into the hoppers here? That almost did it all by its little lonesome. I could go trade with some villagers too and get the rest of this. but it'll just take a second here to get these done. There you go. That one's done already. I love how fast the elytra repair, by the way. That makes me extraordinarily happy. Oops, that's the wrong one. There we go. There we go. All right, see? Just like that. Just like that. All right, now I need to replenish my rockets because those are getting to be low also. Oh, look, it's raining. Carrot likes to say, Carrot, who's in my stream now. Hi again, Carrot, by the way. Carrot always likes to say it's always nighttime in Minecraft. And I have a slightly different belief. I think it's always raining in Minecraft. All right, let's go back to the flight duration 3 rockets because I'm covering large distances in the Nether and it just feels a lot more necessary. I have to repair these tools at some point, but I just don't feel like I don't need them right now. I'll deal with that later. All right. Getting rockets, repairing my elytra. Those are the 2 primary reasons I came back. Was there something else I needed while I was here? No, I think I'm okay. Such happy doggos. What good boys. I appreciate you guys. You guys are awesome. Actually, I do want to go ahead and put that away. I don't need the extra ender chest right now. Yeah, no problem. Absolutely. All right. Quick think. Real quick, off mic question. All right, just wanted to ask my son something real quick. At some point, I'm going to find something to do with all the quartz, too. Right? Actually, the only reason I muted it, Carrot, was because my son's here and I felt like I'd be kind of yelling in his direction. And I just didn't want to yell into the microphone. But he was asking about Fortune 3 enchantment. And that's like not a book that I happen to have on site, but my villagers can supply that. So I just told him to go over to the village and grab himself some. Because he knows I have that area over there, and I told him in the past that if he ever needs anything, he's welcome to use it. But I feel like he was still being cautious about going and using it without me knowing it. So I was just making sure he actually got it since I'm here in the world and I could go help him with that right here. Point your arrows at my dogs. Not very nice. Yeah, I was just double checking on him. Okay. I am going to mindlessly look through the chest for 2 seconds and just see if this whole thing is gone. He must have grabbed his... Oh, and his bed is gone. Just realized he moved out. My son moved out of home. He didn't even say goodbye. I need... I'm going to actually... You know what? I want to do this right now. Right? What color was your what color was your bed? Lime green? think I have what I need to do this though. How you doing today, Carrot, by the way? Good to see you, my friend. Think. Where do I have wood? Being a little bit thick here. There you go. Try to use anything but the carrot wood, because I feel like I'm always low on carrot wood. In the back corner? I feel like it was right there. I don't think I have that though. I think that's the one thing I don't have. Darn it. Yeah, I bet it does actually. I bet it would solve that real quick. I mean, I have a giant savanna biome behind me. and I have saplings. I could solve that problem that way as well, but I don't know, man. Chopping trees is one of the grindiest things in the game. It's really funny, but it is. It's like the one thing I have not built in Minecraft that I swear every time I start a new version of Minecraft and start over, I swear I'm going to build one. I have never built a tree farm in Minecraft. One of these days, I will build a tree farm in Minecraft. And I'll have to build the variant that is acacia friendly, but I have TNT. I should totally do it. But anyway, all right. I need an appropriate head. I feel like Gavin's skin right now is all green. I think that's good right there. All right. So, let's do this. I think this is the right box for this. Oops, that's not the right box. This is the right box. This is diversionary, but that's okay. I'm going to allow it. Actually, I kind of want it to be... Yeah, I kind of want it to be a little bit more posed. Okay. This is why I keep spare suits of armor around. Give him fancy gold, or should I give him... The irony is I don't have any leather. Could give him chain. I like fancy gold. It's a good way to go. I'm a little short on... Let's use the plain gold. Maybe I'll do that. Oh, I don't need a helmet. I spent all that time picking out a helmet. I don't need a helmet. Helmet does me no good. I think that works. That kind of looks like him. All right. Oh, that's not going to work in this space because I have stuff on. It's fine. It's fine. Let's adjust. No, it's not that. When was it? Presets. Sitting. Okay. Nope. And yep. And this might not look right. Okay, I'm going with it. I don't care that it's not quite accurate. Turn that off. Let's do about that. Oop, too far. Oh, that's about right, isn't it? That's about right there. Okay, I really want to do more than what I did with mine even here. Okay, hold on. Let's see. This will be hard. Let's do this. This will be easier, I think. No, I don't really want to do that. Now I have to respawn. I have to reset my spawn in the Nether, because otherwise that's going to come back and bite me. All right, nudge position, I think. Oh no, that's not what I want. I think I want relatively aligned. No. I get confused by these exactly. Oh, that was the wrong one. I did the... I'm not an expert with this. Okay. All right, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Yeah, okay, that'll work. Okay. Is one more too far? I think that'll work. I think it'll work. Okay. I think the problem with leg is going to be that there's no way to bend. There's no knee, I don't think. I feel like he should be a little higher too. I do kind of like him a little sunk into the bed. I wish I could bend the knees. That would make me happier. Oops, clicked the wrong thing. I mean, that might work. It might work. It might work. It might work. I mean, it kind of gives the illusion. All right. This may be my favorite thing I've done in a while. Let's see here. Get which one of these for the head. Turn. No, I don't want that. If anything, I want it the other way. There it is. Funny, that's the last one. All right. I feel like I do need his head, but hey, don't hurt my dogs. Not very nice. Here you go. You need some or are you good? Oh, you needed some too. All right. Are you good? Do you need some more? Oh, wow. Oh, okay, yeah. You? There you go. There you go, guys. Everyone's happy. Good boys. All right. I don't know. I feel like he should be holding something. Could I give him... He loves his trident. Like, that's one of his favorite things. He uses his trident 90% of the time instead of rockets. It's actually pretty fun. Just trying to think of anything else to put in his hand that makes any sense right now. Just give him a little shiny bit, I suppose. Oh, that's right. I gotta switch hands. How do I switch hands? I forget this. Nope. Give that to him. Swap slots. There we go. There we go. What I wanted. Swap slots. Ah, perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. All right, I am pretty happy with this. I'm not going to tell him either, so we'll see how long it takes for him to notice. All right, and everything else. There, it's like he never left. Which one is this? Strad. That's okay. I have Maul and I have Cat. Of course you have Cat. I feel like Cat's the most common one. Oh, we have Stall too. The spooky one, I think. Oh no, that's a different one. That's right. Yeah, I feel like, I don't know for a fact that Cat is like statistically the most likely one, but based on the number of times I've played Minecraft, and that is the disc I find first and most often, I think Cat is the most common one statistically. I love the barely competent professional recorder in this track. My favorite. This is a jam. This is a bop. I'm gonna call it. This is a bop. Yeah, it is for sure. Yeah. Yeah, I was noticing that in your elevator video. Oh, interesting. How funny. I haven't watched Python in a while. He was on the Hermitcraft server, and I haven't really watched a lot of it since he's been off. I've seen him, but, you know, I have to be just somewhat discerning about the number of streamers I follow. That's funny that he actually uses that track still, or specifically I should say. Cool. All right, cool. This is definitely a good trip home. I'm just trying to think if there's anything else I needed to grab while I was here. I feel like there's something else I'm forgetting, but... yeah, I don't know. I don't know, kitty. I think we're gonna head back. So grab one. Don't pay any attention to the weird ghost people behind me. They get nervous about being behind me sometimes. The camera actually does a pretty good job of blocking them out, but still. Ah, it feels good to have the Flight 3 rockets back. What was that noise? Oh. Never turn that off. I will do that now. Right? Alright. I had a weird experience this morning, Carrot, when I first logged in. I found a bunch of blocks at the bottom that were missing. As many times as I've flown around and like checked the schematic, I was really at a loss to explain. There are all these wall blocks, like these little sections in here. Like the entire front of one of these feet was missing, and a good portion of the interleaving blocks were missing. And it's just because I had the full schematic up when I first came into the world. And I'm like, I feel like it's impossible. As many times as I've like pulled away and like gone up and down and scanned the schematic, I feel like it's impossible that I missed them. And yeah, they were missing. So I immediately was like, oh crap, is there some sort of like weird corruption in the game or something? You know, the server lose track of those blocks or decide they were illegal or something. There used to be problems with that in Minecraft a long time ago, where Minecraft would randomly delete certain blocks. I mean, that hasn't been true for years, but it's like all of a sudden I got paranoid that maybe something about the Litematica mod or something. But anyway, I don't know. I replaced them, now they're there. So, but it's just weird. Just weird. Unfortunately, as you can see, I've done very little so far today because I have been entertaining. I spent the first part of the day fixing those blocks, and then I had someone pop in from Aldi's stream, and I was just giving him a tour. And I wasn't going to go to the overworld originally, but then my elytra gave me the warning that it was going to break. And I thought, ooh, I have 2 elytras that are down, and I need more rockets. So might as well go to the overworld, show them the base, and grab some rockets while I'm there. That's pretty much the extent of it. I did move my shulkers all back down here again, because it's not going to make any sense to be headquartered out of that base up there. So I did do that. I also put these back wrong, so these are not where they should be. It's okay. I'm gonna throw up a quick BRB. Okay, hold on one second. All right, there we go. Sorry about that. I had people leaving the house, so I wanted to say some goodbyes and good lucks and all that fun stuff. All right, back to what I was doing. What was I doing? I'm preparing for... I feel like these are out of order, but that's okay. Hopefully it doesn't mess me up. Good luck, have fun, exactly. Don't remember. Doesn't hurt to have some on hand, just in case. Oh, are you? You're talking about the existing luxury apartments, right? You're not talking about, you haven't started the new apartments yet, right? The trading hall apartments or whatever. You're talking about your current luxury apartments. Okay, so you're talking about the actual upcoming structure, the one you haven't built yet. That's exciting. Look, I might need a couple of glass, perhaps, for what I'm doing. It's possible. All right, if you'll indulge me for a quick second, I am going to reset this whole thing because I have done nothing of any replay mod value in this world. So I'm going to go ahead and save off the file I've got so far. It helps a lot in doing the replay mod. It helps a lot when I do this because the replay mod pretty much universally crashes if I try to do pauses, which is what I was doing to handle trips to the overworld. But if I create cuts like this, it keeps me from having to create them later manually. The overworld, the change in dimension in in replay mod causes all kinds of weird artifacts. I usually time lapse them out, but it still causes weird color artifacts like on either side of, or rendering artifacts, like the background, for instance, on either side of the trip cross dimensions. So, I've just found it's better to trim them out, just completely get rid of them and then work with the files individually. And actually this last replay mod, I just released the file earlier today. I stitched segments together that had been cut by aligning my camera. And except for the fact that a lot of times, even though the camera's in the same place, I changed the direction of the camera in those moments. So for me, knowing what I did, they're like glaringly obvious. There's a couple of spots where I actually managed to like keep the camera going. But Angels, welcome. It's so nice to see you. Hold that thought, Angel. I want to finish my story real quick to Carrot. Like the camera will keep going at least. It might like change or speed or something, but at least will keep going. But there's the one section where the camera keeps bouncing back and forth, and even though the camera's in the same place, it just changes direction back and forth, and I'm not 100% happy with it, but it is what it is. At some point I had to let go of how many times I was going to have to like recreate the replay mod sections before I stitched it together in the actual final file. So, you know, I'm 80% happy with this last one. The other problem was too, it was a full weekend of streaming and a lot of building, and it was a struggle to like compress that replay down under 3 minutes. I had a lot more stuff to do this time, and I lost a day this week. So it's like, anyway, like I said, 80% happy. I'm 80% happy with it. But at least I know I can stitch them together with the camera. So if I do make a trip to the overworld, I can come back and put my camera in the same place. And then if I finesse it a little bit better, I can probably get, you know, the direction of the camera to be a little bit better than what I did this time around. So anyway, it's progress, you know, it's fine. Hi, Angel. I am so glad you're here. Welcome. Kara, do you know Angel by chance? She's an amazing singer and songwriter. One of the many musicians that I follow here on the platform. I think I said before that I feel like for a little while I was following more musicians than I was Minecrafters. But she's one of the many who are just outstanding, and she's a delight. Such a lovely human, and she has a lovely community. And she's great. I mean, she's got albums out there. So if you haven't checked her out, I highly, highly recommend you check her out. Rock, a little bit. I think your music kind of defies genre a little bit, but I feel like you kind of lean into rock a little bit. I mean, Rockstar Angel, obviously, but like, I feel like your voice works well with rock. I feel like you seem like you feel the rock aesthetic when you're singing it. You know, I don't know. That's right up my alley personally. I'm into that. So anyway, it's great to have you. Thanks for stopping in today. I am just a humble Minecraft streamer at this point. Yeah, okay. I am a humble Minecraft streamer. I am building a happy little house. It's nice to see you as well. I know I've been around on streaming for a while between Mixer and Twitch, but I actually just started streaming like for real earlier this month. So I basically have this project in Minecraft that I'm working on that I thought would actually be fun to share with a larger audience. So it's the excuse I gave myself to start streaming anyway. So, but this is my humble little abode I'm working on. This is the completed version of the center of it. But this is what I'm actually building. This is a special schematic that I created in a creative mode, and I moved it over here to build in the real version. So I am in the process of placing all these blocks now to create the outside of this building. So this is what the whole, I mean, it's big. I have to get farther away. Hey, look, it's purple sky. This is the whole structure once I get it done. So this is what I've been up to in my streaming world. And now, despite all this, I'm working at the very bottom of the world. I'm all the way back down here because I have to get these done. So, but yeah. How are you doing today, Angel? What are you up to? You do some streaming here in a bit? Just there. I missed a block. Go. I feel like my Minecraft is back to being loud again. that back up to normal. Music's a little louder than I usually have it. I feel like that's okay. Carrot, let me know if that Minecraft sound is too loud still. It's hard to judge the user experience. I can hear what you guys hear. But sometimes when you're in the middle of the game, your perception of it's different than when you're just watching it. So let me know, man. The song is great. This one track always reminds me of X-Files. Every time I hear it. Like, it even has a little bit of the X-Files melody in it. It's slowed down, but it's even like a similar voicing to the X-Files theme. I've often wondered if it was purposefully or accidentally influenced by the X-Files theme, because it sounds very much like it. All right, what is happening here? I forget. If you know what I'm talking about, if you know the theme I'm talking about, like, it's, to me at least, it's unmistakable. It is definitely, like, at least unconsciously influenced by it. All right, I forget, does this go underneath? No, because it's too low for it to go underneath. So it couldn't possibly. All right, and then the exteriors are all of this. The last time I was down here working on this piece. Oh no. I mean, this is why you do it in creative though, Carrot. You know? This is why you do it in creative mode. Alright, now what are we looking at here? I feel like that's blackstone. No, it's wall. Okay. Thought I had snuck in like actual blackstone in the middle of this. Maybe I'll change that. Maybe I will change that. Alright, trust the schematic for now. Trust the schematic for now. It's definitely harder to see when you get into the meat of it. Yep, see, that is not that. Bet it's polished all the way up here. Ah. Okay, that's... Oh, because there's a block in front of me. I'm trying to place a block where there's already a block. Well, that's interesting. That is brick up there. Okay. Is everything brick up top here? No, not everything, literally, but I think this is where it makes the transition. Yeah. This is where it makes that transition. Oh, that means that block is wrong too. That's the same height. Hey, Aldi. So far, so good. Had one of your people pop in early on. And they went off to go... Oh, no worries, Angel. Welcome back. It happens. They've seem to be doing a lot of work on the site lately. But welcome back. Yeah, anyway, Aldi, one of your peeps stopped in and was kind of checking things out. Took him to the trip to the overworld because I had to go get some stuff anyway. And then Carrot jumped in. So, and my friend Rockstar Angel's here too. Aldi, by the way, if you don't know Rockstar Angel, she is a music streamer here on Twitch. I actually met her on Mixer. I was a Mixer refugee, as she was as well. But I follow a lot of different music streamers because I have at least one foot in the world of music in my life. And so Angel's one of them, and she is spectacular. Highly recommend her if you are looking for any music streamers to follow. Great energy, great voice, great songs. She's a songwriter. Also does covers. You know, it's a Twitch thing. Nice community, wonderful people. So, yeah, I recommend. She is a delight, a delightful human, and I'm so glad that she's here. This is her first time popping into my nonsense. And I am finally building these because I ignored them when I first started designing, or not designing rather, when I first started building, because I had exactly none of the blocks I needed. So I thought I'd go ahead and, now that the center tower is done, I would finish these off. Okay, down here is this block. I need, oops, that was weird. Okay, and then I think it's a brick on top. I can't quite see it. Yeah, okay. And then down here, we got one of these, we got one of these, and one of these, and one of these. I think two of these. Oops, rip, not there. Ta-da! Yeah, I'm still not sure I won't come back later and swap this whole middle section out for regular blackstone. We'll see. We'll see. I'll come to that conclusion later, though. Also, Angel, I know that I don't know if you watch Minecraft streamers. It's so funny because I feel like my music streaming people and my Minecraft streaming people are not necessarily in the same world, even though we're all on Twitch. But both Aldi and Carrot are both streaming Minecraft. So if you are into that sort of thing, they're both pretty newish streamers, older than me, but that's not saying much. But if you enjoy Minecraft and you enjoy chill places to hang, Aldi's community is fantastic. Carrot's community is fantastic. So, okay, I keep trying to place blocks where blocks already exist. I gotta stop doing that. That is not productive. See, right there. Not a productive use of my time. Is there really a block right there? I feel like it's messing with me. There's not a block right there. Then why is it messing with me? I don't know. I don't know. The problem with streaming is you ask yourself these questions. I mean, they're rhetorical, I guess, but they just feel even extra rhetorical when there's people watching you, but they can't answer you. It's weird. Angel, I don't know if you heard, and I'm not sure if you're even still here necessarily, but I was just asking if you are up to any streaming today, if you're going to be doing some music today. She may be still having problems with her Twitch too. Yeah, right? I gotta be honest, as weird as it is, like, to talk to yourself, which I don't know if you guys have gotten past that, since you've both been streaming longer than I have, but it's like one of the weirder things about this. Saying things out loud, knowing someone's listening, but the people who are listening to you are not able to respond in kind is a weird kind of cognitive dissonance for me. Especially because I have a house full of family here who are listening to me talk to literally no one who's responding. So, yeah, it's weird. It's very weird. But I also imagine, again, having one foot in the world of music. One of the weirdest things for me has been watching music streamers who are used to performing in front of an audience who's responsive, and there's an energy transference that happens there that is unique to live performing that you just don't get when you're on streaming. And that's like one of the strangest things to me. The first time I walked into a music stream and I'm like, they're in a room by themselves and like, we're all here and we're all listening. We are all appreciating, but you get to the end of the performance and there's nothing. And it's like, that's gotta be so strange. So I started like a trend that's actually caught on in one music streamer where if they have clap emotes, I will use their clap emotes every time they sing something. Just I feel like it's better than nothing. And in that particular stream, it's actually caught on that most of the, I shouldn't say most, a lot of the people who follow also will use clap emotes at the end. But then I go to other music streamers and that doesn't always, I'm sometimes the only person clapping and it still feels very weird to me, but it is what it is. But yeah, awkward time when you ask chat a question and you get crickets, right? I gotta be honest. Right? Right, Carrot? I can't tell you, as a small beginning streamer, I cannot tell you how many times I've had someone come in, someone say hi, someone ask a question. I'll answer the question. And I'll go into maybe a little bit more detail. And I'll talk for a little bit. And then I'll look over at my follower account. And my follower account is always suspect anyway, because it's Twitch. And for whatever reason, it'll show I have people in my users in chat that I've never seen before, but don't reflect in my follower account. So it's like, I don't ever know if my follower account is accurate. I've had people chat with me in my follower account, says I don't have anyone following. But I'll be sitting there chatting for a little bit and I'll look up and the follower account's, back down to 1. And I have no idea if they heard anything of what I just said. They've listened to 1 minute, 2 minutes, or the whole 5 minutes. I have no idea. So it is what it is. I guess I just pretty much just talk to myself. I talk to myself because I assume that if people come in, at least me talking to myself is more interesting than me just staring at the screen. So I guess I vocalize my thoughts out loud. It's kind of how I think of it. But it's still very weird to me, for sure. I used to know a streamer who would always co-stream with somebody. They would never stream like by themselves. They would always have someone in the stream with them. They were on Discord and they just piped the Discord in through the stream. And I always thought that was a little weird, especially because unless you were watching that other person, there was just this random other voice happening on the stream. But I think I kind of understand it a little bit. You're just not sure if anyone else is going to be there. At least you're talking to somebody besides yourself. I feel like I'm missing a block down below, but I can rectify that later. Yeah, I don't know. It's an interesting thing. I pushed the wrong block right there. Pretty sure that needs to be a brick wall. Okay. Okay. For expediency's sake, I'm trying to do this with the full schematic up. I gotta be honest, it's really hard to see with the whole schematic up. Oh, really? Like, it's hard to see the interior blocks that I'm trying to build with the whole schematic up, but it is what it is. It's fine. Also that one there? Yeah, okay. Oh, wait. Is it a whole ring of these? I think it is. Yeah, it's a ring. Okay, cool. A ring, and then the wrong block there, because why not? There you go. How to create spikes in Minecraft that don't look like every other spike you've ever seen ever. That is the challenge. Also, I use a lot of black glass. I mean, I like the black glass like for, you know, safety rails. Safety rails in the Nether, which seems like a really good idea or a really strange idea, depending on your perspective. I just like the look of the glass for the rails because it's there, but it doesn't really stick out too much. How did I miss that? There you go. But I also use them a lot with these spikes, and even though they're 90% of the time they're not visible because it's black on black, you just don't see it. But I feel like every so often it just adds a little something, a little hint of sharpness, I guess. I did that in the build itself too, where I have just little bits of glass in different places that you can't necessarily see them, but it just adds a certain amount of sharpness. So if you're up close, you can see them. You know, it also, glass is great because the wall either appears as a column or it appears as a wall segment. And the glass helps extrude the wall segment without being really visible or without adding something to it to make the wall look visible anyway. So, yeah, all about the details. Yeah. Trying to strike a balance between being super detailed, but also realizing that a lot of this base is going to be viewed like there's a lot of detail up there, but unless you're up there, you're not going to see any of it. That's kind of the whole nature of this build for me, has been like trying to balance between what is a large detail and what is a fine detail and how important that is in a particular moment. Like these toes here are, I mean, it's the same polished brick block, but I use a lot of wall to help pull some faces out a little bit more. And as I've said to Carrot before, I love the wall because it adds just enough intersection between two blocks to make it look a little rounder, especially on a macro level. But for me, the detail is the entirety of that structure. It's not any individual element of it. It's just the entirety of that toe structure. Like, that was one of the things I kind of pulled out of that reference image that I'm like, ooh, I really like those kind of big feet, supportive feet that stick out from the bottom of their towers. How would I do that in Minecraft? And it didn't make sense to do fine details on it because the entire point of that whole block is to be a detail. Like, it's meant to evoke a solid structure. But then when you get into, let me turn this off. When you get into like these pieces here, I've added all these different textures in there just to break up the sheet of wall that would otherwise be there, you know? So it's like big giant block, fine detail. And like just trying to figure out the balance of that. Again, this stuff doesn't come to me naturally. So, and I don't know. It may just be that if I were a creative person, I would just not question it and I would just do it. And the fact that I'm not creative is why I question it, you know. Subtle goes a long way. I think so too. One of the things that I was trying to adopt too is like, a lot of times when people are building, they try and give you, builders try to give advice. And I think and this is true of the technical community too, technical people try to give advice. And I think one of the challenges is creative people give advice that makes sense more intuitively to a creative person, and technical people give advice that makes sense more intuitively to a technical person. It's really hard to not think like you think and think, how can I give information that would actually transcend someone who doesn't understand things like I do? And so creative people give these building tips, and a lot of times it's like, you should do this, you should do that. But they don't really get into what I struggle with, which is why. When. Like, you should use block variation. Okay, great, but when should you use block variation? Because I feel like sometimes you should, but not every second, not every time. You know, like there are reasons not to use block variation, and it's like those kinds of creative choices I feel like sometimes don't get communicated adequately. And that's always the question I find myself asking. Grian recently just did a video on gradations in builds. That's something that I've seen a lot of builders do lately. B-Dubs does a great job with it. And Grian did a whole video on basically laying blocks out as color gradations as opposed to whatever the blocks are meant to actually be. Like it doesn't, in this system, it doesn't matter that you would never build something with gravel block. The gravel is just a texture, it's just a color in this system. And so he did all this like different, how to build different gradient scales out of different colors. Different blocks within those different colors, dark to light. And, you know, he built all this stuff using them and they look great, but obviously not everything in that build uses gradation. So it's like those choices of when to do it, I guess. When to use block variation, when to do details, and when to let details be a massive structure as opposed to tweaking every block. Like those are the kinds of choices. I mean, I think the bottom line is you just don't want everything to look like a cardboard box or a dirt hut. I think that's obviously the ultimate goal that they're going for, but at the same time, that's the part with, I feel like I struggle with. I do accept the possibility that I don't actually struggle with it. It's just that I'm conscious of it, that I feel like I do. But, okay, cool. I'm glad these are here finally. I really like these little gate houses. I mean, I don't really know what to call them. This is another thing I pulled from that reference image where they had these like paths that had these kind of cool little archway structures built over the top of them. Theirs were much bigger than mine. Oh, cool. I'm glad that tracked because I wasn't 100% sure. Like that was kind of that was a live thought. I was thinking out loud as it occurred to me. I'm always fascinated by how different people communicate and how we can be better at communicating. That's like one of my bugaboos. And I feel like in my life, translating between, like, I'm a technical job, translating between the practical side of my business and the technical side of my business is one of my jobs and one of my roles. But it's also something I feel like I'm pretty good at because I understand the technical side of what my job, but I also understand how someone who's just using the keyboard sees it. So I'm pretty good at translating those two. And I kind of look at the rest of the world the same way. Anyway, yeah, I like these little details. It just feels like they belong. I thought about trying to find a way to get like these little hook structures that I use throughout the build, but the problem is these hook structures are kind of big, and every time I added them to one of these, it just felt like it was overpowering it. So I thought the simpler is the better. These also resemble, I use this kind of pattern, a similar look in my doorways. So I felt like it looked more like a doorway, like this kind of basic arch pattern with the little spikes in the top. I use that in my doorways too, so I feel like there's a little commonality there anyway. So, all right. I am taking forever to build these little tiny things. Do I have all of my... I'm going to run out of that block for sure. Okay, we'll get the resupply on that. I always lose which corner I'm in. Oop. Right. I think that my whole thing was they had kind of, I think their archways were up in the air like mine are. Like these aren't. These are obviously at the bottom of the world, but there will be lava on this low level, like just above where these slabs are was going to be a layer of lava, so it's the path over the lava. But I do have them on the outer towers. There's one connecting each of the outer towers. And their archways are like these big, long structures that go from like they arch over the top of the walkway, and then they go all the way down as a support structure. And I don't really want to do that, but I really like the arch over the top at least. As you say, it kind of just breaks up the design a little bit, you know, just gives a little something something. Maybe in the lore of this world, it's there to be like some sort of an energy screen. Like maybe you can't get through it. Oh, it's mostly this block. Okay, just double checking my my inventory. I think it's mostly oh, glass. I knew I was missing something. I do need more glass because I have a whole nother row to place on that. Hold on a second. Quick BRB. All right, this is a quickie. Okay, I think I'm good. I think that should be enough for this other one. I will probably leave this out of the replay. I don't know, we'll see. I feel like this is such a small area. I'm going to build this basic idea later when I connect the big towers. So I feel like I'll show them at some point being built, but I don't think I need to like revisit them right now. All right, Oh, I already did that side. Sweet. Okay, yeah. Perfect. Oh, that was perfect. That was perfect. Okay. So right. Added another silly video. I got my replay done last night. Pretty decent time. Actually, I feel like I did that. I'm having that problem again. I feel like I actually got through it fairly quickly considering I had lost. That's weird. That should not be a wrong block. Polish block soon. Wall. Did I switch? How? Oh. That's weird. I'm confused. I must have picked... Are you kidding me? What is happening right now? That goes there. I honestly don't know what was happening. Anyway, I got my replay done fairly quickly last night. I felt pretty good about it. I had most of the pieces done. I just needed to stitch all the pieces together and find a track and do all the music and section aligning and all that. But I got through pretty fast. I'm definitely getting more proficient at that. So I got it posted and I got everything set up for today. And I thought, you know what? I kind of want to go ahead and create like another quick fun video. I really am trying to work on my quickies videos. I feel kind of like as a new content creator, having quick, digestible content. I'm not asking anyone to, you know, people who don't know me. I don't have a huge following on YouTube to, you know, digest a full 20-30 minute video from me. Like, I'll have those at some point. And I should actually start working on it soon. But I like the quick videos just because it feels like I can get someone to click on a video that's 30 seconds of their life. You know, it just feels like that's not the right block. That's an easy thing to ask, you know. So I did the Iron Golem one last weekend, so we've talked about the challenge of building in the Nether. As you start removing spawning spaces, the remaining spaces start to become more dangerous. And so that's what a video that I had posted to Twitter before about the magmas. Let me get back to that. I want to get back to that thought in a second. Anyway, I told you, you know, I had a video I'd posted to Twitter about being run by magma cubes. And so I thought, I looked through all the videos I had, and honestly, that was the last one I thought of that I saw that was like good for really quick content. I have one more I might be able to massage into something. But that's the last one where an idea popped into my head about, oh, I could make a quick video out of this. It was a quick video on Twitter before. So I pulled it in and I worked on the words at the beginning, and I worked on the words at the end, and I put the video in the middle, and I stitched it all together, and was pretty happy with it, and got it in the renderer and got it going. And I mean, honestly, the whole process was maybe 30 minutes. I was like, wow, I am definitely getting better at this editing software. And then I went, oh, I need a thumbnail. I mean, it's only 30 seconds, so I don't want to oversell it, Carrot. Oh, hey, look, it's my friend. Oh, it's my friend. It's so nice to see you. Yeah, I agree with you, Aldi. That's part of why I want to address that with Carrot, because I agree with what you just said. Anyway, so I'm like, I need a thumbnail because YouTube wants they say you need a good thumbnail with your YouTube video. And there was nothing in the video itself that was like a great thumbnail. So I thought, okay, here's a cute idea. Let me find a reference magma cube. And I have this weird idea to like put some silly eyes on it, like googly eyes. So I pull a magma cube into my image editor and I find some googly eyes. And I get them massaged onto the face, and I was like, okay. And now I feel like I need a silly mouth, and I found a silly mouth, and I'm like, now it needs a background. Anyway, long story short, 3 hours later, took me almost a full 3 hours. Not quite. I think it was like 2 hours really when I did the math. 2 hours to edit together a thumbnail. So I'm like, well, I made up time on one half and lost it on the other half. But the thumbnail turned out the way I wanted it to, so what are you gonna do? Anyway, yeah, so I definitely was thinking about, Carrot, when I was saying what I was saying about the 20-minute, 30-minute videos. I'm very conscious of the fact that you just released a long-form video. And I was just telling my wife this morning, I feel like there's a reason why people do those videos. I think there's a YouTube reason, like something to do with how the algorithm works even. I'm doing the short form content, A, because it's easy. B, it's fast, so I can fit it in while I'm working on like my replay mod videos. C, because I'm still getting better at video editing. D, I'm still a little bit afraid to do like voiceover work. Like adding voiceover to a video right now still feels daunting to me. In E, and the only reason I actually mentioned to you out loud was because I think there is a value to having short form content, but not exclusively. That's why I said I would definitely want to do long form later. But as I am new to YouTube, I don't feel any pressure right now to be like, oh, I've got to put up long form Let's Play videos. I think that that's normal for the Minecraft world, but I don't feel like I need to do that right this second. So I can do the short-term videos, and just from thinking about it marketing-wise, thanks, Aldi. I appreciate that. Just from a marketing perspective, like I feel like it's an easy sell to say, hey, here's 30 seconds of your life. Would you take a look at this? For 30 seconds, most people would be happy. I know me personally, when I go to watch someone's video that I don't know, that I'm not familiar with who they are, or I'm not familiar with their content at all, I'll watch their video and they've got about a minute or 2 minutes for me to decide if I'm interested enough in what they're doing versus what I already watch, because I already watch too much content. If they're interesting enough for me to keep going with that video, especially if it's a 20 or 30 minute video, because now you're talking about a fairly significant investment of your life, right? And so I figured that's a good benchmark for me, for anyone who's checking out my videos for the first time. That if I keep them short, then I'm more likely to get to them to the end of the video. And if I keep it interesting, hopefully they'll want more. I guess what I'm getting at is I want to build to a point where I feel like I have people to watch long form content. I'll build long form content long before I actually have the people, but I feel like right now it's something I can do in this moment. And having said all that, I do think that long form videos are the norm. I think they are expected. As you get more fans, more people are going to be looking for that kind of content. So I feel like the videos you're doing, I mean, I think you said 17, the carrot elevators was number 17 on your series. I feel like people are going to be coming to my channel looking for that kind of content at some point. So I definitely want to get there. And I definitely think, as Aldi says, there is an audience. 100% there's an audience for that. I don't know if you guys follow JC Minecraft. He used to be, I feel like he used to be like Minecraft Dad or something like that. But JC Minecraft just commented on how many followers he had recently. And he's still relatively new, but he's doing all kinds of content, and he only recently started doing short form videos. He's been doing like basic tutorials and whatever. So yeah, I think there's definitely still an audience out there. I think the challenge on YouTube is, as much as discoverability is a challenge on Twitch for streaming, let's play Minecraft videos are a big challenge for discoverability too. That's also why I don't think you can just publish videos to YouTube. I feel like you have to do more than that, because I feel like you have to build an audience in multiple places. I feel like that music's really loud. You have to build an audience in multiple places and drive those audiences towards the other content. That maximizes your chances to get eyeballs, basically. Just because there's a lot of stuff on Minecraft. I mean, I discover new people every day on Minecraft, on YouTube, that seem like they're interesting and seem like they're worth a follow, you know? Like I said, it's why I feel like I already have too much content to consume. It's very difficult to make it with a Let's Play. It's all about tutorials. Yeah, I mean, the tutorials are satisfying as a watcher because there's an end goal in mind. I'm just thinking about this out loud a little bit here, from my own perspective as someone who consumes these videos. The tutorials are what got me into watching Minecraft videos. I was looking for redstone videos. I was trying to solve a problem. I wanted a working drawbridge in Minecraft. I wanted a working gatehouse. I wanted a lockable door, you know, whatever it was. And I went onto YouTube to find a tutorial video on the redstone. Honestly, when I first started, I was a little dismissive of Let's Plays, because I was like, why would I want to watch someone play the game? I want to play the game myself. I want a tutorial to show me like a skill I don't have, or to show me a knowledge I don't have. And then as I started to get to know the streamer, the content creator, then I wanted to watch the Let's Plays. So I do think that there's a certain amount of Let's Plays are about personality and about you wanting to connect with that content creator because you enjoy them, or you enjoy what they create, and you want to go along for the ride. Now all of a sudden a Let's Play is an open-ended thing. I mean, you do your best to create content as you go with like, oh, I'm going to do this, I'm going to build this. And sometimes you can do it in one episode, and sometimes it's a multi-episode project. But that's definitely, I think, more personal relationship, which is, again, why right now I feel like I don't have enough people watching that I want to focus on it yet. But like I said, I do feel like it's necessary. I feel like even beneficial, you know. I like to imagine that at some point in time you end up having enough people who enjoy your content that they start looking through your videos to see what else you've produced. And it's like, maybe they jumped in and they saw your storage room, and now all of a sudden they're like, ooh, this is, or well, okay, your storage room too, but also your carrot elevators. And they like your sense of humor enough that they're like, oh, this is episode 17. You know, I want to go find out all the other videos. Or if you have any short form videos on your channel, that's where I'm hoping for. I'm hoping that people enjoy my personality, my sense of humor enough, that resonates enough with them, that they're like, if I do a Let's Play, they're going to be, oh, I want to see what he does with this, you know? Anyway, that is a whole lot of talking to myself out loud. Just to circle back to that whole conversation we were having earlier. It's weird. It's weird. It's definitely weird. That is in the wrong spot. That's not where I want to put that. Right. Entertainment for all kinds. That is something to, you've said that. You've been very encouraging about saying that, I feel, since you and I discovered each other. That there's an audience out there for everything. Which, to be honest with you, I used to primarily associate that statement with different types of fetishes and porn, but still, it still tracks. I think it still tracks. There's people out there who will like who you are and what you do. I've witnessed it myself because I went from watching Mumbo. Why can't I seem to find the block I'm looking for? I went from watching Mumbo do his silly little redstone videos to watching probably 80% of Hermitcraft, you know? So, and again, like I said, when I first started, I was like, why would I not want to watch someone play the game? I want to play the game myself. I don't want to watch people play it. But I enjoyed their personalities and I enjoy what they do enough that I got invested in them. So I know that's possible. I just have to assume in a planet of 7 billion people, I can find a corner of a few thousand who want the same for me, you know? Right? I agree, Carrot, especially because I want to catch up with everything you said. Yeah, see, and that's what I've said to you before about the whole vegan thing, as I feel like you're doing something unique, at least, that to me, that's an easy way to differentiate yourself. I mean, I don't want to make light of your choices, like, oh, you totally are capitalizing. I mean, you're just being yourself, but people like that, are looking for that kind of a thing. You know, they're looking for like, oh, vegan, I'm vegan, or I'm thinking about vegan. What's a vegan Minecraft thing about? Like, I just feel like that's great. That's a great way to draw in people who think similarly and would be interested in that. So, as you said, there's definitely people out there for it. So, you know, No Hope is just one example of that. And as I was starting to say too, before I went back and caught up on your conversation, yeah, like when you find someone who's willing to hang out with you and go, oh, I want to actually spend time and see this, like that alleviates all that. Like, you can tell yourself all day long, oh yeah, there's lots of people out there, you know, I just need to find my people. But until your people show up, you still have that nagging fear of, yeah, but what if I was wrong about that? What if actually nobody likes what I do, you know? So when they start showing up, you're like, oh, whew, thank goodness. Thank goodness they are actually out there. South Park episode where watches. No, I never saw that episode. I have not watched a lot of South Park like later on as time went on. I used to watch it religiously early on, but then now I just catch episodes here or there just because there's too much content to consume in this world. Yeah. 100% carrot. Yeah. Like I said, okay. So my kids are starting to watch people on YouTube. And it took me so long to catch on that that was a thing. I remember the first time like it started to sink in, I actually told someone else in one of my other worlds. I'm like, do you know, oh, they are having kids is why the conversation came up. I said, do you know that my kids at this point don't even watch network television? They don't watch cable television. My kids spend most of their time consuming content watching people play video games on YouTube, and they had never heard of it. Like they weren't anywhere close to it. But their minds were blown because here they were about to have a kid in the modern world. It still floors me to this day that has become what it's become. And it also makes sense because A, it's the democratization of entertainment, which I'm fully in support of. And B, it's a lot more accessible. It's reality television in the best way because some of the YouTubers are very manufactured and contrived and trying to be something. But a lot of them are just being themselves, and they're so infinitely relatable just because they show up as themselves. And you see another human doing something you like to do, being a pleasant person. And I feel like that's much more compelling than any episode of a reality show or the average scripted show on TV. That's just my opinion anyway. So, yeah, Aldi agreed. That is a much more eloquent way of saying what I was trying to say. That it's just such a natural attraction for people, especially in the world that we live in, where being vegan is a lot more common than when I was growing up. And there's so many people out there that are interested in it. And now here's a way to blend both of those things at the same time. Like, I can play Minecraft as a vegan? What does that mean? What does that look like? And I think you're doing a great job of exemplifying it too with the rule structures that you've set up for yourself, you know? And you're also not terribly, you're not approaching at it from a proselytizing standpoint. Like, you're just saying, this is how I play. This is what I do. You know, these are the rules that I've imposed on myself. And you're very matter of fact about it, which I think is also incredibly appealing, even to me as a non-vegan. I'm fascinated by it because I played the game enough now that when I see someone who's playing the game differently, that's fascinating to me just as a player, you know? Right, exactly. Like, I think if I could restate what your point was, Aldi, just so I can be sure that I'm understanding it correctly. I think what you're saying is that if it were artificial, if you were doing it as a calculated method, you probably would attract a few people. But for the most part, I think that it wouldn't be as appealing to a larger audience of people. I think the fact that you're coming at it naturally means that its potential is greater. Right. And I think that people like real people, as I was saying with my whole TED talk about personalities and reality television and, you know, people playing video games being more real, I think that people are just more naturally going to be interested in it just because it's coming from a real place. So it just feels better. Don't get me wrong. There's plenty of people, especially in our climate right now, that are looking for disaffection and chaos and unhappiness, and they want that all reflected. You know, they're feeling that themselves and they want to see that reflected, and they're going to be attracted to people who are being a little bit maybe less genuine about it or whatever, but or maybe more radical about it is the word I'm looking for. But you know, me personally, I think that kind of detracts from the message. So, and like I said, even as a non-vegan, I like the way you play the game. It's really fun. Makes me actually sit and try to think of, like, how would I do this differently? Like this thing that I take for granted in the game, Iron Golem farms. How would I do that differently if I had that rule imposed on myself? And it kind of sparks my imagination a little. So all that to say that starting tomorrow, I am going to be running a vegan Let's Play series. Just kidding. I could start a carnivore Let's Play series. I'm not sure that that's not normal Minecraft though. The problem is I like golden carrots too much, so. Rip. All right. I've avoided it long enough. The time has come. Right? Let's see here. I need to do that. Oh, there's got to be a faster way to do that. Oops. There we go. Hey, hitting wrong buttons. Hitting wrong buttons. No sweat, Aldi. Thank you so much. I appreciate you being here, man. I appreciate your insights. I appreciate your conversation. I appreciate your energy. And I appreciate your AFK too. So thank you, my friend. Hey, these things are so hard to judge because I know that you weren't even planning on spending as long on the wheat fall as you have. But how soon do you think you're going to be ready to start building your villager apartments? Just out of curiosity, Mr. Carrot. I assume you're still working on them right now. Should I put this in? It is unspawnable. Ooh, well, that's not unspawnable. Will I even build these columns right now, or will I wait? I think I'm gonna wait. Okay. Okay. Okay, Mr. Non-Creative. I'll tell you what, man. The hardest part for me, and this is why I feel like is the key difference between my brain as I identify as someone who's not a creative builder and someone who is. And this could be completely wrong-headed. This could be a complete bad assumption on my part. I build something, I look at it, Sometimes I love it. But there's that thread in my head of, would anyone else love it? And I imagine if I were creative, I would have some instinctual knowledge about whether or not something is creatively good. If I build something, I'm mediocre about it. I don't love it. It's okay, but I don't necessarily have a better idea for it. I assume that a creatively minded person will instantly know how to make that better. I realize both of those assumptions are completely wrong. But that's exactly my struggle, because I don't know. My brain works how it works. And so I just assume those things about how a creative person thinks, but they may not be accurate. But because I don't think that way, I just don't know. So I see you as pretty creative. I see the things that you've made, the carrot storage hall. Like, to me, that's a creatively inspired build. Would not in a million years have come up with putting carrot decals. And I know that that's your thing, but putting any sort of like decoration like that on the roof, like, I feel like that's a creative thing. So that's just my opinion. And maybe that's the point, is that maybe the creative people have those same thoughts that I do, but they don't dwell on them the same way that I do, and that's why they're creatives. I don't know. All I know is I look at the stuff that like Grian and B-dubs make, Scar, and I'm like, wow. I saw a on Twitter last night, I think it was, someone posted a blend of like a steampunk look with an Imperial Japan look. I don't know if you saw it too. Yeah, for sure, Aldi. But see, I see what you've built, and to me, and I'm being dead sincere with you here, okay? I don't see you being far off. Like, maybe you just don't have the confidence or the experience, I guess. But I definitely think you have the skill. And like, I see some of the things that you've put together and how your eye perceives the view outside your window and what you want that to look like. Like I told you earlier, I'm going to totally like steal that idea. But as a non-visual person, I have a hard time visualizing things like that. I don't know what that's going to look like for me, you know? I feel like you're pretty close to that sort of thing. That's a great self-quote. It's a great self-quote. I like it. Leave it blank, fill it in. Leave it blank, fill it in. I feel like I'll leave it blank. There's not going to be any lava there in the short term or long term. Let's leave it blank. I've reached the hard part, the really hard part of this build, which is going to be deciding whether I work on one tower at a time or all four towers at the same time. And I don't have an answer to that yet. So I'm just going to feel it out here. And I'm out of these. So there you go. Yeah, I mean, I don't know a ton about Grian. I first became aware of Grian because he and Mubbo started doing a bunch of stuff together. I liked, like, Grian would do, like, I want to remake a desert village, and I liked some of those videos. But honestly, Grian's overall streaming personality isn't someone I would normally watch. I love him on Hermitcraft, mostly because I love the energy he brings to Hermitcraft. Like, I appreciate fully as a content creator what he's done on Hermitcraft. But B-Dubs has been doing this a very long time, and I feel like if any of us have been doing it as long, well, okay, I have been doing it probably almost as long as B-Dubs, but I've definitely not done it at the level. What am I trying to say here? I didn't take it seriously until a few years ago. So I feel like even though I've been playing for a long time, I mean, I have a moon cheese home that I built like 7 years ago that at the time I was really proud of. When I look back at it, I'm like, it's made out of moon cheese. I mean, what was I thinking? It was a different resource pack, but you know, at a point, what I'm saying. Like, I built things when I first started playing the game because it was fun to do, and only because it was fun to do. Like, I didn't have a mind at all towards whether or not anyone else on this planet would give a rip about it. Anyone else giving a rip about it is a relatively new phenomenon in my life, you know. That's what changed when I started watching Hermitcraft. Now all of a sudden I'm like, hey, wait a minute. These people are actually like trying to create something that someone else might like. What would it look like if I did that? How would I fare if I tried to create content? That's kind of what shifted in me. And so ever since then, what I do has gotten better. And I think that's one of the big differences, is that like someone like B-Dubs has been in that space of producing content for other people to consume for a much longer period of time. Maybe that's it. You know, maybe that's the key difference. As I was kind of saying to Carrot Aldine, and I know you're kind of lurking, but you're also kind of here. So I apologize if I'm restating anything that you already heard clearly, but a lot of this just exists in my own headspace. It's me processing the world and trying to figure out, like, honestly, it's trying to figure out how I work and how I get better. How do I reprogram my brain, in a way, to use my technical vernacular? How do I process things differently? How do I see things as different than other people might see things? And how can I get better at seeing it differently? And the only thing I've ever identified, like, solidly that I know is different is I don't visualize things like I've heard other people describe. This recently came up on like a podcast where people were talking about envision a beach scene, and I'm like, some of the people on the podcast were like, I can't envision a beach scene. Some people are like, oh, I can see a full thing. I can see the seagulls. I can feel the ocean breezes. I can hear the water. And I'm like, I can do some of those, but not all of those. So, I'm going to have to ask for a definition, because I think I know what that word means, because I think that came up in the conversation, but I'm not familiar enough with that word that I feel comfortable that I actually am sure of my answer to that question. Because I do think that exact word came up during that conversation on that podcast. Right. Yeah, okay. That's what I thought. It's exactly, like I said, it's exactly that term that came up during the podcast. Yes. This has come up for me ever since I learned of guided meditations. And like guided meditations are all about visualizing something peaceful or visualizing a room or whatever, whatever the goal of the meditation is. And it's like creating a mental space is really difficult. Holding it is impossible. Like I can create flashes of what something might look like, but it's just like in a dream. It lasts for wisps of time and then it's gone. And I can't even get back to it. And it never visualizes fully. It's always the impression of it, pieces of it. So for me, what I found that works the best is if I can start putting something in front of my eyes that helps create some of the reference points I need, then I can fill in some of the gaps. That's been true, I've realized in the last 10 years, that's been true my whole life, that like put something in front of my face where I can see possibilities, then I can start putting in the pieces in between. But like from a straight white canvas, nothing. I got nothing. Yeah, it is a spectrum. That's what that conversation on the podcast was about. Interesting. That is really fascinating to me, Aldi, because you are currently, this is going to sound brutal, but I know it's not mean. You are currently destroying my assumptions about like someone like you who has built these beautiful things in Minecraft. I just assume you can see them in your head. So the fact that you can't shoots that completely out of the water. Yes. Same. 100% the same, Aldi. Like I told you, it's been about a 10-year process. It's only been recently, in the last couple of years, that I've identified it as an actual difference as opposed to just a how I perceive things versus how other people perceive things. Like this whole spectrum thing, for instance, has only entered my vernacular recently. So I know exactly what you mean. Oh, hey, there's slabs here too. Are there slabs here? There are. Okay, so maybe I'll slab this whole thing. Slab this whole thing, and then I'll come in and I'll fill in the slabs later when I do the interiors. Are you serious? I didn't bring enough of those? Come on now. Come on now. Come on now. Don't get me wrong, too. When I say that you've destroyed that theory, I love that you have, because what's more important to me than like coming up with these ideas of how and what we're different, why we're different, is finding out that I am right or wrong. Because to me, that's the point of it. Is like, I would love to be able to come up with these cockamamie ideas and then go, nope, that's wrong. Try again. So that actually makes me really happy. Why do I keep doing it? Why do I do everything wrong? Oh, hi, Bedrock. Or Netherrack, I haven't seen you in a long time. Okay, that also gives me a little bit of hope too, because if you and I are similar in that regard, the theory I constructed excludes me because I don't have it, right? So if I construct a theory that says that people who can create this stuff can do it because they have a mental skill that I literally lack, then all of a sudden I have to find a way around that. And that's not impossible, but it's harder. But if instead someone who's doing it is similar to me, now my road to figuring out how to overcome it becomes easier. Doesn't give me the answer necessarily. But I also accept with all of this that it may be just a question of reframing the question than it is an actual discovery of anything. Like me realizing that I'm asking the wrong question and that the answer is different, or the answer is already in front of my face, for instance. Sorry. This is a super heady conversation, so welcome to anyone who's here to hear our TED Talk. Which, I'd be honest with you, I love this conversation, so I'm not disparaging it in any way. Maybe if a teenager who wants to say something bad happens in, they'll stop for a second and listen. That's interesting. I don't think I've seen that link. But I would be very interested in that TED Talk because now, because this has come up so much for me, honestly, in the last couple of weeks, now I feel like this is something it's a rabbit hole I need to chase a little bit personally. Just so I can kind of gain a better understanding, like start to reframe some of these questions or start to answer some of these questions. This is a long night chasing down threads in my future, but that's okay because, like I said, this is something that I definitely am interested in. So, if we're not connected directly on Discord, Aldi, I mean, I know I'm in your Discord, but like Carrot and I are friends on Discord now. If you wouldn't mind, I would love to get that link directly. If you don't have the time or the resources in front of you right now, I'm happy to remind you the next time I'm in your stream and get it from you then too. But I definitely want to pull on that thread because I'm really fascinated by that. This also goes into, I mean, obviously if the visual world works the same way, then obviously so does the oral world and the olfactory world, and all of that gets super fascinating for me. As a, again, semi-professional musician, I've accepted without really thinking about it that the way I hear sound and music is different than other people. Or I think is different than other people. Again, you can't know when you don't have anyone else's experience. But I've never really done much more than just didn't feel like that's a thing. But that stands to reason that that's probably similar too. And that's really fascinating to me. So I have a lot of homework, which I'm good with. The best kind of homework. Spent almost 30 years of my life reading IBM manuals or what have you, to learn a whole bunch of crap that had served me, don't get me wrong, for that 30 years to some degree or another, but now I'm far more interested in something else. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. Although this will definitely cut into my Star Trek Voyager rewatch time, but that's okay too. That's okay. An acceptable loss. God, I'm so fascinated. Aldi, I am so glad we had this conversation about this. I hope that Carrot is too, because, but But I'm so glad we had this conversation, because honestly, this has really kind of sparked something in me that I want to chase down a little bit. Okay. Honestly, the big yellow circles are kind of fun. Is that a necessary block? Yes, it is. Okay. I am going to leave that for now, because that's spawnable. Slime blocks are not supposed to be spawnable, but they are. So I'll put that in later. That's actually a bug I wish that, speaking of old bugs Mojang has not fixed, that's one I wish they would get around to. It's the whole slime blocks being a spawnable block thing. I'm pretty sure they're not supposed to be. I know it doesn't matter how I place these corners, but I gotta be honest. Still love it when the blocks all turn the proper color. Welcome to Giant Squarecraft with your host, Griffin Prime. Join me while I build giant squares in the ground that don't seem to serve any purpose. But I must follow my schematic overlord, because my schematic overlord directs me. Oops, rip. Why did that? Oh, because I blocked the wrong block. That's why. Boy, I'm at that spot where I have all these blocks in my inventory that I do need for the build. But right now, with what I'm building in this exact moment, the blocks that I have are insufficient. And 60% of the blocks in my inventory are useless. What I'm doing right now. I hear you, by the way. Where are you? You've got to be in here, right? Like, where else could you possibly be? Hey, hey, hey. You don't need to be in here making all this racket. I do need to slab this area. That's actually a great reminder that I need to do something about this at some point. Slab that area so that they can't spawn in there anymore. You know, it's interesting, Aldi. I've often wondered about this. We've talked about our backgrounds a little bit. B-Dubs has apparently real world experience in carpentry. He alluded at some point in time in some of his videos to, in real life, he's actually built things like houses. And I've often wondered if that knowledge is somehow translated into what he does on Minecraft. My experience with programming with code has helped me a little bit with Redstone. In the parts of Redstone that correspond to physical circuits to a point, but mostly to the logic circuits. Like, I get the logic circuits. The part of Redstone that trips me up and still gives me the most trouble is the mechanical engineering side of it, like basically pistons and slime blocks and the things that actually do physical work. That's where I end up needing the most help when it comes to Minecraft. Like, I can put in a piston machine, that's fine. I can even build a flying machine, but like the kinds of complex machines that make the redstone breaking machines, like they've got those things so compacted and so built on top of themselves that it would take me a week breaking down each component to even figure out like how the logic of that machine works. But it has helped me. My background has helped me, and I've often wondered if that's the case for B-dubs, like how much his carpentry background actually has informed him. That's really, I think, really fascinating, really cool to me, the idea that like that some of those skills can translate to a video game. I think it's just kind of fun. You know what? I only have one more of these to build, and then I'm going to have a whole lot of that. You know what? Whatever. I'm just going to do this for now. I'm going to do this for now because I feel like I just need more of these blocks. Although I'm on my last square, so that was probably premature. Fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Oops, oops. As I'm placing all these floor tiles too, I do remind myself periodically that like none of these floor designs are actually finalized. Although since I'm building them, they feel a little bit more finalized. Like this whole thing here, I'm supposed to have a giant column in the bottom. Like that was kind of one of my thinking was, you know, I wanted something like that felt like a good support underneath the base of it. So I came up with this kind of cool column looking design. But I thought, well, I'm going to wait for the interiors because I don't know that the column is finalized, but I am putting the floor down, so whatever. I don't know. So you do, he was a contractor. Yeah, okay. That's what I recall too. Cool. That's awesome. And I have no doubt that I will I will follow that rabbit hole. I'll click on that and then it'll recommend something else to watch and I'll click on that and that's fine because like I said, this is definitely something I'm very interested in. All right. I think logically I have to do one tower at a time. I feel like, ugh, boy, that's going to be a rough section right there. Yeah, I have to do one tower at a time. I had a fantasy in my head of replay mods showing me erecting 4 towers at the same time. But I don't think that's even remotely realistic. Yeah, well, I've been under the impression that this is kind of an emerging study. Like, this is something that is still relatively young in study. So, yeah, I feel like there's probably a lot more conjecture out there than there is like hard information. But still, I'm down for it for now. You know, I want to. Honestly, as part of where I'm at right now, with what I'm doing, I feel like this is a great time to be delving into this kind of thing, because right now this feels like this is really important as I try to step into doing something for myself like this. You know, as much as I'm not a quote-unquote creative Minecrafter, I'm very conscious of the whole being a content creator title, and like wrapping my head around that fully is of interest to me. So like this feels like that's part of that search for me. Interesting. Okay, cool. This is going to be fun. This is going to be definitely a fun experience. Oh, these are slabs. Duh. Okay. I'm like, wait a minute. Why do I want to build this? This is going to be... you know, okay. Okay, that's interior. That's exterior. I'm going to leave these in place. I'm going to start on these. I think... See, I feel like I need to extend this out just so I have a place to jump up on. Am I going to be able to even get up there if I want to get up there? That's kind of one of my operating questions right now. Is like, hey, where are my carrots doing there? It's a weird spot. Am I even going to be able to like reach this block if I place a block here? That's what I want to know. Yes. Okay. All right. So I can just do that. That's fine. All right. Then I don't need to worry about the interiors anymore. No worries, Carrot. Welcome back. I'm actually glad that you had stepped away. I was a tiny bit worried that my interest in this conversation that Aldi and I are having may have put you to sleep. So, you know. No, I'm being self-deprecating. I feel like Carrot and I have been around each other enough at this point that he's seen all of it by now. You know, it's interesting. Okay, I feel like you mentioned that, and maybe the last time that I feel like Aldi and I kind of touched on this topic, or maybe this topic came up again outside of this context completely. I feel like you mentioned that before, that this is also something that has come up for you. As I said, this has come up a lot for me lately. That's why I feel like this is something that I'm feeling compelled to explore further. I kind of feel like that's how it works, basically, is that, you know, if something comes up and you're like, I think I'm interested in that, but you don't pursue it right away, then if it comes up a couple more times, it means you should pursue it. That's just kind of how I look at it. Do I want to pull all the way back, or am I okay there? I feel like I don't need to touch that block. Am I correct on that belief? Ooh, no, that becomes the basis on the way up. So I will need to touch on that block. So therefore, we will do that. We will do the block touching. Wait a minute, is that a regular stone? Oh, that is too. No, that's wrong. That's a wrong block. That is a misplaced block. I am 100% sure of that. Because that should be a polished brick, not a stone brick. trying to imagine what this will look like in a time lapse. I think this is going to be kind of similar to the other feat that I built on the other tower. Oh, I want to get the bases in and then maybe just go vertical with them. Because honestly, if I try and build this up row by row in the time lapse, I feel like it's going to be unsatisfyingly slow. So I can put it on the platform and then switch over to the verticals. Okay. Sorry, thinking out loud again. Trying to compose replay mod in my head. Okay. Boop. Oh. Oh no. What's... Oh, duh. I left all of those blocks as spawnable. What am I thinking? Sorry, I heard that magma. Boy, that sound haunts me in my sleep, I guess. I heard that sound before I ever saw the stupid thing. And I'm like, wait a minute. Nothing's spawnable. How am I hearing that sound? If you actually have watched or will watch my current YouTube video, the short form one I was telling you about, you'll understand. I have a tiny bit of PTSD when it comes to these things. It's fine. We're fine. I always hate to say that. I don't ever want to make light of PTSD. I have a sensory association with these stupid things. Oh my goodness, that's so funny. I heard that sound and I was like, wait, what? How could they be here? I don't understand what's happening. Oh boy. This is one of the problems with talking and thinking while I'm building, is that I do things kind of on autopilot, and here we are. Here we are with spawnable spaces. Come here, come here, come here, come here. Jump! All right. What do you think? You stay there, I stay here? Are you good with this? You're not. You're coming towards me. You apparently have a disagreement about this situation. Am I gonna have to beat you with a honey block? It looks like that's how this is gonna go down. Sorry. Also, bleh. I have more magma cube or more magma creams than I know what to do with, so I just don't even bother saving those anymore. I couldn't possibly make enough fire resist potions to use all of them, and I have shulkers full of magma blocks, which is the other use for those silly things. So I'm like, I'm good. I don't need to take up my inventory with that anymore. Another artifact of digging in this biome. What's really funny is I I didn't completely appreciate how dangerous those things actually are. Even when you have, you know, full kitted out gear and all the fire resistance and stuff that I have, it's like the big ones specifically pack a wallop. Big slimes do too. But the big ones pack a wallop. And when you have an elytra on inside of your chest plate, it only takes a few of the big ones surrounding you to actually put you in legit danger. So okay, no sweat, Aldi. By the way, thanks for putting that in my head. Now that's all I want in this world. Hey, honey, can we have pulled pork and pulled chicken? That look didn't look like that was very positive for that outcome. That sounds really good though. Sorry, one of my friends on here is doing it, so now I'm like, that sounds good. All right. Okay, I am going to... What time is it? I've not been good about like watching my actual stream times. 3.5. Okay, I'll do 15 more minutes standing and then I'm going to shift to the sitting position. I feel like I'm good right now. All right. There's got to be a smarter way to do this than what I'm doing. Hey, Carrot, I don't know if your hands are busy with... I was trying to find some vegan analogy to pulled pork and pulled chicken, but I'm struggling a little bit. Because everything I thought of was like involved non-vegan things like, you know, butter or whatever. Fair. How is your luxurious new villager apartments going? I assume that is what you're busy plugging away at. Oh boy, yeah. I feel you on that. I feel you on that. I love bubble vaders because you can usually build them pretty small, at least, but right. As you know, like the whole moving vertically in this space is one of my biggest struggles since I don't have bubble vaders. So it's like trying to figure out where and how to put stairs in. Why do I keep misplacing that? Careful of my aim. Where and how to place something I can use to move vertically in this space has been my biggest challenge. I think that's going to remain my biggest challenge with the interior, is just figuring out how to get from one level to another. So. That's interesting. I'm curious about what that looks like. If you get a chance, I'm just for curious sake, do a screenshot and send it to me in Discord. I just kind of want to see what you're looking at. All right. I'm gonna try. You know what? Okay. I need to reconfigure my inventory. That's the conclusion I'm coming to here. I need to have different blocks. Right, these are full, these are full. Yeah, okay. Okay, I was pulling these from here. Okay. Oh. Hi. Oh, no, I don't want that. Go there. Okay. All right. Boop. Like that. For humans, for people, for not humans, Minecraft people. And are they humans? I don't really know. Yeah. I think he's talking about being able to get from one floor to the other of his structure. If not, that's what I was assuming, because that's what I was complaining about. Because like I said, in this space, finding ways to get up and down that fit in the Nether appropriately is a struggle. Oh, you were? Yeah. You could, but I don't know. I'm going to look at it. So it's cool. We could wait. I'll see it later. I'd have to pull up my Discord, and yeah, there's a whole lot of pieces to that. You know what's funny about that, Aldi? I actually thought about like doing some sort of a pearl cannon or pearl elevator. That was actually one of my original thoughts. And my only challenge with it is there can be a lot of redstone associated with it. Although I've seen some pretty small designs lately. And I just didn't know if I wanted to have like these big contraptions. And I also don't know what else I want to fill the space with. So now that I'm saying all of this out loud, I'm starting to think this actually might be a really great idea. Because I think the pearls would be an interesting way of transporting around. You know, it'd be very nethery feeling. For the Nether, yeah. That's I think that response is something else I was saying. Yeah. I think now, like I said, now that I'm saying this out loud, I'm like, I mean, it is the Nether. It feels like that actually might be an appropriate place to do that sort of thing. I don't know. Maybe warming up to it. It would definitely solve a lot of problems, because the center tower specifically, I have some huge spaces to try and navigate. At least in these outer towers, I actually have a central stair system. And I gotta be honest with you, I'm okay with it. It's well lit, and I'm using quartz blocks. I had to think of what they call them in Minecraft. Like, it's not crystal, it's not marble. Quartz blocks. And it looks kind of nice. It's all lit up. It looks a little bit appropriately nethery, but I didn't love them. So I don't know. Maybe pearl elevators would be appropriate, and then I'd have a reason to build an Enderman farm, because I can get pearls from villagers, but I'd want to have like big stocks of it, big stonks, as the kids say. If that's what the kids say, I don't know. I can't really pretend to know what the kids say. All my kids are older now. I don't know if my kids even know what the kids say anymore, if I'm being honest. I remember overhearing a conversation between my children the other day, with them talking about what people younger than them were doing or saying on social media. And I had to laugh. I didn't say anything out loud, but I had to laugh a little bit, just because of how few years removed my kids are from those kids. But it starts at that age where you're like just cresting into adulthood, and all of a sudden kids are kids and you're an adult. Oh, that makes me laugh. It just makes me laugh. Thanks, Carrot. I'm telling you, Carrot, I know that at some point this is all leading to you and I actually like probably being on a server together. I'm gonna say that out loud again. I have a lot of stuff I need to finish. But here, in this world, this build specific. But yeah, I just think it'd be fun. I think it would be fun. I think you and I have a similar aesthetic to the game, and I think it actually would be fun to create stuff together. I can also see a lot of fun in part of the entertainment being hiding my carnivorous activities from you, like pretending like I'm being vegan and just having to hide everything, all of the terrible, horrible things I'm doing behind closed doors from you. I think you heard me the other day. I don't remember who it was I was talking to now. Somebody from Aldi's stream, I'm pretty sure. Shamecraft. I don't remember who I was talking to the other day. But I wanted to show them something I have in my overworld that I have actually specifically not shown you. It's something that exists from like early game. An early source of food, I'll just say that. And I haven't used it because I haven't needed to use it, but it's there. And I like somebody, they were talking about like some technical thing, and I was like, this is a good early game farm, you know, for food needs. And I said in the chat, because I wasn't 100% sure if you were active or if you were AFK at that moment, but I said, Carrot, are you here? And you didn't respond. I'm like, okay, good. And I showed him the thing. But I was at least somewhat positive you might have actually still been there for that. So I don't know if you were or not. It was awesome. It was really funny. My secret shame hiding from my vegan friend, my my dastardly food gathering plan. Anyway, yeah. So I find it humorous. I just assume other people would too. Anyway. Plus, you built a Jack Skellington area, and I don't have a Jack Skellington area. I don't know, honestly, how I've been on Minecraft this long without having built a Jack Skellington area. I really don't. Because after I saw that you had built that, I'm like, now why have I never done that? I know. Well, you know, Halloween comes around. I agree. I think it does too. And you achieved it on a Minecraft scale, which I find particularly impressive because you see, I've said before, like the blocks in Minecraft are like pixels, right? And so the larger the scale you build on, the more it's like you can build literally anything in Minecraft. But on a Minecraft scale where like you walk into the house and it's your size, like that's much harder to do detail like that. So I'm actually really impressed because you've pulled that house off really well at scale. I just think that's cool. I still need to go back and watch your old videos. I need to get caught up because when you said the other day that it was episode 17, I was like, okay, I am at some point going to need to carve out time to actually like go back and get caught up on the other videos because I am not. Why is this not placing? It's being weird. I just think I can't see the block. I think that's the problem. So if you're saying somewhere in your episodes is the build of that, I'm definitely gonna seek that out and check it out. Reference photos, yeah. I mean, I'm a huge believer in reference photos. This goes back to what we were talking about with Aldi, with the whole like I can't visualize something. And so what I found works best for me is give me a photo and I won't necessarily build what's in the photo, but it will give me an inkling. It'll give me something to latch onto. I built a beach house in the last server that we had on 115 where we took over the village. I built this beach house on a cliff. And I couldn't have done it but for some reference videos that kind of like pulled out some things. I was like, ooh, I could do it out of brown terracotta. I could make it kind of like an Adobe style house, kind of like a Mediterranean style. They had these really cool arches. So yeah, I love reference photos for sure. Cool. But they're still on your channel though, right? You're saying that like how you identify yourself in those videos will be different, but they're still on your channel, yeah? Okay, cool. Yeah, I'll definitely go look for that. I also like your little spooky entrance into that path that goes to that area through the tree. I think that's kind of fun too. That's something I don't do enough of. So when I saw that, I kind of like, I really would love to do more like just fun things like that, like silly things. I mean, for me, a lot of the technical stuff has always had to have a practical side to it. I want to have more whimsy. That's something that, not to talk about another creator who's not here, but I mean, at least it's positive. One thing I love about Scar specifically, Scar thinks like a Disney Imagineer. Like I feel like that's his dream job, his dream life. And I love the whimsy he puts into his builds. Like that's one of my favorite things about Scar. It's one of the things he does that I feel like other creators don't do. Is that sense of magic and wonder that an Imagineer would have, you know? That's cool. I've seen your spooky lights. I've seen those live as you were. In fact, isn't it near your spawn? Am I crazy? When you died the other day and had moved your bed, don't you respawn there by the house? Okay, that's what I thought. It's actually a pretty cool spawn area. Like, if you're going to do anything, if you're going to treat your spawn area, that's actually a pretty cool way to treat it, you know? Have that kind of fun build. Yeah. Oh, that reminds me. You just reminded me I need to set my spawn in the Nether. Otherwise, I'm going to respawn in that bed I placed down in the overworld. My spawn is 600 blocks to the north in the middle of an ocean. So, and I haven't, normally when I do that, when I have an ocean spawn, I will go back at some point and I will treat the area. I'll put slabs so they're still not spawnable, but at least when you spawn, you won't be in the ocean, you'll be on slabs. And I'll put chests with boats in them so you can get to, and probably something that points you to the land. But since it's just my son and I playing and we both know where to go, it seemed less important. A lot of times I'll put another portal there to get back quickly. Like I've just not treated that area. I really have spent almost no time in the overworld. I mean, I know I've said that before, but I'm constantly reminded how true that is. I've spent almost no time in the overworld. I mean, it was the Nether update. I was just trying to have fun in the Nether. That was my whole point of doing it. Okay, I'm gonna find this. I'm gonna find this spot. Nope. It's up here. Nope. Telling you, man, I had the magical spot where I could place these blocks and not get stopped by that weird block rhythm thing. That your seed has been pretty impressive. That is for sure. It has produced some pretty spectacular results. All right. I feel like that's overkill. I don't need all three of these. All right, reset my spawn. I do like that sound. I think that's fun. All right, where was I? Where did I leave off on this? Right here. No. Right? No. Right here. Got it. And now I'm questioning that I brought enough because I'm seeing how much I have left. Come on now. Where's the spot? Is it right here? It's one of these lines between pixels. Darn it. Can't be up that high. Can it? I'm gonna find it. There it is. Oh. No, it's not quite right. But that was a lot closer. That was a lot closer. There you go. No, there's still that little hitch. That's the closest I've come though so far. I didn't think it was this low on the block. I thought it was a lot higher than that. Thought it was a little higher than that, but it looks like it's somewhere around this third pixel. This is, I realize this is overly analytical, but I gotta be honest with you, as many blocks as I placed building the wall is fully slabbed too, obviously. I mean, you've seen it. As many slabs as I've placed, like finding the most efficient way of placing them became really important to me. For obvious reasons. I'm gonna run out. And I really, do I want to place this ring around the outside or not? You know, I feel like I'll be okay. All right, let's move on. Let's move on. Yeah. It was a lot. Here's an interesting, building the outer wall of this area. I have a very strong association with James Bond because it was around holiday time and YouTube had made the James Bond movies free to watch on YouTube. And I had watched, I don't know, 6 of them in my entire life or something And I thought, you know what? I kind of want to watch the James Bond movies. So I was in the middle of a giant James Bond movie rewatch while I was building that wall. And I came up with that whole little block placing thing in the middle of it. Okay, this is not supposed to be here. That's why it's yelling at me. Alright, so let me think about this for a quick second. Where is this going to go from here? These feet are taller, I think. Maybe not. Maybe not. They're not nearly as deep, but they're more numerous. I'm not sure. I'll have to see how this goes. That's also an interesting thought, is what about... No, because I do have... Don't want to place them if I don't have to place them. That's my rule. Even if I have big, giant, empty spaces in the middle of it. I'd rather have big, giant, empty spaces in the middle than waste the blocks. Also, that needs to be glowstone. Yeah, these need to go down another block too, because these should not be full blocks. Sorry, Carrot. I have to go off script. I have to not trust the schematic for a second. It's in service of saving blocks. Has to be done. Has to be done. I hear you. Where are you? I take for granted how peaceful it is here, considering it's the Nether, and how peaceful it wasn't at one point in time. So every time I hear a noise, I'm like, where is it? What's happening? I know. Counselors are available if you need to talk about it with someone. Because... yeah, I just sometimes my need to make sure I have enough blackstone to get through this outweighs placing blocks that don't need to exist. Just how it goes. It's actually a little funny in the schematic how like there's just these weird random holes all the way up. They're all interior blocks, so they don't show up. So. All right, one quick second. I am going to take a moment to stretch and transition to a sitting position, so BRB. All right. I think that's okay. All right. Ghost people walking behind me again. I have a mess on that screen. Huh. Yeah, I don't understand. Hey, noob, welcome back, man. It's nice to see you. Shouldn't assume noob is man. I don't know that I know. I don't know that we know that noob is man. It was a bad assumption on my part. There we go. Oh, I know. I only think about it when it becomes a problem. I mean, you know, I actually need to do a deep dive into my bot later. Because I got the follows person again, the Be Famous follows chat bot again. So I need to go and add that as a watchword too. I need to do all that later. I'll do that after stream. I'll get into my bot and do some trimming in there. If it's what you, yeah, big follows. That's the one, Aldi. Is that the one you were talking about in your stream earlier today, Aldi? Okay. No, I don't. I'm curious about it, but I need to look into it further. But I don't have that. I have. I feel like it's called Frankenface. It's something. As a bunch of us Mixer people came over to Twitch, we were struggling with the UI for a little bit, and I think it's called Frankenface. We all added that seemed to help some of the usability issues that we were having on Twitch. And I'll be honest with you, it's been so long now I don't even remember what those issues were. I don't remember like what Frankenface does that we all liked it better, but you know, that's the closest thing I think I've seen to what you were talking about with the BTTV. Yeah, that's all Frankenface is too, I think. I don't know, maybe I don't remember now. Now I'm doubting myself. I'm pretty sure it's a browser extension. Anyway. They're built into the just the user side of things, I'm pretty sure. It's not built into the OBS side. So you have to interact with it through your own channel in the browser. Correct me if I'm wrong on that, Aldi. But I'm pretty sure that's what it is. I think I put that on the wrong screen. That's why that didn't work. I like that part, Aldi. I especially like the part where you could also like do the phonetics on the name. I liked all of the things you mentioned earlier that were tools about how you remember, like how to say people's names correctly, or who they are, or any of that stuff. I really actually like that because it's come up a little bit for me. Give me one quick second, guys. I actually have a thing I have to address on my phone. 2 seconds. I'm actually not going to BRB. It'll just take a second to do. Oh, this is not going to be what I thought it was. I'm going to do this on my computer real quick, so just bear with me, guys. Sorry. This is a slightly different request than I first thought it was, and I realized I can't respond to my phone. So it is a real world related thing. I'm so sorry. I realized I was dead silent during that whole thing too. All right, sorry. I had to share something with someone else, and hopefully they know how to do what I just asked them to do. And yeah, I don't even know what I'm looking at right now. What am I looking at right now? There we go. Interestingly enough, it was actually stream related, not my stream specifically, but it's the kind of thing that if it had come up 3 months ago, I wouldn't have been able to even help him with it. Kind of one of those weird things where sometimes the skills that you pick up end up overlapping. Oh, I was going to get more glowstone. Lost track of where was I at. Anyway, so now that I've been doing all this streaming, I'm more familiar with OBS. It's like, oh, I actually know what to do here. So I was able to share the file and give instructions on what the other person needs to do with it. And I believe they'll understand what I just told them. Hopefully they will. It's for tomorrow. It's important. So we'll find out. Oh, that's right. Okay, I wanted to grab glowstone. And I actually can put... I'm going to put the shroom lights away for now because I don't actually need them. Where did I have those? Last box. There we go. I don't have any shroom lights coming up in the near future. Maybe. I don't know. I mean, honestly, with you... Honestly, let me restart that sentence. A lot of what OBS does works well with the technical side of my brain. I was telling Carrot the other day, I find OBS to be incredibly useful and intuitive in what you can do with it, and also what you can extend to do with it. So, yeah, maybe. It's been a little bit of a road to get here. I feel like when I first stared at OBS, I was like, when I first was streaming on Mixer, I was using the built-in Windows 10 streaming tool, which was, gotta be honest with you, I'm not normally a Microsoft cheerleader, but that was actually one of the more awesome things that they had ever done. It's too bad that Mixer got run into the ground, but when I first moved over to OBS and I was looking, I'm like, what? What? OBS has a great onboarding setup, though, and that made a huge difference. All right, fair. This person and I, and that hypothetical, but we knew it would be coming at some point, but it was more likely going to be a link. They wanted to show movie from you, and so I kind of talked him through like, okay, well, you're gonna have to set up a browser source and make sure it's logged in. You know, just you can point it straight at the link, and there should be an output component. But then instead of getting that, we got an actual media file. Like, oh, well, that's a media source, and that's actually almost easier because now we don't have to worry about whether or not YouTube's going to run. Or worse, if YouTube is going to want to run an ad. Because I've had that happen before. I have I've been subscribed for a very long time now to what was Google Music, Google Play Music, which doesn't exist anymore. Now it's YouTube Music. And at some point in time, I don't remember when that happened, but I got grandfathered into YouTube Premium. So I don't see ads on YouTube to start videos. And I forgot that they were kind of a thing until one point I was trying to play a YouTube video and I wasn't logged into my account for various reasons. And I'm like, all of a sudden an ad popped up. It was like, what? This wasn't here when I tested this. And then I went, oh, yeah, I'm not logged in as me. And ads on YouTube are a thing. Oops. So. This is actually going quickly enough. I really think this might actually be the way to pursue this. I'm going to keep this going. Instead of going vertically on everything, I think I'm going to go ahead and stick with this. I'm highly dubious of the glowstone I'm ignoring right now. I'm going to see what the next layer up is, but I feel like that glowstone may have been a leftover from when these feet were shaped a little differently. That's weird. Maybe where I ran out of blocks. I don't know. All right, what's above? More glowstone. Yeah, so this block is 100% unnecessary because it is not viewable. All right. Let's play catch up and get my little feetsies in here. I was forgetting my wall blocks, and this is really reminiscent of how I started my stream today when I went and looked at the feet on the central tower, and I went, wait a minute. How are all those wall blocks missing in the feet? I know I've looked at the schematic before. How did I not notice that those were missing? And this may have been a clue. May have been a clue about that. Sorry, Carrot. I said that. I translated that so you might understand what I was saying. If you... A boot. Exactly. My pleasure. I'm actually working on I saw a joke once before that it said something about they thought that everybody in England streamed Minecraft. I feel like everyone in Canada streams. I have genuinely met more Canadians through streaming than I've seen ever in anything other than possibly professional hockey. And one of the most I'm going to try to say this. We have so much in common, Americans and Canadians, except we are still using the imperial system and you're using metric. And so temperature, Carrot and I and Galaxy have talked about this recently, the whole temperature thing. So I'm endeavoring to be able to quickly convert Fahrenheit to Celsius in my brain. Not precisely, not exactly, like not doing the full math, but like have a rough approximation of what 30 degrees Celsius is in Fahrenheit. So that when inevitably a Canadian streamer I am watching says what the temperature is in Celsius, I have a rough idea of what that temperature is in terms that I understand. I'm actually, that is actually something I'm genuinely working on. One of the more fascinating things to me about it too, I saw my wife the other day, is that Celsius is a lot more sensitive than Fahrenheit is. You guys accomplish 10 degrees of Fahrenheit in 5 degrees of Celsius, roughly. It's not exactly, but that's about the conversion. The difference between 30 and 35 degrees Celsius is about 10 degrees Fahrenheit. It's about 9 point something. It's the same both directions. And that's fascinating to me because it's like there's a huge difference between specifically 30 and 35 degrees Celsius. Like that is a big temperature difference. Even though it's only 5 numbers. So it's not intuitive to us down here. I definitely need more of these wall blocks for this section. Where did I leave off? Over here. I'm going to turn that on, even though I've been on this whole time, but it just means I'm going to have to pull the raw recording. It's fine. Oh, I like that. I like that, Aldi. I've done the math before. I've pulled up a browser and done it. Like it's a quick Google search usually, but I'd rather be able to convert it really quick in my head. Like if and I hope I'm remembering this right now. It's something. Feel free to check me on a browser, but 30 degrees Celsius is roughly 85 degrees Fahrenheit. I think it's 84 something, but it's roughly 85 degrees Fahrenheit. And then 35 degrees Celsius is 94 degrees Fahrenheit or 95 degrees Fahrenheit. And that's why I was saying like that's a huge difference in that 10 degrees. Because 30 degrees Celsius, that's a very nice day. 35, that's starting to get unpleasant. Aha. Something's afoot here. That means this is actually the wrong block too, which is fine. I really feel like I'm going to need to... How do I do this? How do I do what I just did? I feel like maybe that's a good way to go about it. All right. All of this glowstone in here is completely pointless. Really fascinating to me. All right, let's just go this way. Yes, some would say that, Carrot. You know, beach weather. since this pandemic started have not been... Oh, I feel like... I don't know. Do something differently. Like, is that supposed to be a stair? Aha. 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 It is. Okay, so I gotta go back and fix that. I felt like I was missing a stair this whole time. I felt like, wait a minute, I'm placing one stair all the way around. I feel like there was a second stair that I'm forgetting about. And there was. It was right. The very, very tip of the foot. I think this is the correct one right here. Yeah, it's correct. All right. Back to normal. Oh. Getting my own thing there. Oh, psh, not a wall. Not a wall. Not a wall. This is what I was doing before. Have to put the wall blocks in between on the next circle. I hear you, Mr. Gast. You stay where you are, I'll stay where I am. We'll all be happy. You know what? What time is it anyway? I'll check the time real quick here. Where are we at? Almost 5 hours. Lava block staring at me. Another corner of my eye whenever I go by it. I love that stairs are unspawnable. That makes me happy. I probably will go late. I'm just guessing. I don't know. I'm actually debating it right this moment. I'm debating it right this moment. That's kind of the reason I was just checking the clock. I think I schedule myself till 5 or 6. I always forget. I kind of schedule myself for like a dinner time. And then I find a lot of times I just don't do it. I'll take a break during that time, but I'll come back and stream some more. So yeah, so I'm at least going till roughly 5 o'clock Pacific time, which is still a few hours off from now. My typical pattern on a Saturday is to go till like 9 o'clock at night. I think today I'm going to reassess. Like, I'm going to get to the end of my streaming time and just see where I'm at. There's a part of me that thinks that, in addition to what we talked about before, about the whole average viewer time, average viewers thing, and the long streams not helping that. But also it might be good for me to be able to get certain things done off camera, quote unquote. Do some mining off camera, as they say. That's the thing I'm debating. The big thing for me is like, I feel like, so I'd be sitting here on a Saturday working on this build no matter what, whether I'm streaming or not. So in my mind, it almost makes sense to me just to go ahead and stream because I'll be here doing this anyway. But I also realize that besides the analytics, it's easier to get stuff done on my own a lot of times than if I'm streaming. Just, you know, because obviously there's a performative nature to streaming and you're distracted sometimes by that. And so if I turn the stream off, I might be able to like hunker down and like make some progress. So that's kind of what I'm debating, if I'm being honest. Like, on the one hand, I'm like, well, I mean, if for no other reason than just, you know, the analytics, I could just keep streaming. Who cares? I'm just doing what I'm doing. You know, people can watch or not watch or whatever. It doesn't really matter. But if I start considering the analytics and I start considering my use of time, it might be better to actually put a shorter time limit on these streams. Yeah. Well, the deeper convos sometimes work out in the middle of mindless block placing, but they also sometimes cause me to misplace blocks. Just depends. I mean, I the other thing I like about staying on is it gives you the opportunity to have those conversations, but you know, but yeah, I think that if I could figure out a time during the week to stream, I feel like I'd also feel less need to stream long on a weekend. It's just that the Saturday is such a great time for me to stream usually that I feel like I want to take full advantage of it. Whereas Sunday's usually good. Sunday will generally be good. The rest of the week right now is so up to everything else going on. So I stream the same amount, I feel like, in a weekend as most streamers pull through the entire week, but cool, go for it. I'm happy to answer questions as I contemplate. Oh, that's right. I almost forgot what I was going to do. See? Stream distraction. That's okay, because we remembered. Did I replace that block? I didn't. Okay. That's weird. I'm having lots of questions. Did I just miss these, or did I replace the wrong block? This is what I mean by stream distractions, right? Like, wait a minute. Okay, that's all right. Since I'm not sure you're qualifying for that. Like if you're talking about like there's a monetary numeric level, I guess, that you're getting at. That's what I'm wondering. Yeah, one represents time equity, the other represents cash equity. It's kind of how I look at that in my mind. And sound things that can be kicked with channel points. Okay. All right. I'll see if I can expand on the thought. Like I'm going in the direction that I feel like you were leading me, and if I get it wrong, feel free to clarify. I feel like all forms of equity are valuable, especially because so many people on this platform can't give money. And I've been in this position many, many, many times where I donate where I can. I subscribe where I'm comfortable. But there's a lot of times that it's just like, oh, there's this great thing, and it wouldn't be financially responsible for me. And I'm lucky because I'm not in the position of I'm literally choosing food over something like some people might be, you know. I want people who can't give financially to still feel like their contribution is valuable. So I want to find a way to enable abilities for them through channel points, because that's time equity. The reality is you earn channel points by hanging out with a streamer. And obviously, you and I both know, we've talked about this so many times lately, that that's tremendously valuable. And I want people who that's their only option to contribute to have a variety of ways in which that works. Sounds may be one. And to be honest with you, this is an area that I don't feel like people always use their channel points really well. It's something I'd like to see more of as a person who watches people stream. But it's something I want to try and build into my stream, like just to make it fun to be here. Make it fun to have channel points, to earn those points, and to be able to redeem those points. And obviously you want to acknowledge the people who are giving cash equity too, because, you know, they've chosen to share that with you, and that's a gift. That's a profound gift, because we're sitting here playing a video game. You know, someone comes along and they're like, I like how you play that video game so much. I like your personality. I like how you approach the world, whatever it is that they hook into, that they want to give money. That's valuable, and I want to honor them as well. So it's just a question of figuring out how to value the one without devaluing the other. And I'm not going to pretend I have a magic formula here. I don't have a, like, oh, you know, this and this and this for one and this for the other. I want to try and figure out a way to do it that still acknowledges the gift, but also doesn't feel like it's devaluing the other, you know. I think sound files are kind of an equalizer. As we're talking about earlier, I'm personally, I'm a very oral person. I love sound files. I love sound bits. I love triggers, song triggers, like all that stuff is just, that's in my wheelhouse. And from what I've seen for streams who implement that, it's a lot of fun, especially in a Minecraft stream. I mean, it almost feels like essential in a Minecraft stream to, at some point in time somewhere, have someone have the ability to make a creeper hissing sound so that you can get jump scared from it. Like, I almost feel like you're not a Minecraft streamer if you don't have that ability for someone somewhere to do. So I think that those kinds of interactions are valuable. And I just want to be somewhat careful about it. Obviously, you don't want it to distract from what you're doing. And, you know, I want to make that a part of like the reward system, because I feel like that there's value to that. I also think that there's also a value to visual things too. Like maybe there's certain things they can put up on the screen for redeeming. Carrot has a cool system where you can redeem some of your channel points to change the carrot color in his background. It's not hugely meaningful, but it's something you can do, you know. Your hesitance about using the bits for sounds. Let me re-ask. Let me reframe what I think you just said, because I don't think I completely understood the way it was said, but I think I get what you're getting at. You don't want to restrict sounds to bits, is what you're saying? Or do you feel like the sounds are too big of a, too big or too little of a reward for bits? Like, gotcha. Yeah, I know, again, like I said, me personally, as someone who has done far more consuming than I have producing for channels, I love sounds. I love sound effects. Tango used to have, back in the Mixer days, he would have a reward for subs that if they reached a certain milestone, I think it was a year, but I'm not sure, but if they reached a certain milestone, they could submit to him a sound file. And he had a command set up in his bot that if, when they entered the chat, if they typed ! here, it would reference their name and go search on Tango's OBS for the sound file associated with that user specifically. And it was a way to have a fun audio announcement of your personage into the chat. And this was, again, like I said, for people who had been there for 12 months. And I loved that so much. I thought that that was such a special thing to honor people who had been with you for 12 months. And it was something to aspire to. I have a little bit of concern about, you know, what about people who aren't able to give, and they certainly can't give for 12 months. But at the same time, you do have to, at some point, give people who donate money perks, you know. So, yeah, Tango has not imported that over to Twitch. There are a lot of things that he changed when he went from Mixer to Twitch that he said, oh, I'm going to do this and this and this and this in the future. And the problem with being Tango is that there's a lot of things going on in his life, and, you know, necessarily revamping his Twitch experience isn't always one of them. So he hasn't re-implemented some of the things. And I think his users, for the most part, have moved on or have understood. Otherwise, they keep nagging him about maybe he would do it. But like I said, I love that kind of stuff. I love the audio interfaces. So, but again, I think different things appeal to different people. And I think visual reminders are good too. And obviously, the streamer acknowledging them is great. Anything, in my opinion, what Carrot has done by like giving sound alerts to the channel points gives even people who donate money a chance to get his attention and to have him respond. Maybe if you're a bigger streamer and you've got a couple thousand people, that doesn't work as well because you get distracted every 2 seconds. But for the level we're at now, I feel like it's more reasonable, you know. Okay, I gotcha. Well, I mean, that's a challenge, because you have to figure out within yourself your relationship with that idea. I mean, we've talked about this before. You want to, you want to use this as a source for, you know, additional income. So you want to encourage people. And I feel like little things like that can help, you know. Not that if someone donates money in your stream, not that you aren't going to see that and acknowledge them, but yeah, I mean, I feel like you have to kind of go with what you as a streamer are comfortable with. In your specific presentation, like what is it? It's hard to anticipate what everyone wants, you know. I guess that might be the easiest way to say it. You have to feel good, obviously, about what it is you're offering. I think I want to do this first before I get wrapped up in that. Sorry, I'm thinking at the same time. You got to feel good about what it is you're offering first, and then trying to figure out how to maximize your viewers' experience comes second. Like, I mean, I can see a case for it going the other way around. And I would respect anyone who has that opinion, that you're like, no, what the viewers' experience has to come first. But me personally, I feel like you have to be content with it primarily. I appreciate that, Aldi. I feel the same way. I 100% understand that you're just kind of trying to think the thought out loud. You're trying to hear other people's perspectives in case it like sparks something specific in your own thought process. So I get that. Totally get that. Like I said, I'll be in your stream because I enjoy what you're doing in your stream. I enjoy your community. I enjoy talking to you. So if you've never added a sound file, it wouldn't make any difference to me. It is possible that having little things like that might be enough to get new people along. But I also do think that some of that stuff is kind of inconsequential. If your goal is to attract a more thoughtful, more mature crowd, maybe the gimmicks are not the way to go, because the gimmicks are more likely to attract, you know, I mean, Minecraft attracts a younger audience anyway, and the gimmicks are more likely to attract a younger audience. And that may just not be the energy that you're going for. You know, you're not being exclusive or exclusionary. But just because of the way you present yourself in your stream, it's just naturally going to appeal to people who want to be around other friendly people, as opposed to, I don't remember if I mentioned this with you. I think I did. I talked about somebody I saw who was wearing a costume in a stream once, and it like seemed to me like they were trying to appeal to the kids, and that's great for them, but it's not my cup of tea, you know. Cool. Yeah, well, I hope I helped. I hope I offered something. You know, it's definitely something, me personally, it's definitely something I'm looking forward to, that time. When I have, obviously, I already have sound files set up for all that stuff. The only one that applies right now is raids and follows. And the way I have my stream set up, I like having the audio notice for myself when those events happen, because I want to be alerted. I get distracted really easily. And so, and I'm looking, I've got, multiple screens and a lot of things going on. So having the audio alert is essential for me to go, oh, something's happening. But I also do, like I said, I do think about the user experience, and like I really want people who can't contribute. I mean, honestly, the community for a lot of those people might be enough. I know me personally, once I'm in a community that I enjoy their community, I don't really care all the whistles and bells that are going on. That makes no difference to me. If I like the community, I'm going to stay in the community. And if there are whistles and bells, quite literally, I will definitely make use of them as part of how I interact with that community, how I interact with that streamer. Like, one of the music streamers I used to follow. Oh, interesting. That is interesting. I'd be curious to know if he's noticed a specific impact too. One of the streamers that I follow, who also came over from Mixer, music streamer. We used to be able to do GIFs in stream on Mixer, and being able to interact with a streamer with GIFs is so powerful. I actually have it on my own stream. There's a little Giphy button in the middle right of my screen that if you click on it, you can actually send a GIF into my stream. There's a way to search for GIFs and send it. Someday, I'd like to tie that out to a monetary goal, because I can't leave that wide open if I ever got to be popular enough. That's like way too easy to abuse and be distracting. So it's less about like charging money for it and more about finding some way to restrict it. Like maybe there's a way to do it to tie it behind people who've been following you for a length of time as opposed to a paywall. But yeah, those kinds of things are just great ways of letting your community interact with you and letting their personality shine through. Sometimes the easiest way for people to communicate with other people is being funny. And, if you've got it so that's not as much of an issue. Riley, welcome in. Nice to see you. Welcome back. Aldi, Riley is currently my best justification for why I use Restream and stream on Twitch and YouTube, because Riley is not a Twitch person and joins me from YouTube each week. I have no patience. I don't know this differently than you, Aldi, but you could have sound alerts. If the intention of your sound alerts is specifically to get you to jump scare and like there be a visual response to that. But that's just one element of it. Like, I feel like there's other things that can be played. Carrot has a lot of sound files that are kind of there for comedy. And so like he has like the wah wah trumpet or the wah wah trombone if like something fails. He has a violin if he's like telling a sad story about how he was killed by a creeper. He's got fun little things that are just kind of common sound ticks, and sure, you can see him react to some of them, but at the same time they're still kind of funny even out of the context of him physically reacting. Like they fit the moment. And Carrot's stream is a little bit more kind of comedy, fun oriented, lighthearted too, so it works with his overall aesthetic. And again, that may not work with your aesthetic for sure. I mean, you've got a different vibe that's a little bit more chill, so maybe the comedy sound antics don't make any sense. There's probably, I bet if you, as you're thinking about it, there's probably other ways you can find to reward people for stuff, you know, without necessarily getting into the stereotypical creeper sound effect. I mean, to that point specifically, like as I talked about it before. I'm not gonna lie. I think that, you know, someone who's on camera and the creeper makes them jump, I laugh a little bit when that happens. I do every time. It will never not be funny to me. That just is. I think mostly because it's such a common. That's like one of the common things we all have as Minecrafters is that moment of, oh crap, there's a creeper that's about to blow up me or whatever I'm working on. So. So yeah, but I agree. That's a visual gag more than it is an audio gag. If I really think about it. But yeah. Yeah, man. And let me say too, I appreciate you asking me the question because, I appreciate that question. I appreciate you think enough of me to chew on that. Hey, Soka, welcome in. Heat stroke and ice cream. Yeah, sunburn. Well, I mean, you know, when a person who has skin goes into the sun for too long, I am personally of a kind of human who cannot spend more than 10 minutes in the sun without risking a sunburn. And anything longer than 10 minutes, I'm risking a serious sunburn. Like as a child, I had a 2nd degree sunburn at one point in my life, which was not fun. So, yeah, I feel you. Yeah, man. Whenever you're ready, Aldi. Absolutely. Yeah, Soka was Minecrafting in real life, which I am still terribly fascinated by. Also, I'm glossing over the most important thing about what you said, because you said ice cream, and I just realized that I was fixated too much on the whole sunburn thing. I really should have been thinking more about the whole ice cream thing. So, at your leisure, Soka, I'm afraid I need detailed information about what sort of ice cream has been consumed. I mean, Aldi earlier already told me about the pulled pork and pulled chicken, so. None of which I'm going to have tonight. Oh, now that's a solid choice right there. That is an A+ choice. I applaud and I approve. And now I want ice cream. So there's that. Also, Aldi, I want to encourage the question. Even though we are having ice cream chat. Also, hey Riley, I want to make sure you on the other platform. I don't want to exclude you at all. If you have questions about what I'm up to, Riley, since you've been here every week, I'll give you an update. That's awesome, Soka. That is awesome. Oh, Riley, Center Tower is finished, by the way. Center Tower is finished. I didn't release that time-lapse video until today. I don't remember if you do I don't remember if you do Twitch or not, Riley. Or not Twitch, God. Twitter, sorry. Twitter and Twitch have too similar a name, and I request that one of the two of them change it so that I don't keep making that same mistake all the time. I posted my time-lapse video, but I lost a day not feeling well earlier this week, so it's late. But it did get posted earlier, so. Also posted a fun video too. If 30 seconds, I think it's easy to check out if you're so inclined. Better off. That's really hard. That's really hard to definitively say. To say politically, you're not hard to look at, so I don't think that's bad. And as we talked about, like, sometimes when you have new people coming in, there's a whole bunch of different ways you're presenting yourself to them. The sound of your voice, which obviously, I mean, I'm just going to go off of Ginger alone, is clearly a draw. I mean, for me personally, I said it to Carrot when you first came in, you've got a very Bob Ross quality to your voice. So that's a draw for people. But also what you look like is a draw. And if you have privacy concerns, then 100% don't do it. Again, to use a Hermitcraft person, since we both watch, X is a great example. I don't know I don't pretend to know all of X's motivations, but it seems pretty clear to me that he values the privacy of his personage over any benefit he could possibly get to being on camera. And, you know, that's the choice you have to make. I'm not going to lie, before I started this, privacy is... Right, yeah, I know you do. See you, Riley. Okay, cool. Welcome you back whenever you have time to make it back. Always appreciate you being here. But yeah, I was a little... I had thoughts about privacy. As I kind of, I think, mentioned before, I have another life. I have a family. Like, I really wanted this whole gaming thing to be my little fun... that is the wrong block. My little fun experiment, my little escape from reality, as it were. But also, I don't want to do anything that puts my family in danger. Like, that's not negotiable for me. And I know a ton of streamers who do this, and they're fine. So, you know, I also don't want to overstate the dangers. So in the end, I was like, you know what? I'm okay with this. In the long run, I can see myself being a face cam person. I'm just going to go that direction. And eventually, my two worlds will end up colliding, and I accept that, and that's fine. I don't really have a problem with it in the long run. I just kind of want to be a little bit more established as a streamer and a little bit more comfortable in this world before that day happens. So that's a large part of my reason for wanting to keep that separate. But yeah, if like, I mean, I know you've been on camera, so, but if that's a concern, then by all means, or if it just doesn't make you comfortable. But it is a draw. I genuinely believe it is a draw for people. You know, is it the wrong draw? I mean, I don't know. People make decisions about that kind of stuff all the time. You know, sometimes we admit it to ourselves and sometimes we don't, but that's the reality of it. Why hot tub streams work, people. By the way, I have a Minecraft short video I need to do about hot tub streams. I gotta do it. I gotta do it soon too, before the hot tub thing becomes too out of contemporary. Gotta get on that. I gotta do that this week. I need to make that one of my first voiceover videos. Yeah, see, Soka, that's exactly, I don't know how early you jumped in the conversation, but that's one of the things we were talking about, Aldi and I, specifically was, I feel like you're not a Minecraft streamer unless you have, at some point, a creeper scare. I mean, that's obviously not strictly speaking true. You could also, as a streamer, if you're not on Facecam, you could also overreact to that in an audio way, and it probably would still be somewhat satisfying for people, you know, as an option. Like, I was just thinking X probably has something like that in his stream, although he may not. But, you know, X is, over time, become super demonstrative with just the sound of his voice. So, you know. But yeah. I don't think it would hurt. I don't think it would hurt your stream. I don't think it would hurt your popularity. I think, like I said, it gives one more piece of the puzzle for people to come in and say, hey, this is a pleasant looking guy. I mean, it's not even necessarily like a straight up, like, romantic sexual attraction thing. It's really just more of a, he doesn't have 3 eyes and a hook nose. He doesn't look like someone who's going to abduct me in my sleep. I'm good with this person. And that can set people at ease. Yep, creeper, zombie, pigman, gas scares. It's actually funny you should mention that, Soka, because I was commenting earlier. I accidentally created spawnable spaces. And because this build is non-spawnable, and because everything's been treated and I'm not used to spawns, I'm hypersensitive to any time I hear mob sounds. And I heard a creeper sound earlier. Creepers are able to spawn like a little bit away from me, and they obviously just make noise. Every time I hear one, I'm like, where is it? Is it over here? Do I need to worry about it? Although I worry less about the creepers than I do about the magma cubes. I have a little mild form of PTSD from the magma cubes. That's kind of what I was telling him too, Soka. It's like, I'm in his stream regardless. So like, I love the audio cues, but if he never added them, it wouldn't bother me. And a lot of people use them, and a lot of people like them. So, you know, I don't feel like he's hurting himself if he never adds them. But I also think that there's a possibility that you're opening up, for some potential interactions if you add that, you know. Just creating a richer user experience, which in the end should ultimately serve you and them. But again, depends on the kind of stream you want. Because like Soka, I'll hang out either way. I'll enjoy that view out of your window of your beautifully terraformed vineyard. Hi, Mrs. Hot Cheese. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Shot Cheese. Yeah, that doesn't work. Welcome back. Also, can I assume that there was ice cream in your life as well? And can I inquire about what flavor that ice cream might have been? Because why not at this point? I already want ice cream, so might as well torture myself further. Oh, I like that idea, by the way, about the cartoon. I don't know, Aldi. It sounds like your fans are demanding it now. Oh. Well, I mean, that could go with ice cream, can it? Doesn't preclude ice cream, does it? All right, well, fair enough. As long as you're happy with your choice. I'm not much of a drinker myself. Personally, I would have gotten the ice cream. But that's me. Mrs. Hot Cheese, did you also acquire a sunburn as Soka did? Or were you responsible about your skin health? That sounded terribly judgmental after it came out of my mouth. Yeah, see, that's what I would assume. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, I already explained that I relate, unfortunately, to Soka's plight. I am of the burning kind. I am of the kind that turns red easily. Let's say. I feel like I'm going to have to address that on the next level, and I already did that. Okay, so we think. Thinking. Feel like that'll work. Okay. All this for an effort to not place a single block I don't have to place. And it is a lot of work. Well, as someone who is pigmentally challenged, I would say that she's tougher. Just pigmentally gifted, perhaps. But, you know, that might be my own bias. I'm gonna leave holes. I know I am. I'm gonna forget something at some point. It's fine. Fine. Also, hon, we might have to get ice cream tonight too. Just saying. Oh, okay. I've been informed that we actually have ice cream, so I appreciate everyone who contributed to my evening later at this point. Although I still don't have any pulled pork or pulled chicken. That's not happening. I'm going to have a remarkable chicken tortilla soup instead, which is quite spectacular, so it's fine. It's totally fine. Did I answer both questions? Oh, yeah, I did. Because you were asking about the sounds and then you were asking about the cam. Sorry, I just want to make sure that I got to both of the questions you were asking. Leave that there? Yeah, okay. Well, guys, I got to be honest with you. I don't know how I got so lucky as to have the members of Aldi's community pop in and discuss sunburns and ice cream in my chat, but I am really grateful that all of you guys are here right now. This is really special for me, to be honest with you. So thank you, Aldi, and thank you for everyone who's just hanging out right now. Kind of like last weekend when you guys all came in. It's like these are the kinds of moments that when you start streaming, you're kind of hoping you'll have. But as I was saying to this Carrot and I were talking about earlier, it's like you start and you're like, yeah, this is what I want, and you feel like it's possible, but until it actually starts happening, you know, you have that little nagging doubt in your brain about it. Are you really a stair block? Or are you a stair block? What's happening right now? Oh, boom, boom. I see why you're a stair block. All right. Question answered. How far back do I have to go to fix this? I have to go pretty far back. That's okay. It's fine. It's fine. The only problem with improvising and not following the actual schematic in front of my face is these moments. And booze. Can't forget the booze. Well, like I said, I'm not much of a drinker, but I respect and appreciate you enjoying. Do I want to place that right this second? What's happening right now? Ah, I fell down. That's okay. I needed to go fix something anyway, so. Can I get up to this stair? My 2.5 block jump height? Nope. That's not going to happen. Might have to sneak around inside here and fill all those in too. That's fine. Where'd the drop block go? Really can't afford to be... Ah, there it was. Can't afford to be wasting blocks. So. Alright, I probably can't make that jump either. Am I wrong? Am I right? I have lots of questions about what you just said, Aldi, but I'll wait until I witness it myself before I ask them. Because I'm sure there's a story that goes along with that. All right. What's going to be the easiest way to get back up once I have fallen down? Do a spot of scaffolding. Do that. Scaffolding is also spawnable, so perhaps not. Really want to avoid any spawning. I really, really, really do. So. All right, so I feel like I can get up on there, and then from there I can get up anywhere else I want to go. So let's do that. All right, back in the saddle. Here we go again. And also, that's interesting. Ah. I may have made a poor assumption about that block the whole way up. That would be unfortunate, because that means I will have to rip it out. Darn it. Turns out that terraforming in Minecraft is a lot easier, arguably more fun, than in real life. If I can put words into Soka's mouth. May not be accurate. Soka may actually have a different opinion than that, but how far do I need to go to fix this? Like right here for sure. All the way down? Yeah, probably. All right. All right. Should have done it right the first time, man. Trying to do something different. It's fine. It's too bad Carrot's not here to admonish me for not trusting the schematic. Because that's only happened to me a dozen times by now. Okay. Just out of curiosity, Soka, are these flower type things? Are they food bearing things in the garden? Or is it like a massive landscaping project that encompasses everything? Just curious. Really, I don't have any stairs at this level. That's fascinating to me. Oh, I do. Just on the interiors there. Okay. All right. That's fine. Ooch. Okay. So resodding, basically. I actually have personal experience of that myself. I have done that as a young man at a friend's house. Still not sure how I got talked into that, but that was a thing that happened. Well, that's weird. Why is there not a block there, schematic? See, you want me to trust you, schematic, and then you go and you do something like that to me. And now what am I supposed to think? This is kind of stuff. This is why I have trust issues. Why is there a gaping hole right there, schematic? Every other spot has a block in that spot. Why do you not have a block in that spot? I don't know, but you should be that block, so go with it. Nice. Nice, Mrs. Hot Cheese. Nice. That's awesome. I live in Southern California, where the kind of land that you're describing would be way above my pay grade. I had a lawn once. I recovered. Hope to never have one of those again, if I'm being honest. Wouldn't mind a garden. That's fun. I enjoyed the garden, although there was some pretty questionable stuff growing in it, mostly bugs spraying. But yeah, I don't ever want to maintain or grow or cut or anything to do with grass ever again. I'm good with that, especially not a half acre. That's way too much. Yeah. No, it wasn't like that. This is before those laws. Come on now. Besides, you grow those in the house, not in a garden. Jeez. Amateur? No, that was we had a flirtation. We had a yard once. That's such a long sordid story, but not appropriate for streaming, I don't think. But anyway, we had a yard once, and we did the whole, like, we had tomatoes, I think, and we had some trees and such. But the tomatoes, man, those attracted some gnarly looking wildlife. Some of the I don't know if they were caterpillars or worms or whatever they were, but good Lord, those things were frightening looking. That was one of the scariest non-venomous bugs I think I've seen in my life. Not to overstate it too much. Anyway, yeah. You had to find those and eliminate those, and you never, at least I never felt all that bad about doing that. I'm like, no, I feel like this is a good thing to eliminate from the earth. I'm okay with this. What's about to happen here? Okay, see, then you do that. That makes me question everything. Actually, I think you're okay. Yes, you're okay. All right, it's just you. It's you in the center. It's you in the center that's causing my concerns. Well, it's also you here in the back, but I don't want to place you because you're going to be spawnable. All right, cool. So nice. I do wish I had a different design at one point that like allowed you to put chests near. So you could, in addition to having just the dispensers, you'd have chests of bone meal on standby. I didn't build that into this design. I think it might not be as hard of a modification as I think it is, but I feel like it is. Yeah. That's usually how I prefer to do anything to do with bone meal dispensers, just because you can burn through the bone meal pretty quickly. Oh, another thing, since you are building it, Soka, another interesting thing about the design that I've discovered, I'd be interested to see if you come up with this as well. This seems to be a Minecraft, possibly even an RNG bug. I'm not sure on this. If you don't encounter this, I'd be interested to know more details about how you build it. This is something I had never noticed before. So I have a row of 16 of them. Every other dispenser runs out of bone meal far faster than the other every row. So just for sake of discussion, odds and evens, let's say. Every even dispenser runs out of bone meal far faster than every odd dispenser does. I don't know why. It's not, as far as I can tell, a triggering thing. It's something to do with the RNG, maybe? Like maybe the bone meal literally grows faster, and so it has more reasons to dispense? Or when it regrows, when the bone meal dispenses and it grows the bamboo, it does it more successfully to back to a stage where the observer detects it and dispenses. I don't know which. I've never been able to figure it out, but it's only something I noticed on this particular time I built it. The last time I built it in a different configuration, and I didn't really have an opportunity to like look at the bone meal dispensers as much as this. But I'd be interested to see if you notice that. If you build them serially, like a one wide in a row. If you don't, then it won't matter, but it won't stop. It will. Eventually. Sometimes it goes for a little while. Sometimes it gets a spectacular run, but it will stop eventually. At some point, the bone meal regrowth will fail to generate another layer, but sometimes it can run for a little bit. Also, Soka, are you doing it on a server, or are you doing it on like your own local version of Minecraft? I'm curious about that as well, since you mentioned that it was running, because it could very much be server tick dependent as far as like the regrowth goes. I don't always know the rules about how Minecraft server ticks work. So I don't know if that's something that, you know, could be a thing, but it seems reasonable. I don't ever stress out about the hopper minecart, by the way, because of the 5-minute despawn time. Like, I'll get bamboo that will sit on top of the block that just broke. If it despawns, oh my god, I don't care. It doesn't really matter. As I've said before, I kind of find how some people obsess about efficiency to be a bad word, because it's like, did I lose a bamboo? Sure. Did I get 5 losing 1? I think I'll be okay with that. But like, yeah, you do have to make sure that the whatever pulls the bone meal out of the minecart will do it. I'm sorry, whatever pulls the bamboo out of the minecart does it fairly quickly. But yeah, it's a 5-minute despawn. Like, the chances of it hanging out there and you not collecting more drops or you losing drops are not very good. But adjust as you need. Single player, okay. Yeah, that may make a difference. Like I said, server tick could matter as far as when the bone meal dispenses and whether or not the bamboo is likely to regrow. The server tick difference could be a factor. I mean, I built the thing in creative. I can't say I really noticed a difference between how it works in creative and how it works in built on my server in my world, but I didn't spend a lot of time analyzing it either, so it is certainly possible. That block is 100% not accurate. I mean, it's just not. And I'm in the middle of glowstone, so I can't see. It looks like it's just 2 slabs. All right. Yeah. Anyway, I'm so excited you built it, Soka. You just have to let me know. Let me know how it works for you. I honestly, me personally, I wish mine was a little bigger, just because I have so many demands. Since I'm using the bamboo for smelting, I have so many demands on it. I just wish it was a little faster to resupply. I feel like I could run myself out of bone meal trying to keep that thing stocked with like using it for all the smelting things that I was using it for. So right now I've got a good supply of bone meal, but when I first was like repairing my tools all the time and having to smelt things, I felt like I was running out fairly quickly. All right. Sorry. I'm forgetting what I'm doing. I'm going over there now. Trying to figure it out. Yeah, okay. That should have been a full block and it was a slab. All right, cool. Got it figured out. That's all that matters. All that matters. That design too, incidentally, you can modify it. That same design will work for kelp, or you can just do the one I did with the kelp in the floor. I wish sugarcane worked with bone meal, but it doesn't. But otherwise, you can modify it and grow sugarcane in the same physical space too, because you can just put a stair with water on it near it to hydrate or to simulate the water. But unfortunately, sugarcane doesn't work with bone meal, which I feel like is an oversight. in the game, because frankly, I think it should. All right, what are you? These are that's you. I got it down. Okay, I need a lot. I need a lot of stuff right at this moment. So let's grab quite a bit of stuff. Welcome to Rifling Through Shulker Boxes with Griffin Prime. Today, I will be searching endlessly through shulker boxes, resupplying myself with blocks that I am running out of all the time. Is this a comment about inventory management in Minecraft? Maybe. Could I keep a supply of shulkers right next to me while I build? Probably. The problem is I move so bloody often that I don't think that ends up being very practical. It worked up top when I knew I was going to be building up there for a while, but like down here I feel like I don't know. If I put them in the center, is it going to be that much faster to get to it than it is right here? I don't think. Oh, hold on one quick second here. I need to evaluate why. There we go. Cool. I have the wrong screen up there. Also, because you're on single player, I am curious if you will see that weird bug. I need to fix all those too. Darn it. Okay, where am I at? Okay, I thought so. I left off over there. All right, let's get back over to where I was. Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Yeah, that's what I thought. One of these is supposed to be bricks, and it's supposed to be this one right here. So I'm gonna fix this. Oh, darn it. Are you serious? Are you quite serious about this? I'd rather have those blocks in the scaffolding. Just saying. If I can pick up the scaffolding later, I will. But if I lose it, I'm not gonna cry. Out over there. No, okay, cool. I'm good. I'm good, I'm good, I'm good. No problem, Soka. No problem at all. Oops, that is a full block, and that is not. That is illegal. Wait a minute. Oh, okay. Alright, 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 alright. Yeah, okay. I was further down than I realized. Sometimes it's hard to read my own tea leaves. Okay, here we go. Yeah, this is where I was. Got it. Okay, alright. Because I ran out of blocks. It's fine. Nope, full block. Illegal. Cannot have. I think I might legitimately actually lose that block. That's fine. Alright, I don't care. I don't need scaffolding. Oops. Forgot that. That needs to be replaced. That's fine. And that's fine. Let's do this. Right, have I reached a point where I can put things in my inventory? I could do. Okay. So, if I can find it, I can put that back in my inventory and not lose it. Doot, 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 doot. All right. That feels good. Oop. Okay. At some point, I'm going to need to figure out what happened to my my stream restream stuff. What time is it? Anyway, checking the time. Oh, same thing. This is also the one. Showing a missing block. Okay. Okay. Boop. Okay. Another one for you. Oops. I was stuck. I'm stuck. Not just yet. Maybe 30 minutes, maybe. Check something real quick. I mean to check this for a while, actually. I don't think there's anything in here that tells me this information. Nope, I don't see it. All right. Let me look here real quick. Okay. I'm in the wrong spot. Fine. No, I don't have another spot. Okay, it's fine. Bear with me here, guys. If anyone's actively watching and wondering what I'm doing, checking on something real quick. In a browser. What just happened? That's not what I wanted. What did I click on? Oh, goodness. I just click on the wrong buttons sometimes. It's fine. Okay. Then that does not go up when you are streaming. That is interesting. Do, 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 do. Don't mind the ghosts floating behind me. It's fine. Oh, there it is. Good Lord. Wow, I could not find that to save my life. Okay, so I just have it set to go till then. Alright, I see. Alright. Okay. It's fine, we're fine, everything's fine. Nothing to see here, folks. Nothing to see here. Okay. Alright, back that nonsense. That off the screen. Boop. Oh, wait. Is this the one? I'm so confused. No, it's not. Where am I at? I'm on... Oh, okay. I'm one of the feet. The problem when I take these little mini breaks is that I forget what I'm doing. And all of the blackstone parts looking the same to me. Okay. Okay. And all right. Oops. Oh, that's weird. I want you over there. Don't be over there. Be somewhere else. Be someplace else. That's awesome. Okay. All right. There and there and there. Okay. And you need to be replaced. Boop, 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 boop. Okay. Oops. I have to do it. I just have to do it. I cannot. Oh, that's not the right block. Cannot leave it. Okay. No problem, my friend. I appreciate it. You know, I figure, I mean, you guys are being awesome and doing some high quality lurking here, and I appreciate that. So I am just casually talking to myself until someone asks a question. So it's fine. uh, yeah. So, but yeah. Cool. That sounds good. I am a little curious about your get together. Wasn't sure when it was. You said you had one later, so I wasn't sure what time. So, but I will be grateful for your time here, regardless. Get together with people. What's that like? That's been a while. Been a hot second since that's been a thing. Oh, man. Oh, man. Come on now. Come back. Ooh, nice. Nabbed it. Nabbed it. Like a pro. I feel like there's another hole. Okay, that's fine. Oh, that's awesome. That's how fun. It reminds me, a long time ago. It's been a while since we've done this. But like, this was my default at the end of high school and then going into post-high school life. I think I mentioned before, I live close to a beach. My friends and I used to have beach parties during the summer. And beach party is overstating it a little bit, because it used to just be we would go reserve a spot at the beach and hang out at the beach because it was summer and you could. So we would show up and, you know, somebody brought the wood and somebody brought the hot dogs and somebody brought drinks. And as we got older, that whole thing became more complicated. You know, people started bringing more and more stuff. At some point in time during that process, it felt more like work than it felt like a fun gathering of friends. And me personally, I got burnt out on it. I don't think I was the only one, but I got burnt out on it. And so we kind of stopped doing them. And I gotta be honest, a couple of times, as I say this out loud, my wife is listening. She might be surprised to hear this, but a couple of times in light of, you know, the whole pandemic and no human interaction, I've actually been thinking, God, a beach party kind of fun. So I don't know what that means. Don't know that I'm going to do anything about it necessarily, but yeah. Idle curiosity. just because we're on the topic and I'm thinking about it now. Do you still have friends from that go that far back? I mean, I don't know. You're talking about the volleyball friends, so I don't know if this was a more recent group of people or... These friends that I'm talking about, like I said, they go back to high school, especially the latter half of high school. And it's definitely one of those situations where everyone has grown up and we all have our own lives and situations. And honestly, it's not even 100% comfortable to hang out with each other. Like, we find ourselves together occasionally for one reason or another, and it's always kind of a good time. Also feels a little bit like it's not. Not explain that. I don't know how to explain that necessarily, other than just like we are all friends in high school due to circumstance. And as we got older and our, tastes diverged, I feel like if we were to meet each other now at this point in our lives, I don't know that we'd be friends, I guess is what I'm getting at. So it's like we don't have that much in common to hang out physically, so it would just be a nostalgia thing. So I think that's why it feels like it's a little weird. Right. Well, and since you don't live in the area, that's definitely a mitigating factor in that. Oops. I don't know why I was thinking that was the right block there. If you lived closer, I suppose it could be a different thought, but okay, no sweat. Always a million places a conversation could go, so. I fell. It's fine. There are times when a rocket is the best way to handle it, and there are times that it's not. Oh, nailed it. Like a pro. Right. You're right, I did a complete circle around this silly thing. Kind of want to go pick up all my little jump up blocks. Because I know I have the one I placed deliberately, but kind of want to get all the other ones I had to jump along the way. Just so I don't find those later and say, what did I put that there for? I don't know. Could also be a good opportunity to make sure that all my stone brick blocks are in the right place. May or may not be a thing. Yeah. Like, select should look okay. Me. Alright. Complete circle is done. Alright, where are we at here? 4, 5, 12, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, roughly 26. Alright. One of those moments where I have to ask myself about efficiency's sake here if this is still the best way to continue doing this. I feel like this way I get the whole thing done. Otherwise I could build 1 foot at a time. It's not like the blocks are varying that much. It's really, my slowness is more to do with me falling down than it has to do with block changes or running out of blocks, but I'm going to run into both of those regardless, so yeah. All right. Sorry. Had to think out loud again. Ah, with the wall. The wall blocking. Ooh, we got 3 feet. 3 feet on here. No feet on the last one. Well, not no, but very few. Now we got lots of feet. Can be a very foot heavy. I don't know why I'm calling the stairs feet all of a sudden. But hey, they're feet now. It's fine. It's totally fine. Okay, that's a stone brick. That's a stone brick. And that's why these exist, because it caps that off. And so I just need a block there. Oh, pff. What just happened? That was all kinds of wrong. Oops. Again. Wrong. Okay. Feet. Okay, time check. I'm trying to be mindful of time here. All right. I think roughly around the time you're heading out, Aldi, I'm going to do a BRB and grab some food myself. I think I'm going to keep streaming for now. Okay, sounds good. Enjoy your evening, my friend. Again, thank you feels insufficient, but I really, really, really appreciate you being here. It's a pleasure to chat with you. And thank you for, you know, hanging out. Just so awesome. So awesome. So have a wonderful time. We will catch you in another time for sure. Enjoy the pulled pork and pulled chicken. Maybe a little extra. Knowing that I'm still thinking about it. It's fine. How did I do that? Oh, because I'm being doofus. That's how I did it last time. Ah, boy. More for wrong blocks. Sometimes I'm not sure I'd be placing any blocks. It's fine. I saw that you added me. I get it on my phone too. So if someone sends me a message, I'll get it on my phone. So yes, I'm not great about signing. I'm not great about checking server messages regularly. I'm trying to get better about it, especially since I'm in your Discord. I just got used to being in the bigger Discords, and honestly, it's like I'm just in the sea of people, and you know, most of what I say in there gets lost. But I'm trying to be more conscientious of like being aware of your Discord community. But if you send me a message directly, I will get it. So I saw that you friended me, and I will definitely check out those links. 100%. And thank you again. Okay, and I just ran out. Nope, I'm good. Yay! All right. That I think that's brilliant. I really like that approach. Yeah, I think it's smart. So there's a lot of discords that don't get used at all. So I think that really is the smartest way to handle it. Block doesn't need to be here. I don't know why I put it in. Be safe out there. All right. Seems like it is. Seems like it is to me. We got some great new people in there already, just since I joined even, so. I think I'm going to go ahead and probably push it till 9. I'm going to take a break, grab some food, and then come right back. I think I'm going to keep streaming tonight. I think I'm rethinking the streaming schedule, but right now I want to stick with going long because, like I said, I'm going to be here playing anyway, so I might as well keep streaming. Carrot will be back probably in a little bit too, so. Great. That's fantastic. Thank you, Aldi. I've had pretty good viewership today too, so I definitely think that this is helping. Have a good night. I can place that in the next. Oh boy, that feels like that is not the same as it's not. All right, I'll have to fix that here. I will have to fix that. I mean, how different? Like, is everything different? Are all of them different? I hate to do this, but I gotta look now. Maybe that's the one that's different. Ah, no. Okay, it's so every time I get to this end. Get to the other way. Executive decision. Let's point them all. Let's go with the majority on this one. Yeah, because these extend up and then they push back into that block too. Yeah, okay. All right, yeah. Let's do this. That makes the most sense to me. All right. Anyone who is still lurking by any chance, I'm going to take a break. Might be a little longer than my normal break. I'm going to grab some food. But probably not too long. So I will take a BRB. All right. Thank you. That was an unexpected reaction from my computer when I went live again. It's fine. There must be a reason it switched that tab, but I don't know why. All right, sorry. I always kind of come back from these things and go live. Strictly speaking, sooner than I am actually like ready to be live. So, all right. Let's see where we are at. If this is worth reporting or not. Oh, that was awesome. I will always take gas tiers. I do not care about gunpowder, but I will always take gas tiers. I even have a chest for it. Is that my camera? Yeah, it's gotta be my camera. That's weird. There's a weird visual tearing right there. It's worse when I point at it. I think it's because it's getting dark. I need to turn some lights on here in a second. right. Well, anyway, I am attempting at the moment to post on social media about going long real quick. So bear with me a second while I pull that nonsense together. Soy dark. That's fine. Those show names. I'm curious, I guess. I can find out from this. You know what? Okay, sorry about that. All right. What did I do with that screen? Sorry. Again, if someone's watching, oh, that hurt. Oh, that one hurt. Oh, that one hurt. There anything? There a draft? No. Darn it. Take two. Don't hit this wrong. There we go. Okay. That's fine. That's fine. Right. I still have a decent amount of light in here, so that little shadow up there's kind of bugging. I feel like I should go ahead and grab the ring light before I get too far into this. Again, if anyone's actually actively watching me, my Twitch is always weird about my numbers. I'm going to be right back. This will be just for a minute. I'm going to go grab light that I'm going to anticipate needing in a little bit. 1 second. Okay, I think I'm good now. Audio seems to be okay. Got a little bit of front lighting. That weird tearing in the top is there, but I think that that's just how it's going to have to be until the lighting adjusts enough to fall one way or the other. All right. So I feel like I'm still a long way from running out of those. I don't know, I feel like I need at least one spot open. I feel like it does better for me when I have that. Was there, or did I start over here? It looks like I may have already started. So, the question I was about to ask. Yep, there it is. That's right, I left off here on the weird one block, the one area that was different. Okay, now that's interesting. I heard him. I don't see him. Did I replace that? I did. Okay. I must just not have known what to do with this area then. Oh, that's right. Okay. Sometimes I feel like I'm reinventing the wheel every time I see the wheel. Okay. It is fine. No, that's going to go up a block, so I don't want to do that. Oh, did I hope I didn't need more of these. I did. Of course I did. Running out of blocks is what I do. Unfortunately. I think it's fairly safe for me to acknowledge that if blocks had been no object, if I felt 100% confident in that idea, that this build would have gone a little different from me. What I don't know is if that would have been faster or not overall. Wish that screen would not do whatever that weird refresh is, because it keeps pulling my eye every single time it happens. Okay, that's interesting. It's interesting. Um, okay, yeah. Oh my goodness gracious me. Wait a minute. Wait, did I lower it? What is happening? Like, wait a minute. This whole block profile looks completely different than it did. And there's a reason why. I have run out. Fortunately, I'm right here, so it's all good. Just one quick thing here. I forgot I expanded that. I'm going to close that down. Okay. All the things I need to grab while I'm here. Okay. Okay, I need stairs. Feel like that's okay. Wait, which just land was? Trying to find a good balance. Between carrying extra blocks and inevitably running out. Because I will eventually run out. So. Yeah, so that's got to be there. Okay. Corners I'm still not quite used to. These take me a little bit more time to resolve when I get to. I'm getting there. By the time I build the last one and move up a level, I'll be an expert at it. Alright, this is one of those facing the wrong way dealios. We will fix that. Not so much on the wall. Not so much on the wall. Okay. I feel fairly certain right this second that I'm missing some wall posts. So when I get done with this go around, I need to try to remember that I need to check my walls on the lower levels, because I feel like I have completely forgotten. All right, so let us revisit. Oh, okay. All right. All right. I'm pleasantly surprised by this information. Because I thought for sure that by this point I had forgotten probably 2 or 3 fences, but it looks like I'm good. All right, sweet. Oh, crunch, crunch. at him. Yeah, I just don't get it. I don't get what I'm seeing here. Just don't get it. All right. You know what? Actually, I want to take a second. Bear with me if you actually are here watching. Feel like was a bust. That was a bust. A boost, I say. Okay, hopefully this doesn't kick me out. No, it didn't kick me out. But it also didn't help my problem. Oh, no, I know I'm on YouTube, because otherwise. Yeah. Actually, that's a little cleaner. I want to know. I am kind of wondering if Yeah. Okay. I'm sorry. Apologies if anyone is watching this nonsense. I am trying to fix a problem that I couldn't fix earlier. I'm not 100% sure. I have a sneaking suspicion that I don't know. I have questions. See, that still doesn't look right. Alright, I'll wait. I'll wait until I can, Okay. Sorry, I'll wait till I can, like, stop and start my actual, stream. I'm gonna pull it up there for now. For now, that is what it's going to be. Okay. Hey, Carrot, welcome back. I'm getting things fixed. My my restream chat interface in OBS crashed when I first started. I was looking to see if I could recover it. And then I decided it'll probably show back up when I shut down and restart OBS, so I'm not going to mess with it too much. And then I had to restart my stream manager on my phone. So I was mussing with stuff. How you doing, my friend? How was the beach? The beach. The beach. I'm going to run out very soon. I can just feel it. You know what? I'm going to put one there too. Nice. That's awesome. Is awesome. I decided I grabbed some food and I decided I'm going to go ahead and run long tonight. I'm definitely thinking a lot about what I was saying earlier. I think you were here about maybe amending my hours to be more conducive for my average viewership times. And right now I'm looking at the very real possibility I won't be able to stream it all next weekend. So there's part of me that's like, maybe I'll decide that after next weekend and keep running today. So I thought I'm going to go ahead and keep going and keep on grinding. At some point, that whole average user thing will become important. But right now, in this exact moment, I'm not going to sweat it too much. I mean, the truth is I just started streaming. And I would never in a million years have imagined I'd be so far along on a lot of my metrics for affiliate at this point. I just kind of figured it would be a little bit before I'd even start thinking or worrying about it. And I got a little caught up in the hype of it because it was like, oh wow, all of a sudden I think I'm just one metric short, and that is the average viewership. And I'm like, you know what, it's okay. This is the marathon. Not 100% sure I necessarily want to be done right this second with it all. Yeah, well, I mean, I feel sometimes like when you're first starting, you could probably enlist some help and get people to come in and join the fight. And, if you do that, then as soon as you get over that hump, then all of a sudden people are going to be like back to what they were doing before, right? So that's another reason why I'm a little bit like, there's been a little bit of hype lately because I have the follower count up on my screen, because I've had some good raids. I had Aldi's community come in I wouldn't say my follower count is artificially inflated, because I think that everyone who's followed has kind of come by it organically, but at the same time, I also know that of the 54 people following me, I average only about 2 or 3 of them that show up on any given stream. So yeah, exactly. A lot of people are willing to drop a follow, and I think that they do it with the mind of, oh, this is kind of interesting. But whether it's interesting enough that they're going to jump back in the next time that they see you streaming, that's a whole separate question. So, and then I definitely don't want to get in the practice of trying to read other people's minds when it comes to this stuff. So it's like, whatever. I appreciate the follow. Like I said, that is a metric. And, why they're not back here or whatever is not really something I can figure out or predict or whatever. So I'm not going to fuss over it too much. I'm curious if that little nub is around here somewhere still. I feel like it's not. Ah, there's the nub. I feel like it's too low. Yeah, all right, so I can take this nub down. Maybe put up a new one. Yeah, I mean, when it comes down to it, the bottom line is, as we've said many times before, there are plenty of people out there who would appreciate what you're doing, you know. But it's not like they're all going to discover you even within the first few months, you know. It's like some people would be willing to follow you if they came in and the chat was hopping and then they were like, oh, this looks like a good place. And if they come in and there's like one person here, then they're less likely. But maybe they check you out in 6 more months and you've got an average of 20 people and they're like, oh, I want to hang out here. You know what I mean? So, like I said, I don't want to spend too much time worrying about it. It is certainly out of my control. Yeah, for sure. For sure on what you said. Faux show. So yeah, honestly, at this exact moment, my biggest concern right now is how to recover when I fall down. I mean, there's a million ways to do it. I'm just trying to figure out, like, practically speaking, I feel like this is going to be the easiest way. And then try not to fall down again. I think after you went to the beach, were you here when Soka was here? Mrs. Hot Cheese? I don't remember if you were still here when they popped in. That stupid update screen. Every time it flashes, I go, what happened? Nothing happened. Oh, cool. Yeah. For a little bit, I had Soka and Mrs. Hot Cheese from Aldi's community pop in. So that was fun. Got to connect with them a little bit. It's interesting. Aldi's hanging out, although I get the feeling that one of the things that Twitch does, like right now my viewer count still only shows 1, even though you're here. It showed 1 this whole time, right? So Aldi stayed in. He said he's going to give me the lurk for the stats. So he remained even though he's left. And at some point I saw my viewership drop down. And I almost wonder if Twitch detects if anyone is AFK. And if they do, they don't count them as a lurker. They don't count them as a viewer. I think they're actually actively detecting AFKs. I don't know that for fact. But that's my operating theory. Because right now, as I look at my users in chat, I actually have a total of 7 entities. But I recognize a few of these, and a few of them are bots. I don't know, nefarious bots or beneficial, I don't know, but like Discord for streamers with a 0 instead of a 0, and then Discord for streamers but underscores underneath it, like bot accounts. Commander Root, PBOJ. Yeah, exactly. So, but my thinking is that these are all bots and they're not real people, and Twitch can detect that now. And I think that that may be one of the reasons. Bot accounts in chat, but not as a viewer. And then active viewers not in chat, but not a viewer. Yeah, like I said, well, and I don't show you because this screen is a snapshot. So if I close it and reopen it, you'll show up now. I'm going to close and reopen it. Yeah. Of course, you're still showing up as a moderator. So, by the way, if you ever want to rescind your moderator powers, if you're like, dude, I don't want this responsibility, please let me know. But anyway, so no, I know you're not a bot. The screen, this particular screen doesn't update in live. I know that it's a snapshot. So every time you bring up users in chat, it's just whoever's there in that moment. So I just hadn't updated it since you popped in. But anyway, and see now as I do this, now I have 3 viewers. When I clicked it earlier before you came in, I only had 1 viewer. But Aldi has been here the whole time. So anyway, I don't know. Oh, I know you're not. Oh, I know. You're fine, dude. I'm picking on you. Anyway, so yeah, but I do still have like social growth account. Typecasting, like these are just not sensical names. The only one that is that I have a PBOJ, which is an actual user account with followers. But they haven't said anything, so I don't know if they're just lurking or if they're, I don't know, like I said, bots. Anyway, that's my theory. My theory is that even though you may have bots in stream, Twitch can detect them, and that's why they don't count. The Aldi guy, no. I'm not sure he's real, in fact. Or you, for that matter. Except for the fact that I've been in both of your streams, and I've technically seen / heard both of you. I'm pretty sure both of you are make-believe. Don't mind the weird ghosts. Ah, that's super creepy how that happens. Strange ghosts. Oh, there's one. Strange ghosts behind me. Anyway. But yeah. There's carrots. Ginger. You are the gingeriest spot I've ever seen. But welcome. I'm so glad you're here. Anyway, what Carrot and I were just referring to. Sorry, Ginger. I'm seeing your name. I didn't even want to explain it. It's a whole thing. Hi, Ginger. Thank you for joining. I now see you as a distinct person. Oh, dude, that's my life. That is pretty much every night for me until I've done that enough times, and then all of a sudden I am beyond sleepy. But yeah, I feel you on that. Carrot and I were just talking about how the Twitch viewer number is janky as all get out. And my thinking is that they actually detect bots and they don't count them in your viewership. I'm also wondering if they don't count lurkers as well. Because before Carrot joined, Aldi's been in my stream the whole time, but he hasn't been counting against my total streaming. So, I don't know. Not sure on that, but that's what we were. Yeah, the crash can be very bad. That is for sure. That is for sure. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, honestly, some of the things that are in my chat are clearly bots. And I don't know why they're not attempting to spam me, but whatever, they're not. So they can sit in my viewers in chat. I don't care. I just wish they counted as viewers, I guess. I just wish they counted for something, but they don't, so it's fine. Oh, it's fine. Whatever. Could be. It could be that they're looking for like certain things said in the chat or whatever. It's fine. It's fine. Whenever I say that, I know that she didn't originate, but whenever I say that, I think of Zombie Cleo. It's fine. It's fine. Which is a definite way of punctuating that. She is in that. She is that. I think it was one of the first, like, it was a season or two ago, Hermitcraft did some like special stream where they were partnered off, and I think it was her and Python and Joe Hills together. And I laughed so much at the three of them, and that's when I really got Zombie Cleo. Yeah, her and Joe Hills. They are quite a dynamic duo. I really appreciate that she championed the whole armor stand thing too on Hermitcraft, because personally I love the armor stands. Carrot knows, I've mentioned several times, I have the armor stand pack on my system, on my server, and I've used it sometimes extensively. Not so much yet here. I will later, but I love the armor stands. It just helps to bring something a little extra to your builds. I know, agreed. They are currently my favorite team. But that's hard to say, because there's so much going on Third Life with all the different weird pairings and teamings that I'm just loving the whole Third Life thing right now. It's really one of the most entertaining things I've seen in a while. But I think what pushes me over the edge with Cleo and B-dubs is it's Cleo and B-dubs. And the two of them have all this history. They know each other well. They interact a certain way. Like, just the way they interact with each other cracks me up. Oh, that's too bad. Yeah, I am a huge fan. And that's one of the reasons why I run my own server. I mean, not the main reason I run my own server is I've never really been invited to play on anyone else's server. But like, even when I've thought about joining someone else's Discord or whatever, it's like a lot of times they'll have strange rules on their Discords, and I'm like, no, I don't think I'd like that. So, okay, what is happening? Why? This is wrong. Goodness. Wow. I tell you what, if it weren't for wrong blocks, sometimes I would have no blocks at all. You know, it's interesting because I knew about him, and it was the end of last season that I started to really dig him. But this season he's really blossomed. But oh, that makes total sense. I am recently familiar with Drath. It wasn't someone I knew of prior to, like, I'd say a few weeks ago. So I totally get that. I knew B-dubs beginning of season 5, I think it was. He was part of the NHO, and I didn't watch any of the NHO hermits, and I only saw a few interactions with them, and it was fine. You know, I saw a couple of interactions with B-dubs, and I didn't quite get his sense of humor at that point. But I've really gotten his sense of humor finally this season, and I actually think he's hilarious, and I think he's a great creator besides, like, the way he creates content. So, oh, nice. Wow. Yeah, you must really enjoy it on that server then. Be part of it for 2 years. Yes. You always wonder like where people get their stuff from, but B-dubs has a certain way of reacting to people that I feel like he's really good at adding quality to his interactions with people. So whatever they throw at him, he's able to digest it and come back quickly with something that is funny and works in the moment. And that doesn't always work. Like, not everyone's great at improv. It's kind of the bottom line. So I know Scar's been hilarious on this too. Oh, that does sound good. That does sound good, Garrett. Oh, we. All right, your Eastern Canadian is showing a little bit there, Carrot. You might want to tuck that back in. Scar is funny because Scar is the builder, and I don't think he's placed one block this season or in Third Life. I think he has spent the entire time just telling Grian what to do and running around and making up friendships. I think that's what he's actually done. And it's been hilarious. It's been the best. All right. I gotta double check things. I think I'm okay. So, there we go. Vanilla soy creamer. I'm okay with that. You know, Carrot, I've never told you this before. Yeah, Evil Scar is so fun. He's also funny because his bark is so much worse than his bite, but he still manages to be so intimidating somehow. It cracks me up. Well, I mean, sometimes that's what matters is proximity, right? Anyway, Kara, I was trying to say, I've never told you this before. I actually went raw. If you, I'm assuming you're familiar with that term as a vegan. I went raw for about 6 months of my life. Really now, yeah. I had a relative who had been doing it for years, and it was during a conversation with them that it was like, you know, I feel like this is something that we should try. And my wife and I did it, and it was interesting. Really interesting. That's an interesting statement, Carrot, because I think I understand what you're saying, but I also would be interested in hearing your specific perspective on that. Yeah, but it was interesting. I realized during that I don't know in the long term. I think later on in time, I'd like to try and be more vegan, more raw. Just because I think it's better for health, but it's hard right now in my life. So let me catch up here. Jeff did a raw thing for a long time. He tries. Yeah, I definitely don't come by it naturally. And I did see the advantages of it, not on the pocketbook, because it is not inexpensive. Who had thought that natural things would be more pricey, but turns out processed foods are pretty inexpensive. Actually, we don't eat a lot of processed foods, but you know, some of the things that they do as raw, present as raw, are expensive. Obviously, fruits and vegetables aren't, but oh, that's interesting. Carrot. Yes, for sure, Karen. It is a lot easier to do now. I mean, when I was young, there was no such thing as a Whole Foods, or maybe there was, but it wasn't like common like it is now. And now, in addition to a Whole Foods or whatever, there's all kinds of other stores that are very similar. And your normal local grocery store has tendency to have more things of that kind. So, but I do think there's a health benefit to it. I 100% do. I don't think necessarily it's a lifelong health benefit, but I realize that's arguable, and I'm not an expert and would not be prepared to debate that with anyone. But I think as I get older, I feel like I would benefit from it more if I try and transition more and more into that kind of a lifestyle. Interesting. Oh, wow. That's really fascinating, actually. Yeah, sure. Send it away. I don't know where I'm at in my life right now with that kind of information, so I don't know if I'm in the right space to receive it. And it wouldn't hurt me to look it over. I know what you're talking about, though, about I don't know who the person you're talking about is, but I've seen a lot of reports lately about there's a certain group of elite athletes who are vegan, who are trying to break the stereotype of you need to be a meat eater to be an athlete. And I believe it. I believe that you don't have to be. I believe that you can do it while vegan. So yeah, but I'm always a fan of information. So no, of course. Absolutely. I'm always a fan of information. I'm just being honest with you too, in saying that, like, right now, I don't know if I'm in the space that I would even do anything with that information. I don't perceive of it as like you're pressuring it at all. I think you're just wanting to share. And I also, like I said, I do think that in the long term, that is definitely something I want to transition into. I've known a number of older people, especially lately, who have, and it just seems like they're doing better in their older years. So, and I'm not old, but I'm old enough to think about it, at least. Yeah, Game Changers, that's the one. That's so awesome. That's so cool. Yeah, well, I mean, if I were being honest, Carrot, that whole thing, that's a whole nother layer on top of it all. That trope specifically is something that I've been waiting my whole life for that to go away. I mean, that is without a doubt, like, I am right there with you on that. Right there with you on that, my friend. That's so cool, dude. I appreciate you sharing all that. I've actually kind of had that question, but at the same time, didn't know how to quite bring it up organically. So it came up organically. That's how it goes. Yeah, anything you want to share, I'm open to it. Yeah, no, I can totally appreciate that and can understand why. Can totally understand that. I don't know that I've ever, me personally, I've never sensed a. I live in Southern California. There's been a joke about us for probably 2 decades now about our alfalfa sprouts, you know. I don't think I'm in the same environment as a lot of people when it comes to those kinds of messages. So I don't feel like I grew up with that notion of food choices being tied in with masculinity per se. Other than actually the one obvious one is the age-old stereotype about salads. But my wife and I transitioned into trying to eat healthier things and being much more aware of how our body feels when we eat unhealthy things as a means of reinforcing the whole, maybe we should have a salad. Doesn't always work. And ice cream is still a thing. But, you know, try to make those healthy choices. Right. Well, everybody is trying to protect their information, trying to protect their I don't want to use the word monopolies, but it's not really a monopoly, but like, you know, people are a lot of places are selling you something and they're trying to protect that sales channel. That's probably the better way to say it. Sorry, Ginger, I hope we didn't lose you, by the way. I don't think we did, but... Right. Well, that's kind of how you have to do it, because I'm sure you've encountered this. When you start pressuring, you'll shut people down a lot of times. And the reality is you can't make anyone change their mind. You have to open the door, invite them to that change, and give them the information, and then trust that they'll get from it what they need. No worries. No sweat. I think everyone who watches Minecraft streaming is also playing Minecraft at the same time. I feel like that is a general truth. I know it's certainly true of me. Ooh. Am I that low on those? I am. I'll run out of those. Oh, of course. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, everyone's what am I trying to say? Sorry, Carrot. I smacked my face against the wall down here and I wasn't completely through with that thought. Sometimes it feels good just for your own purposes, but at the same time, that doesn't necessarily mean it's effective at influencing anyone. Yeah, I think I know what you mean by that, for sure. For sure. Sorry, I'm messing with my microphone again. Sorry about the weird noise there. But yeah. What I miss about being raw was a sense that I felt good. I felt good in my body. What I don't miss about it, and the ultimate reason why I ended up letting it go, was there were still things in this world that I wasn't prepared to completely give up. And the thing about eating raw is they counsel you not to be 100%. I believe they counsel you not to be 100% because it's not easy to sustain. So if you try to do it 100%, you're more likely to give it up and fail, as I did. Fail. It's a harsh word, but to give it up. But there were things that I wasn't prepared to give up long term. And those are the ultimate things that I kind of turned back to, and that kind of reshifted me back. I did feel a great deal of the time when I was eating raw like I was hungry. And not hungry necessarily like nutritionally speaking, but sometimes we use food as a therapeutic and not just as a food source. And right or wrong, that's a thing. You know, the whole eating ice cream when you've had a hard day thing is a thing. And it takes a lot of reprogramming to overcome some of that. Not that it can't be. But, and, like I said, I feel like I do believe in the long run that's something I want to transition back into for sure. That is unacceptable. Yeah, satiation is a great way to put it. That is a good way to put it. And I didn't have any golden carrots. Maybe if I had golden carrots, maybe that would have tipped the scales and the balance. Right? So bummed. All right. I'll tell you what though. Those things you mentioned, like the vegan cookies and the specially created versions, if you will, of those foods, you know, the ice creams and the stuff like that. Those are the things that were ultimately the biggest challenge cost-wise when it came to eating raw. Because the raw treated versions of those things, I give you a great example, a raw cheesecake, which is really freaking delicious, by the way. It was a cashew cheese, I'm pretty sure. I don't remember what the crust was. It was some version of nuts, but I don't remember like what. Actually, so delicious. Tiniest slice in the world. Like the equivalent of a Dixie cup on a plate. And it was like $8-9. It's like, but so good. Yeah, well, that is true. Right, because it's become more popular lately. Oh, that's interesting. We've had a few. We had a few back in the day. Like I said, my relative had been doing it for years. And he was part of a group of people who have been doing it for years. Did I just not build? I guess I just didn't build those. That's weird. Okay. Sometimes I just forget to build things. That's what I've learned today. Oh, wait a minute. I'm starting to see a pattern with what's happening here. Think that I have lost track of where I was actually working. I will say too, of that relative that I'm speaking of, he has moved away from that since. He also had a friend who moved away from it too. That for reasons I won't gossip about them, but Ginger, you have no idea. You have no idea. Hey, look, I built this whole thing. I don't know how many blocks that is. I wish I did. I wish I could have a way to break that down, but I did build that whole thing, so I mean, that's progress. Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate it. I am pretty happy with this. I think of the work that I did, I feel like I put a lot of specific effort and love into that tower because it was a singular tower. And then that's followed a little bit by like the buildings that exist on the tops of these outer towers too. So I'm pretty happy with how they turned out. I am looking forward to actually moving my Minecraft life into this structure and fleshing out the interiors of these two. But that's okay. I mean, the truth is this whole thing would go a lot faster if I wasn't streaming, but then I wouldn't get to have fun conversations. So I think I'd rather have the fun conversations, even if it takes a little longer. Yeah. Well, I try to be. I don't always succeed, but I try to be. I think one of the things I try to be sensible about, Carrot knows, is whether I'm better off switching to building vertically on these things or building layers. And sometimes the answer is obvious. If I have one section of the building where it's the same block over and over again, going vertically, it makes sense to do that. But this particular one, I really only am using 2 basic blocks. So I feel like building it, the one layer at the time, is actually serving me. And right, did I actually start any of this? I am so confused. I feel like there's a spot. No, that looks like that's part of that. Let's go get more of these blocks. I am trying to compose, as I've said many times to Carrot before, he's probably sick of me saying it, but I'm trying to compose replay mod in my head too. And figure out like what footage is going to look the most interesting when I time lapse it and speed it up. Ah, so I am lower on that than I thought I was. So that's weird. Seem to be going through that faster than I would expect I was going through that. Interesting. Yes, sir. This again, indeed. Okay, if both of those are yellow, that would imply that whatever I did there was actually not a mistake. But I cannot be 100% certain, so I will investigate this. Oh. The whole slab, double slab thing. It's fine. It's fine. All right. Oh, nice. Boy. So much to say. The first time I went after and drained an ocean monument, I honestly felt like I had beaten Minecraft for the longest time. I went in, I burrowed in from underneath it. This is like a long time before I even knew there was easier ways of doing ocean monuments than I do now. But I burrowed in from underneath it, and I drained the entire interior of it without touching the exterior at all. And I ran around inside. I drained it, and I cleared out all the blocks, so it was a giant shell of the ocean monument. The exterior was 100% normal. And I honestly felt like I beat Minecraft. It was so cool. I know. It's one of the bigger structures in Minecraft. And it's actually really gorgeous. Like, some of the stuff that came out, some of the structures that came out, like, around that time, were fine. The Woodland Mansion is impressive. Like, they did a nice job of making that a variable structure at its size. But the Ocean Monument, like, is a nice looking build. It really is. And it has a little bit of variability on the interior to it too, so. But, yeah. I feel that. Although, Ginger, I think we already determined earlier in Aldi's stream that you have to start streaming because you already have all the followers you need, so. I'm pretty sure that was decided, wasn't it? That was voted and announced. You were going to start streaming imminently. I'm pretty sure that's what I saw anyway. Wall of blue glass, got rid of the water outside. And then drained the inside. Yeah. Yeah. That's fun. That is so fun. I've done the sand draining where I cleared the guardians. The Elder Guardians, and then I went up above it and I dropped sand on it and cleared all the water that way. And then I also went in once, the last Guardian one, the one I think I posted in Aldi's thing. I went in and I went underneath it and I placed the soul sand blocks underneath. And then I snuck in and I broke all the blocks that were stopping the soul sand from being bubble columns. And that's how I created that. That was a little bit scarier, but that was fun. Well, I feel like at this point, I mean, I don't know what your setup at home looks like. But obviously you enjoy the game. And you can't hang around so many streamers and not pick up a trick or two. So, you know. And there's multiple ways to look at it. You could be doing it like, oh, I really want to do it to make money and be famous. Or you can be like, well, I'm going to play anyway. And people might actually enjoy hanging out with me while I play or seeing what I work on or whatever. All right, fair enough. Like I said, it was decided earlier today in Aldi's stream that you were a streamer now. And it was just a matter of time. So there you go. I'm going to operate off of that information until told otherwise. I mean, I followed you already, so I'll be there. Oh, sure. That makes sense. I feel like your biggest challenge there too would be to just not appear like you're competing in any way, which I don't think is an actual concern. Then again, as someone who's recently started streaming myself, despite following a number of streamers for a number of years, I do realize that I have what could be a biased perspective on that, but I'm not known for any of the streamers either, so that also changes that calculation a little bit. It'd be a little different if that was how most of the people who know you. Right. Well, and I don't even necessarily, like I said, I think there's a lot of people streaming out there. I think that that's just the nature of the beast. I would think the concern would be more like you appear like you are trying to siphon off his audience, like using your name, using the people who know you, and streaming at the same times he does or something like that. But again, I genuinely don't think that's a real concern, but I know how people talk sometimes, and I could imagine that would be one of the things that people might bring up if they're mad about it or jealous or whatever, you know. And having said all that, none of that may be any of your concern whatsoever. You may have completely different thoughts. Right. And I don't know Pix myself. I know of him, but I don't know him personally in any way, shape, or form. But I would think he would feel like a lot of streamers are, that, you know, it's fun to stream, it's fun to play. So, you know, we want to encourage other people to do it too. So, yeah. That's true. You are in a position of authority. That is definitely something I have not been involved in. So there are probably thoughts there that I would never have, because I have carefully avoided moderating so far. Yeah. I don't know, Ginger. I have literally only just met you and only spoken to you directly a few times, but I suspect you attract the right kind of people who will be able to help with that. You don't strike me as anyone who attracts a toxic type of people, so. Yeah. It was actually just earlier. I realize I was about to say this might sound negative, and this is not negative at all. But I was just thinking earlier that one of my challenges as a creator is there's so many great creators out there. Sometimes I catch myself just enjoying what everyone else is doing instead of creating on my own. It's something I need to be better about, but I also don't say that as a means of implying there's too many creators. I love watching people play the game. It's just fun, you know. I love watching what people do in this game. I love that people have the ability to do so many things in the game too, that's how the game is set up. Yeah, that's cool. That is cool. Well, like I said, I look forward. I look forward to whatever that ends up looking like for you. And I'm already liking you, so I'm already going to see when it happens. I'll definitely keep an eye out. And I assume you'll post in Aldi and Mike's Discord as well, so. Well, we've never seen your building, right? I think the reality with this whole streaming thing is that there's a measure of personality involved. You can't completely get away from that, you know? You're going to go into a stream and you're going to make a 20-second judgment call about what you're seeing happening, and either the person themselves or what they're doing is going to intrigue you or it's not. So obviously who you are as a human is going to be, especially since so many people know you and so many people think of you highly, that a lot of people are going to want to be there to hang out with you. And I can build. As I said before, I feel like I'm the most technical person on the planet. I know it's probably not true, but I feel like it. And if I can build that and people who are creative can look at it and go, that's really cool, then I feel like anyone can build. It's just a question of what you're good at building. I'm sure there's some measure of natural talent when it comes to like being creative in Minecraft, but I also feel like the game itself kind of lends itself pretty well to expressing your particular version of creativity, which is going to play on your strengths better than a lot of other games. For instance, my creativity does not express myself well in building structures while in the middle of a firefight. So Fortnite is not my strength. Not even slightly. Oh God, Ginger, I know what you're saying. I feel that. I feel that. Yeah, I know what you're saying. And as someone who understands exactly what you just said, I feel like I'm many years away from identifying with the first part of your statement. Things in my life have gone a little differently, and I feel like that's not necessarily 100% true for me all the time, and I still feel that at my core. Like I have never completely, no matter what I've done in my life, no matter what community I've been a part of, that's never completely gone away. So I feel what you just said so completely. And as someone in that position, don't let yourself be too guarded about being swept away by it, because you don't want to miss out on the genuine appreciation or adulation that you get. That is deeply intended and should be deeply felt, because you're afraid you'll get a big head about it, you know. That's just my thought. I know that I struggle with that a little bit. Yeah, the scars are still there, 100%. Identify with everything you just said, 100%. Yeah. Yeah. And I'm definitely not pretending, as I advise that, I'm not pretending that I know. I haven't figured that out. I just know the feeling, so I feel like I can comment on it. But yeah, I think that it's a very streaming is a very weird thing. It's been very difficult for me to completely reconcile that. I gave myself the excuse that I was going to start streaming because I finally created something that I thought this would be of interest for people to see, which is an achievement for me in and of itself. But shrouded in that is also kind of ignoring that me myself would have something to offer, which was never a condition of me building this thing. And I'm still learning to accept that about myself, I guess, you know. That's the hardest thing. If you grow up in the environment with the assumption that you're not liked because you're not good at something, like that's, I think, kind of the standard response to it. It's hard to ever like completely trust yourself and feel like, oh, okay, I'm actually good at this. You know, like people see that value in me, you know. That's really hard. It takes a lot of almost self-discipline to be able to acknowledge that, you know. Yep. Well, there's always the next one. And that's the good thing, you know. We should always have the next challenge. It's what keeps it interesting. I also don't necessarily think anyone really sees this really much different. I just think that the way that they may think of it or refer to it is in different terms that are more relatable to themselves, but I think effectively it's the same. And I look forward to seeing what you do with it. I get weirdly, like, it's probably just because it's a reflection of my own journey, but whenever I see like someone who is well regarded but doesn't stream, because you kind of assume a lot of people on here stream, but when you find out someone doesn't stream and they're thinking about it and people are encouraging them, I get excited when I hear that they're like thinking about it themselves. You know, it's like there's a reason all these people are encouraging you, I guess, you know. Yeah. Well, that's that double-edged sword, right, Carrot? You know, we're talking about how toxicity can exist too, and unfortunately, we all know that that's there as well. Humans are all of the above, all of the time. The internet just makes it easier to find them. Makes it easier to put them in front of your face and rub your noses in it. But yeah, I will forever be grateful for the opportunity to reach across what would normally be very limited social circles that are, you know, stuck within geographic areas or geopolitical areas, but that's a heavy word. Yeah, I don't. That's an interesting statement, Ginger. And I would gently probe that statement if you want to go into more detail about what you mean exactly by that. And at the same time, I don't want to pressure, because that could either be a benign statement or a very personal statement. And I don't want to pressure you to go into that if you're not comfortable with it. But the biggest thing for me is it started off being all the people that I was meeting, all the people. I've spent time in the music and the theater worlds in my life, locally, and the biggest thing for me was being able to stay in touch with people as I meet them, because those kinds of things are always so project based, and you would come together for a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, a month, and then you'd split apart and you'd maybe see them on another project, maybe not. And the internet was great for maintaining those relationships. But then later on, it was literally about finding your tribe, you know? And I don't think that that's always reflected well. I think tribalism is a bigger problem now, but I also think that we have to find that balance between finding our tribe and realizing that that doesn't mean we're automatically at war with the other tribes. If that makes any sense. Let me catch up here a little bit too on chat. Carrot, I would challenge that statement a little bit, and I would flip it. I don't think it's a majority. I think it's a minority, but by its nature, it's a visible minority, a very visible minority. If you think about there's 7 billion people on the planet, and what percentage realistically do you actually have a problem with? I think you'll find that number is flipped. That's not discounting what you're saying, because there's still a significant number but I don't think it's a majority. I think it's the other way around. Just my perspective on that. And yes, with the second part of what you said about being in touch with people, like that's the good thing about it. Like, you know, my parents used to write letters, but the reality is they wrote 1 or 2 letters to 1 or 2 people. They didn't keep in touch with almost literally everyone they've ever come in contact with. And sometimes beautiful things come from those contacts that you were never expecting. So I can catch up some more. No stranger dealing toxicity. That's true. That's true, Ginger. That is true. Yeah. Well, like I said, I won't push you on it. If you want to discuss it here or elsewhere, totally open that. But I want to be sensitive to it. And at the same time, if you feel like you want to go into it, that's 100% welcome. So a very vocal Carrot. Kojiro, welcome, my friend. Oh my goodness, it's so nice to see you here. Hey guys, Kojiro is I believe we know each other from Tango, right? Or Impulse, one of the two, but I think Tango. He's a Minecraft streamer, and he and I follow each other on Twitter, and I've popped into a couple of his streams, but anyway. I love that. I love that, Ginger. I agree. I'm not in his community. I've been in 1 or 2 of his streams in my time. I'm sure that's true because I know how mods work and I know how they help contribute to that environment. It starts with the streamers for sure. The streamers help set that expectation. But the mods are 100% responsible for helping reinforce that. So I have no doubt that that's true. And I also have no doubt that your perspective has helped you become that person as a moderator because you understand that. You have that empathy. Yeah, I don't remember. I'm pretty sure it's Tango. But I mean, we all follow both in my experience anyway. No, I'm brand new still, Kojiro. I've got nothing at this point. You can't earn channel points with me, right? That's an affiliate thing. I got to be honest with you. If there's channel points in my stream, I'd be shocked. Because I've really not looked into it, but I just have assumed this whole time that's an affiliate thing. And I got nothing. Yeah, okay. I do have... I know, absolutely. Hey, I was telling Aldi earlier, Ginger, I can't believe I've come this far, this fast already. I was really not even stressing about it when I first started. I'm like, I'll be happy if I just consistently set up a schedule and just keep doing it. I will be completely content with that. So the fact that I was even looking at the possibility of affiliate was like, oh, okay, wow. I gotta think about this now. But, you know. Hey, Kojiro, I do have, if you hover on my screen on the right-hand side, I do have a GIF. I have Giphy link that right now is currently wide open. I can receive GIFs. That's one thing I do have. It's funny because almost nobody knows it's there. I forget about it a lot of the times, but like I think you actually have to hover your mouth over this mouse, not your mouth, your mouse over the screen. So yeah, that's the thing. Well, no, Kojiro, I also have to clear my average viewership, and that's the one I'm struggling on. And as I'm aware and previously have discussed, my problem is I tend to stream for a long time, so my average viewership suffers because I stream for so long. And I know that, and I'm also not sure I want to do anything about that just yet, just because the way I stream kind of works for me at the moment. And I was talking about Carrot earlier, like I'm almost prepared just to keep doing what I'm doing and hey, look, there's one of the things I've got. I'm kind of prepared to let it be what it is and just keep doing what I'm doing, and hopefully that number, but you have to have an average of 3 viewers on your streams, and I'm still under that number. So until I reach that, I can't apply. So someday. You know, Carrot, when I first mentioned it, it's because in my view as the channel owner, it pops up, but I had a reason to click on my stream earlier when I was checking something, and I noticed that you had to hover for it to pop up, and I didn't realize that was a thing. So it's fine. But yeah, it's an Easter egg. It's good because that means people can't abuse it. I already have hard enough time with teeny bops. I don't know. I don't know if they're teenagers, juveniles coming in and doing naked ASCII art. So I don't need them having GIF power too. Although I think Giphy is filtered, so. Oh, Ginger. Yeah. I cannot say enough about him, his energy, and his community. I mean, I've thanked him so many times. Just what an absolute, to use an overused word, blessing. What an absolute blessing. I cannot say enough about it. Thunder Roar, welcome. Thank you for jumping in on YouTube. I always appreciate YouTube people jumping in. It's so hard for anyone to find me on YouTube. Every time someone jumps in on YouTube, I appreciate them being here. So welcome. If those of you who are like in Twitch, if you're just looking at Twitch chat, obviously I have a restream chat on my screen, and you can see the people who are not in Twitch, which is not common, but it does happen periodically. Oh, I didn't realize that, Kujira. I thought you actually had to apply. I didn't realize that they actually reached out to you when you hit the metrics. My bad. That's interesting, though. You know, Carrot, that particular extension doesn't allow any configuration, but I've seen other streamers who have tied GIFs not only to like its own page, but also to subscriptions. So at some point when that becomes a thing, I definitely want to lock GIFs behind some sort of a not everyone can use it wall. I don't know necessarily a subscription wall, but like at least some sort of qualification so I can't have new people come in and spam gifts. But I don't have that problem right now, so right now I'm okay with my choice. Someday I won't be, but right now I'm okay with it. Hi, Restream bot. Is that what it looks like on your side, Thunder? Does it look like Restream bot's talking to you, or do you actually see the names? Because it's supposed to pass people's names along back to you. Or maybe you have to look at it on the screen too. Maybe on the YouTube side, on the YouTube chat, it looks like it says Restream bot. I do dual stream, Kojiro. Oh, that's interesting. Well, I'll think about it. The reason I stream to both, the reason I use Restream is because I don't have a reason not to. When I first started, I didn't have any specific reason to be exclusive to Twitch. Twitch is more discoverable, but at the same time, YouTube has its purposes. So I felt like, why not do both? I didn't have a reason not to. But if that's a condition, then if I get to that point, then I'll think about it. I mean, the reality is, with due respect to, let's go with Thunder. Thunder, that's you're not the only person. I have someone else who follows me on YouTube, and it's a very similar thing. They don't use Twitch, and YouTube is what they do. So, but it's also not a lot of people on YouTube. That's the actual reality of it. Like, discoverability is famously bad on Twitch, but it's non-existent, I think, on YouTube as far as streaming goes. As far as like videos go, that's its own thing, I think. But that's interesting. I haven't noticed a difference. I'm not gonna lie, my laptop's pretty good. I've been very happy with its performance. But I hadn't noticed like a real significant difference processing wise. I just kind of figure the way Restream works, at least in my head, is my stream actually goes to Restream. So I'm streaming one time, and then they split the feed into the two different services. I'm not streaming literally to both. I'm streaming to one thing, and they're actually doing the restreaming service. I think that's how it works. I could be wrong. I haven't done a lot of digging behind the hood on it. Oh my goodness, Ginger. Yeah. It's been wonderful talking to you, Ginger. I knew it would be. I've seen you around enough to talk to you, so I really am grateful for the chance to connect with you. So Thunder Roar. Woo! That's my primary method of video making is streaming. If you look at my channel on YouTube, I am mostly the streams or YouTube's produced content, and that is generally I do time lapses of my weekend streams on YouTube, and I'm also trying to introduce other things. Time, I mean, that's always a challenge, you know. It's like I keep telling myself as I learn how to do things and I get better at doing them that I will be able to churn out more faster. But you have to climb that hill of learning so that you get better at those things so that things are faster. You can only work your way through that issue, at least in my opinion. You got to just plug away at it, and you know. As I was telling Carrot earlier, I'm definitely getting faster at like video editing. I'm able to make smarter, better, more informed choices than when I first started, and that helps me to be faster. Not always universal, because I have a video I just posted on YouTube last night. It's a 30-second video. It only took me a total, I think, start to finish of 30 minutes to create that video. It's not highly produced, mind you, but so I was really happy about that because it was a real quick turnaround. But then I ended up spending 2 hours creating the thumbnail for it. So still learning. You get better at some things, and then you have other things to learn. So, yeah, that's what I would say on that. Like, just keep working at it, and as you go, hopefully you're faster at it, you know, and you can do more. I also know a lot of YouTube creators who only produce one video a week. So if that's all you can do, then that's all you can do. I mean, that's just how it is, you know. At some point, it's got to give way to reality. Oh, wow. I mean, it's a pretty solid system, Kojira. The 1050 Ti is a few generations, but I know a lot of stuff is kind of, well, no, I mean, encoding's not GPU bound, and that might be a big difference. All of my encoding is happening at the GPU level. And obviously, Minecraft isn't taxing the GPU, so, you know, so that could be, but your bottleneck could be your GPU, I suppose. I'm catching up here. Shortages and all that. And I do know that the mid-tier things, which are still an improvement, a decent price. Ah, okay. Yeah. Pre-builts is flipped is because computer systems now are faster than when the reputation about pre-builts versus customs first started, which goes back to my early days in computers. It used to be the pre-built systems were just straight up trash when it came to the equipment in them, because the good equipment was more expensive. And you had to kind of know what you're looking for. Nowadays, the equipment is roughly the same. I mean, they know that people are looking to buy gaming components, and they'll just stick them in a PC. So a lot of times your good components will still be in a computer that you can get even from Dell, to be honest with you. I mean, even Walmart had a passable gaming PC. It wasn't the best, but you could definitely stream and game on it. So I think that that's another reason why that has changed, not just the current part shortage. Interesting, Kojira. Like I said, Thundor, keep at it, my friend. Just keep plugging at it. The biggest thing about it, I can tell you, is that if you keep working at it, it will get easier. It will get faster. You'll get better. I mean, considered like regional outages, that could also be a thing too. It might be because I live near a major metropolitan area called Los Angeles that things are a little bit more available. Also, I haven't been part shopping in a while. My current technology job hasn't required me to do much other than procure printers, and those were hard late last year, but they're a little easier now, although not what they were before the pandemic. So. Wow, that's wild, Carrot. That's wild. That's wild. Yeah. Although, Carrot, I gotta say, buddy, if that's seriously the equipment you're working with, your streams are pretty damn solid, and your videos look great. So I'm not saying you don't need the equipment or wouldn't like it. I'm just saying that you're definitely doing pretty well if that's what you're running on. I'm seriously. I mean, by all means, jump on Kojiro's generosity. And just so you know, from my perspective, your stuff looks good. So do it because you want the extra breathing room or the extra faster render times. Because yeah, see, have it's a big field, but that earns me just enough money to upgrade myself a good system within possibly streaming in mind, but also being able to like play good games and all that. I have a 2070. RTX. I'm not mad about it. My processor's an older processor. It's a Generation 8 processor, but it was a good processor. And again, it's Minecraft. I would have loved to have had a better processor, but at the price point I was looking at, it wasn't available. So it's good. It's fine. Yeah, dude. No, I'm serious. With that equipment, Carrot, your stuff, any improvement you can make is just going to probably make your life be better. But your stuff looks great. So just whatever that's worth. About amount a month. Okay, so Kijiro, how is it so far? Like, is it night and day different? And I don't know if you changed anything else, like you went to solid state drives or more memory or faster memory or any of that, but I'm just curious about your experience with it. I mean, honestly, based on your numbers, I would say that that's a marked improvement. But I also know speed in Windows 10 is totally subjective. Windows 10 has this capability of making even the fastest computers seem like they're still slow somehow. Oh, I love this connection, though. I love that. I love that Kujiro might have something that Carrot can use. That's awesome. You know what, though, Carrot? That's an acceptable bottleneck, in my opinion. I mean, you play Minecraft. The GPU is, to be honest with you, only useful for rendering and coding. It's the GPU is handling all of my Twitch encoding, and I have zero complaints about it. I've been streaming for 9 hours and 14 minutes, the full 6000 kbps 1080p, and I have dropped 0 frames. I am 100% happy with my GPU on the encoding because Minecraft just doesn't care. Someday it might, but right now it doesn't. Yeah, Kajiro, yeah, yes, for sure. Gaming and streaming at the same time. That's one of the biggest things I noticed when I changed, when I upgraded my machine too. Is like I could stream Minecraft, but I could. It was a huge draw on my resources. My frames were unacceptable. And I couldn't stream Overwatch. Not that I do, but that's like one of the only games I was kind of playing at the time. So yeah, I feel that, buddy. I feel that. I'm glad. I'm glad to hear that. If you haven't already, and you probably have, make sure you look into OBS's streaming settings for the encoding, and make sure that you go through it and kind of do a little reading on how NVIDIA handles. I feel like NVIDIA has done a good job of building a lot of that stuff into their cards. And I know OBS is great at detecting it, but just in case, doesn't hurt to double check the settings and, tweak them. Yeah, Carrot, for sure. For sure. I mean, there's something to be said about a good CPU bound single thread game that was built 10 years ago that's still producing new content and is still one of the consistently biggest games out there, streamed and viewed and purchased. Such a weird world. Such a weird world. Yeah, I feel you because you're continually producing the content. But like when you do some sort of a crowdfunding thing, I guess, you can build in a stream that you're thinking of. But like if you do it personally, you can only tap that source so often, I guess. And I feel like I don't know if I'd want to save that for an emergency. I guess. I don't know. It's a carrot. Of course it's a carrot. How could it not be a carrot? I'd be disappointed. I'd be disappointed if it weren't at least orange somewhere. That's cool. That's cool, Kujira. Did Vloop? I mean, I was kind of aware of what Vloop was doing. Was it part of his stream, or did he just do it on Twitch? Because Vloop is one of those people that honestly I don't make it into his stream as much as I would like to if I had infinite time in the world and, you know, was able to follow every single streamer all the time, all the hours of the day I want to follow them. Yeah, well, I mean, that's I don't know. If you ask me, that's kind of the baseline. That's the baseline for taking donations in streaming, is the idea that any donations that people are willing to give will help you to make your streaming better. So if they support you, if they like what you're doing, then anything they donate will help improve that. But a GoFundMe. But like I said, I guess what I was wondering is if he did it did he promote it as part of his stream, or did he like just rely on his friend network? Maybe an irrelevant question, but I feel like it's relevant because I look at it differently. I look at tapping into my friends for something versus tapping into my streaming world as two different things. And maybe that's different for other people. As I've mentioned before, I'm keeping my existing world, social world, separate from my gaming because I really want to be able to do the gaming thing. Twitter, okay. Yeah. Well, I mean, bottom line is he did it, so that's good. That is good. I know that for me, I did a little bit of streaming back on the Mixer days with, okay, why do I always feel like I am rebuilding the same area? Because I keep getting distracted, that's why. It's really not that hard of a question to answer if you think about it. Back in the Mixer days, I was streaming on my old equipment, which was, I think it was it was actually a dual 940. But Minecraft doesn't care that it was dual. The fact that it was dual is the only reason I could even do much of anything with it. Like, I don't think even OBS cared that it was dual. It just I had one GPU free to encode and had nothing else to do. But it wasn't that powerful, so, you know, it was fine. But I knew I wanted to go ahead and upgrade that experience. So, like I said, I was fortunate that I have this other seasonal job that I do, and it just happens to be something that is able to fund that. So, oh, I ran out of that block. That's probably why I stopped building. What did I see over there? Weird. Oh, wow, that's incredible. Oh, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast. That is the wild card, man. That is the ultimate wild card. That boy out there blowing people's minds, changing people's lives. And it's just a normal stream day for him. So wild. It's just so wild. Yeah, oh, 2,000%. 2,000%, Kajero. I mean, that's just... I mean, like... Yeah. I don't know how you find your way on that list. I mean, it's obviously can be completely random. How do you find yourself on that random list, you know? That's so cool though that happened for him. I always love that little extra bit of the people are able to do something more with it, you know. They get what they needed and they get so much extra due to the people's generosity that they're able to do a little bit more with it. That makes me happy. I mean, that's kind of effectively what Beast does. Beast has built that sort of a mechanism into his existence where he gets and he's able to ask that. Did I not pick up the block I needed? It's happening. It's fine. I'm distracted. That's fine. It's a streaming thing. It's what happens. It's streamer brain. It's very common. Happens to everybody. You think so, Carrot? Or, no, sorry, Kojiro said it. Looks up 0 viewers and they have to have a face cam. I know at least your percentage of what he's doing is for the reaction of it. I've watched enough of him to know that that's one of the payoffs for him, is being able to watch his gift impact someone, you know? So it makes sense that it'd be a face cam thing. Oh. Some point in time, I just have to accept defeat. I suppose right now is that moment. So Kajirov, I've only been able to sneak into your streams now a couple of times so far, and I've been wanting to ask you, are you on a Patreon server, or are you on your own setup at this point? It was not something I was clear on when I was watching last time. And I may have, honestly, I may have missed something in your notes about it. I get frustrated sometimes when people don't read what's on the screen, but I have to admit I didn't, so I'm that person today. Single player, okay. That's been a lot of people have been talking about that lately, I feel like. I guess I just assumed everybody was playing on a server, and I was the only one who wasn't. I'm playing on a server. But it's a family server. So it's one step above a single player world, because it used to be that I was running a LAN server on my own machine for the family to play on, and then at one point in time we were all playing often enough that I wanted everyone to be able to have persistence and play whenever they wanted rather than waiting for me to boot it up. So I got us a Realms, which is honestly one of the best things Mojang has ever created. And after playing on Realms for a little bit, I realized that I could actually set up a Minecraft server for not much more, or right around what I was paying for Realms. And I'd be able to AFK, which is the one thing you cannot do in Realms that I wish they would change. But I get it, because part of how they keep their costs down, since they're using Amazon Workspaces, is that they are allowed to shut those instances down when they're not being used, which is cheaper than persistence. But that's ultimately why I set up a family servers, because I want to be able to log on and have persistence and also AFK. That makes sense. And I gotta be honest with you, Kajiro, like, have you been part of Titancraft? I mean, that gets directly into that question earlier of whether I know you from Tango or Impulse. I mean, you could have been part of... I don't remember Impulse's name, server name. Okay, I thought so. I thought you were. I honestly looked at Titancraft when I first came across it because I thought this looks like it would be perfect. Here's a bunch of people who love Minecraft as much as I do, who are doing fun, amazing things. There's some really cool people on here, and I wasn't 100% sure that's exactly what I wanted. And one of the reasons was exactly what you just stated, which was I've had the benefit of being able to play at my own pace and just do my own thing and be dependent on myself and dependent for myself. And that's worked out. That's been my speed, basically. I do want to find or create a server for people at some point. But like at the time that I discovered Titancraft, it was like, I don't know. I was on the fence about it. And then since then I've learned things, about Titancraft that I'm like, I don't know that I'd actually want to be on Titancraft. It's nothing bad. Like, you know, I love Tango. I love his community and the people. But like recently I just heard that they don't allow Litematica on Titancraft. And it was because some people were upset about Litematica. And I thought, see, that's something I don't want on a server. I don't want someone else. I don't want another group of people saying, no, you can't use a tool because we don't like you using that tool. Like, I understand making your own choice about saying, I don't use X, Y, or Z because it feels wrong. Like Tango famously wouldn't use zero-tick machines because he thought it felt cheaty. Won't use TNT dupers, same reason, right? That's fine. It's a personal choice, but to like make that a decision for other people who are there, I don't like that. I'm not a big fan of that. So, but I only discovered that recently. So, yeah, that's a challenge too, Kajiro, because like sometimes people, and I've been there myself, so I understand to some extent, but like some people are just like, I'm done playing, and the only interest that they have is they want to start over. And I get that because like when you first reset the world, you have an automatic set of goals. But yeah, I mean, everybody on the server kind of has to feel like they're at that point together, and that's tough to manage with that many people, you know? Yeah, single player can be a long term. Yeah, right. How you can and can't play, what tools you can use. I mean, some things make sense because you're in a community environment. You know, a lot of servers have restrictions on how many iron farms you can have, or other things that affect lag for everybody. And I feel like those are necessary evils, especially on larger servers, especially in Tango's community, because everybody there's, well, I shouldn't say everybody. A lot of people there are like super proficient, and you can't have a server that's running 5 giant iron golem farms. The server just wouldn't run very well in that environment. And that is still a restriction, you know? So even if you agree with it sentimentally or for reasons, you can also still go, I want to be able to build my iron golem farm. So, again, all familiar reasons for why I fundamentally was just like, I don't know if I want to do that. What appealed to me about it was, like I said, the people in Tango's community, there's some amazing people, and they'd be so cool to play and collaborate with them. That part appealed to me. But, yeah, I just ultimately just didn't pull the trigger on it, and I feel like I had a lot of reasons why. Wait, is that? Yeah, okay. Doing poorly. I did it right over there. All right, good. And I say all that fully aware of that like I said, I feel like I'd love to set up a server environment and just be a little bit more small. Like Titancraft is a Patreon server for Tango, and Tango is Tango, so it's super popular, and there's going to be a lot of people who want to play on it. Whereas I would like to do something that's just a little bit more focused on a handful of people who want to play together. And not a few hundred or a few thousand people, or however many, whatever the ridiculous number got up to after Tango came out with that villager mod. I just remember the hype around Techtopia. So. Interesting, Gojiro. I've heard of that. I didn't know. I knew at the time that a lot of servers were using Paper Spigot. I didn't know a lot about the details of it. I looked into it a little bit, but I was like, I didn't see anything in what I was reading about to go, I should. Like in running my own server, I just try to be mindful of like how it's performing. For instance, I actually did set up for a little bit running, oh my God, it just went on my head. The technology that underpins everything. Hermitcraft is using it even. Fabric. I actually did have some of the Fabric stuff installed on the family server for a bit before it upgraded to 1.16. I haven't done it since. But it was because I was noticing a lot of frame drops from from farms. And so I thought I'd try it out because X had said that they had tried it on Hermitcraft and it had helped a lot with their lagginess. So I thought I'd try it out. And I'm inconclusive as to how much it actually helped, which is why I haven't bothered to upgrade this one. So I will say that I have added a server helper since. But I actually didn't know that those limited mobs, I actually didn't know that was a thing. That would also make it less attractive for the same reason that you just stated, that, you know, I want to build a creeper farm. I don't know. I guess I could see an existence where I've built a creeper farm. I've built a half dozen of them. If I didn't have to build one and someone else built one and I could just go to whatever server shopping district is and buy the gunpowder I needed, would that be the end of the world? No. And being a technical player, I don't completely know what I would do if I wasn't able to build a creeper farm. Like, this build is unique for me. This is a new thing for me that I'm trying. But in the 2 months that I existed in the overworld on this server, I built all the normal farms that you would build for your personal use. The pumpkins, the melons, the bamboos, the iron golem, the creeper, the trading hall with the villagers optimized for trading. Like, you know, that's just part of the fun for me, so. Right, same. Same. All right. Okay. Hey, Kajira, are you here for a second? If you are, I'm going to take a diversion and show you my overworld. Just because, since you're a technical person, I can kind of share that stuff with you. If you got to peace out, that's cool too. Oh, cool. Okay. Let me see. Where am I at? Yeah, I can leave this for now. Do I need to take anything different? No. Okay. On the off chance that this actually works, I'm going to... Oh, wait. Never mind. I already realized I'm going to have to pull from the raw file, so it doesn't really matter. Never mind. Sorry, replay mod things. Replay mod things. Sorry, Carrot, by the way. Carrot's seen all my farms. Many, many times. But, you know. Replay mod is great for this project especially because I basically stream 16, 18, 20 hours on a weekend, and then I want to be able to... Wow, I need to turn that light behind me. Anyway, I'll get it. Otherwise, I'll get it in a second. Anyway, so I stream a lot, and then, you know, I have a few people pop in here or there, but like to really show progress on this, it's really best if I do a time lapse. So I replay mod everything, and then after the weekend is done, I build a time lapse of it so I can update that on my YouTube. And if anyone's curious, they can go check out my YouTube. Prior to this, I was using replay mods to download schematics for building bedrock breakers, because that was a thing for 2 months. So yeah, I don't have any of those commands, my friend. I will eventually have all of those commands, but at the moment I have none of them. But you can find my link. It's in my Twitch. I have a link to my YouTube somewhere in my profile. So anyway, well, the whatever one comes with Twitch. I have whatever. I don't have Firebutt or any of that stuff. I have whatever comes with Twitch at the moment. I haven't set up anything fancy yet. Stronghold, nothing important. I like to make use of the available mushrooms to mark out paths on the nether ceiling, because the mushrooms are already here. So, and they're non-spawnable. Mushroom biome, about, I don't know, it's a few thousand blocks in the nether that way. It's 13,000 blocks in the overworld. And then there's a special villager, librarian, trading hall, farm. I don't know. It's a bunch of villagers librarians have been maximized. Your average good old-fashioned zombie pig farm. No one's particular design. This is just using normal Minecraft spawn mechanics. By this point, if you're a technical person, I feel like you know the mechanics. Sometimes I use like people's tutorials, and sometimes I pack spawn hacks. Exactly. Yeah, no, I need to do that, Kojiro. That's next on my list, because I'd like to be able to have that stuff. But like I said, I'm still relatively new at this. But, you know, this is your normal... The zombie piggies really wants the eggs, and they can't have them, so they fall. The lava blade's just there to stop their fall, so that whether they're on the top floor or the bottom floor, they all basically have the same fall damage, because they're falling from this height as opposed to 3 different heights. And of course, the farm has a manual mode, so if you need the extra drops that come with the looting sword, you have that option. So, I haven't used this in a while because I've got a lot of gold stored up right now, and I just don't have a need for it. But, you know, just have an item sorter down here. I even have it set up to smelt the armor, so the armor drops through to here, and I just melt the gold armor down, make nuggets out of it. I mean, as far as technical farms go, it's an essential one, but it's not. I feel like zombie pig farms are so much easier than they used to be when El Mango came up with his flying saucer design, which was cool. I built that in a previous iteration of my world, and I really liked it. I like the flying saucer design. That was a fun one. No, for sure not. For sure not. They're good. They're good for gold. They're fantastic for gold. And you just have to build it in the right biome, so all you get is zombie pigmen spawning. So that's not a big deal. This is the one thing I've built. So I'm on the roof, so the portal has to be high in the world. This is the one thing I've built since I moved from the overworld to the Nether to work on my project full time. So really like the tower. I'm cool with them. The custom mountain. I think if I were to do the custom mountain again, I'd do some things different. The one thing I do give myself pats on the back for is my mountain goes all the way to the seafloor. I'm not one of those people that the mountain ends right below the water line. You're like, hey, why don't you build the bottom of that? That baby goes all the way to the bottom. All the way to the bottom. It is hollow though, so, you know, I'm still a little lazy, just in case. This is fun. So I always set my spawn, not like Aldi's fake mountain. Dude, I got nothing. I got no bad comments about Aldi's fake mountains. I saw the fake back on his, but I have no disrespect for Aldi on that. So let me catch up real quick. Oh, dude, I can't even imagine that, Kojiro. Honestly, I was happy to be switching and be rid of that design because I knew that it was going to require some changes, and I saw some of the things that people are coming up with. I'm like, oh, it's going to be so much easier. That's fine. I still love that design though. I think it's a gorgeous design. But yeah. Oh, look. Hey, Carrot. It's always nighttime in Minecraft. Hold on one second, guys. Let me fix my lighting situation here. All right, sorry about that. I had to get a little bit more lighting here. My camera starts getting dodgy in low light. Chugs out the XP. Yes. I mean, that was one of the great things about it was like you could just park yourself in that little middle area and just live there. The only way I can do that at my farm is to pull out the auto clicker, which I have done in the past, but you know, honestly, I don't stress about XP. I haven't even built an Ender because I really am not too fussed about XP. I feel like there's so many ways to get XP now. You can just kind of pick whichever one you like. I'll show you what I mean by that too here in a second. But so I like my spawns to be in the middle of the ocean. In fact, when I'm previewing seeds, when I want to rebuild my world, I'm always looking. That's one of the things I'm looking for is where a spawn. If it's in a landmass, forget it. I'm out. If it's on an island that I could terraform, maybe. Depends on what the rest of the world looks around it. If it's dead in the middle of the ocean, no spawnable land, I'm all for it. Again, depending on what the world around me looks like. And yeah, so you get it. You know why, right? So that's just standard. So spawn is somewhere 600 blocks in the ocean to the north of us. My son and I play. We're the only ones who are really active on this family server anymore. And so I said, hey, here are choices of biomes that are nearby. What do you think? And we both agreed that the acacia biome was the most interesting because neither one of us had done a ton with the savanna, acacia biome, savanna biome, whatever. So we parked our little butts over here. Let me get rid of the nighttime just because that's a thing. Don't mind me. I'm Got my little mannequin here. Yes, carrot wood, exactly. So here's the acacia biome, the carrot biome that we're setting up in. And we just parked our butts on this little spit of land here. And we started building a bit of structure here. It didn't look like this. This came along a little bit later. But we started parking our butts here and started placing down blocks and putting down our chests and started, the day one Minecrafting stuff. And I kept hearing these persistent mob noises. I just assumed there were caves underneath us. And so at one point when I felt like I was geared up enough, I'm like, okay, cool, I'm going to go look into this. And I went down underground and went digging. And I discovered, and you already know where this is going because I'm sure you saw it on the way in. Let me make sure I pick up these blocks. Oh, look, friends. See, now that he's seen me. Anyway, that is 10 blocks below where we put down our starter base. So, needless to say... See, same with me, Kajiro. That is my least used wood, and that's one of the reasons why I think we both wanted to, the challenge of, hey, let's do something we don't normally do. So, obviously, this had to happen, right? And I love this because it's just a persistent source of XP whenever you happen to come back to your base. Why are you sitting down? That looks to be a visual glitch. He wasn't sitting down earlier, but now he is, and I can't make him stand, so that's weird. In the event. So yeah, the doggos obviously take care of it, and we just run around, collect XP. That's one reason I don't worry about XP. Although it's not a great source of it, for stuff, but, Oh yeah, I should show you that too. Early game source of armor before you can collect the good stuff. Really great source of bows. Carrot, I know that I showed you this to you before, but this is me cherry picking the best bows that I found in early game and swooshing them together and then just having some kind of ready to go bows that are not necessarily 100% complete, but close enough that I can make a good bow out of it if I need to. And obviously we've done some sorting, of the gold and the chainmail and a little bit of iron. This was full, but I had to make dispensers at one point, so that's why I'm missing some of them. Now, everything's filtered. If I need bows, I'm going to have to change what's happening down here, but they'll go to the hopper line. Did I see a zombie? I don't know, it's hard to say. Bones. I thought, ooh, I'm going to build in the Nether. I need bone blocks. I need lots of bone blocks. I think in total I will have used a double chest of bone blocks. But bones, these first 4 chests, in fact, I've already converted all these. So these are all full of bone blocks up to here. So, and I didn't end up using bone blocks, but they're good for, other things. Yeah, I actually have it in my, I had pieces of it in my shulker box, ender chest shulker boxes, and I don't have armor in them now. That's something I actually do need to fix. I have equipment in those boxes, but I don't have my backup armor, so I actually have to redo that. And I probably should since I'm living in the Nether all the time. Arrows, I don't use them. I'm an infinity bow guy. I'm not why can't I think of the stupid word for it? The one that repairs everything. Mending. I'm not a mending bow guy, but I do use arrows because I have these. But I love the idea that if I need a lot of arrows, I can just grab one arrow, and have an infinite amount of arrows until my bow breaks. So, yeah. And I don't know. I know some people who are very much mending everything, especially bows. And I'm like, I don't know. I love the idea that all I have to have is one arrow in my inventory, and I'm good. you know. Yes, agreed with that. Agreed with that. Although, how often, really, I don't get into situations where I need to have that many arrows on me. And, agreed. I still, like I said, that's me. I have a non-stackable item sorter. So the armor and the bow goes someplace else. Anything left over goes into this chest, which is just a random hodgepodge. I have a spawning space available somehow in that farm. And I get some witches and creepers and zombies. And witches and zombies will sometimes survive the fall, but they'll be at a half a heart. Zombies never survive creepers never survive the fall. They always die when they hit the bottom. And so I just have random stuff in there. Sort bows into, this is El Mango's design, by the way, his armor sorter. Armor? Yeah, it's an armor stand sorter, but it's an armor sorter. So that ends up with bows in this chest, and then armor in, well, it would be in this chest, but I sorted recently, so they're down below this chest. But anyway, so the bows get filtered into a fuel line, and the armor gets filtered into the furnace. And all I have to do is pick out all the little leathery bits periodically. And I was smelting this for early game gold and iron, mostly gold. Haven't needed it in a million years, but like early game, it was good stuff. Farm area is bulk storage or farm storage. The nugs come over here eventually. But that transitions into the farms. Here, let's see. I guess I can show you afterwards. Pumpkin melon farm, just your standard. I think El Mango is the one to first show this, where it was taken out of the game but re-added, where you can observe the stem of the pumpkin and melon directly, and if there's a change, it will detect it again, and it will punch. You can punch it with a piston. So that's all that is. Cactus farm, which is your standard old cactus farm. Nothing exciting there. I do use cactus for an XP furnace. I'll show you that in a second. Bamboo. This is my own take on a bamboo. This is my own idea in that I took the basic concept of your standard observer piston, bamboo, sugarcane, kelp thing. I added a dispenser on the bottom of it. Someone else may do this too, but I take credit for it for myself because I hadn't seen anyone do it. But basically, the observer triggers a bone meal dispenser. It gives a chance for the bamboo to grow. Sometimes it grows once and stops. Sometimes it grows again, and it keeps growing. And it triggers the observer over and over, which triggers the bone meal, which keeps going. And it gets caught in a little loop for a little bit until it finally just doesn't cause it to grow. And then it stops. So it generates a little extra bone meal than you would normally get from this setup, basically. Dragon fights best XP furnace there is. I mean, you're not wrong about that, but who wants to have to kill the dragon every time you want to do that? But anyway, so like I said, my own kind of, there you go, you saw it. Usually it fires anywhere from a couple of times to sometimes it'll go like a dozen times. So I use the bamboo for smelting. It's hard because back when zero-tick farms were a thing, you could generate enough bamboo in a short amount of time. Now you have to store. There you go. You can see it. You have to store the bamboo for that to be useful. But the bamboo filters down here into these lines. And these are XP furnaces. So it's not a coincidence that I have 8 netherite pickaxes, because that's what I use to clear out the nether biome. Yeah. And now that zero-tick farms are not available, you have to just store the bamboo. You have to generate enough of it and store it, which I am barely doing. I actually need more bamboo than I currently have, but that's okay. Like times like now I don't, but times when I was digging out the basalt delta, I needed it. So I supplemented with kelp blocks when I ran out of bamboo. So if you look in here, you'll find kelp blocks, because kelp blocks are a great source of fuel when you're in a pinch. But there's just enough cactus smelted, also from the farm, so that when I yank this, it'll take a durability 1 netherite pick back up to full, over full. And that's why there are 8 of them, and I have 8 picks. I mean, that is all 100% not a coincidence. So again, XP, this takes care of my tools most of the time. These are your normal run-of-the-mill smelters, regular stuff. Super smelter, also fueled by bamboo. This is where my bamboo goes. If I fire this stupid thing up, it's 64 furnaces that run at the same time, so it's super fast. But 4 bamboo per smelt, I've churned through the bamboo when I got this thing running like in full. Thank goodness I haven't done a ton of building where I've needed giant quantities. Like I did 5 shulker boxes of glass just recently, and that was good. But I was probably 1 or 2 shulker boxes away from straight up running out of bamboo when I did that. So fuel for the skyblock world, free fuel, and this feels huge. You need to dupe carpet for fuel. Yeah, I don't love the duping. I didn't like the zero tick either. I built a the bamboo farm wasn't zero tick. Oh, I built a zero tick cactus farm. That's what it was. I built a zero tick cactus farm for cactus supplies for smelting in my last world. And that's the first time I'd ever done that. And I actually ended up not needing it. I grossly overestimated how much cactus I needed. But I had it. It was there. And then they took it away, so it's fine. I was okay with them taking that away, to be honest with you. Of course. I mean, I normally don't do TNT dupers, but when I broke the bedrock ceiling, I had to use TNT dupers because, to be honest with you, there was no way I was going to create enough TNT to do that. Manually was going to take me 5 months, and I don't remember now. It was a gross number of TNT. It was like 50 boxes of TNT or something like that, 50 shulker boxes of TNT. The automated machines I ended up finding from the technical community all use TNT dupers. There wasn't a way to use like real TNT in them. So I had to break that. That's a self-imposed rule that I have. I don't do TNT duping, but I had no choice. To get rid of the bedrock ceiling, I had to use TNT duping. I didn't have an option there. See, with the cobble generator, it depends on how much cobble you need too. Again, I was going to exceed my TNT possible, and if I face that with any other TNT-based farm, I might think about it. I think I lean more towards the Tango side. I'd rather fill those duplicators. I'd rather fill those systems with actual TNT and supply it with actual TNT. But again, if you have too much cobble or too much trees or whatever you're using the farm for, then that's not a choice anymore. So, yeah. But as a general rule, especially for what I do, skyblock and eat all the cobble. No, I feel that. And obviously the old-fashioned method of doing it with the cobble only gets you through the early part of the game. So. Yeah, no, it makes sense. Makes total sense. I've never played skyblock either. I've been fascinated by it, but I haven't done it yet. I might someday. Obviously those rules are completely different. But yeah, so, but bamboo is good, but it's the whole 4 bamboo per, and sticks are better or twice as good. So, you know, I don't know. You just have to have let me just say you need a lot of bamboo. Like I have 6 plants. I'm sorry, 16 plants. I wish I had doubled it for what I'm doing, and I'm not doing a lot, but I wish I had doubled it. Also, like this area behind this wall, you can't really see, but like, is it this furnace? I think it's starting this furnace, going all the way down in another row. It's like a total of like 8 double chests of bamboo that's in reserves, not counting what's already in the hopper lines or in the furnaces to supply the smelter. And like I said, I almost ran out. So it just depends on how much smelting you're doing. Yeah, so 11k cobble. That's a lot of cobble. Pillager friends. I mean, at least they're hugging. The last time I saw them, they were just staring at each other and pointing their crossbows. And now they're hugging. So I feel like their relationship is... Oh, okay. We have to leave. They need private time. I feel like their relationship is progressing, at least. They're always so standoffish. Right? It's so sweet. So the pillagers are here for an important farm reason. I'll show you that in a second, Kojir. I think you'll find that interesting. You know what they're here for. Actually, that's starting to get full. I'm going to need to do something about that. They're all sleepy time right now. That's why they're not here. These back channels are super important for these happy little villagers who have already been properly educated about price. These are highly trained salespeople who know the proper value of items. Unfortunately, I had to recently fire the manager because of an incident that happened on stream last week where the manager had gotten a little uppity and had attacked me and taken my stuff. And so I have to get a new manager. It's fine. I have no reason I need to train these guys in the near future, so I'll probably be good for a little while. Which part, by the way? The bee farm, you mean? For the bees? I'm assuming that's what you're talking about with the end. I'm going to show you something, by the way. Yeah. And I know what you're saying, and I intend no offense when I say what I'm about to say to you. Efficiency for me is a bad word. It's one of my problems with the technical community because people like Ilmango and SciCraft have taught the technical world that efficiency is king. If you have enough block or enough resource for what you need to build, it is properly efficient. I do not care beyond that. And to wit, you already saw what's in here, right? Keep in mind, the bee farm is loaded anytime I'm in my base. And I usually sleep the nights away when I'm in the overworld. So they're not sleeping for very long if they do. But this is already pared down. This is more honey blocks than I will ever use. I promise you, I already have a shulker. But moreover, I don't throw blocks away very often. I make exceptions. I have enough bee stuff. I don't need that farm to be any more efficient than it is. I really don't. So yeah, that's my answer to that. No, I get that too. And there are reasons to go for efficiency. So I have a creeper farm underneath my base here. And it was fine for the longest time, and then all of a sudden I had an elytra and I needed rockets, and then I needed TNT, and now it wasn't fine. So I actually went around and I caved the crap out of this area, and I lit everything I could to increase that farm's efficiency, so that during the nighttime it's crap. The whole overworld is unlit and things can spawn, but during the day, that creeper farm is about the only place that they can spawn, except for whatever that spot is in my skeleton spawner, and that's probably why I get more mobs there, but it's fine. I don't get that many. But in any event, so I appreciate efficiency, but it's not the be-all, end-all that the SciCraft people have imposed on the community. That's my own personal thing. But anyway, like I said, these guys are all properly trained. This is the best source of food in the game, in my opinion. I'm a golden carrot person. Some clerics. It's where I get my... I just heard thunder. Clerics are my replacement for enders at this point. I think I'll still build one at some point, but like this is where I get my ender pearls from. Glowstone from them. I don't need a witch farm. Get bottles of enchanting. Those are glorious. And trading with these guys All it takes, I think, is one full day of training, like with all these farmer villagers, pumpkins and melons. By the end of the day, I can repair a complete tool and a half just by trading with these guys. So again, XP is not really an issue for me. So much so that I haven't even bothered to build like something more drastic than just what I have here. I have the furnaces downstairs and the trading hall up here. And honestly, that's good enough. It's not as fast as an ender, but sometimes the trip out to the end to get to the ender takes a long time. And this just gets it all done for me. So, you know. Total of 8 farmers. And they're all fully kitted. Oops. They're all fully kitted out. They're all maxed out. Not all of them have pumpkin and melon, but most of them do. And pumpkin and melon, this is how you earn the emeralds and the XP, man. Like carrots and potatoes and wheat and all that, that's fine. This is the XP. That's the gold right there. These guys, what I'll do is I'll run down here. I'll trade with these guys, get some emeralds, and then I'll turn around and spend those emeralds on getting all of these things. It's kind of my pattern with it. These guys are fine. This was mostly early game, like being able to trade basics to get emeralds. I almost don't use them anymore, but this is my special. This is my pretty. This is the Magic Man. When I saw this, I'm like, ooh, I'm using those arrows. I want some of thems. So, I mean, it's a solid question. It's a very solid question, Carrot. A solid question for good reason. Anyway, so I had a zombie. He used to live under the floor here. I even gave him a special sword that helped him turn them faster. And then I was able to open this up, let him run about. I was able to come over here, lift the piston behind them. So now all of a sudden the zombie could jump up and he could train them. And once he was done training them, I would put him back. Oops. Shift click. There you go. I'd put him back and then I'd use the special contents to get the job done. And that's how everybody here is properly trained. One of each of the armor dudes. They aren't special, but I don't know. I wanted one of each of them just in case. Just so I could say I had them, you know, toolsmith, the weaponsmith. These, my own personal supply of mending at 1. And unbreaking at 1. The other trades, I mean, that's a great trade, but like, I wasn't even worried about those. But that's just so I don't have to go over to my village. That village that I showed you on the nether roof is just full of librarian villagers, and it's every enchantment that you could possibly want. I don't remember how many librarian villagers, and they're not like organized. They're just running around the town willy-nilly. But that's where I get all my enchantments from. I don't even bother with I do enchantment table enchanting early on, but once I get villagers I don't care anymore because I'm catching up, by the way, because your comment about El Mango versus Nembon, I agree with you 100% on that. Nembom also goes real deep into the mechanics of the game, which I really appreciate. I also struggle with Nembom a little bit because I don't know if it's his command of English or the way he speaks technical, but sometimes I'm not always 100% processing what he's saying or why he's saying it. But I mean, I say all that to say, dude's still brilliant. And if he tells me something, and I understand what he's telling me, then I do what he tells me to do, basically. Nembom's also the one who's building such a crazy efficient guardian farm that he has more XP than you can physically absorb. And so he has to slough some of it off because otherwise it'll lag the world. So, you know, I just have your basic villagers that you need to get by in the world. These guys are all nothing special. I have a little bit of villagers back there. These guys are waiting for their turn. They've been waiting a long time. I'm probably not ever going to need them, but they're there in case I need villagers. Is he really? It's interesting. I'm not surprised he said that. I've never heard him say that in any of the stuff I've watched, but I'm not doubting you. I'm not surprised he would say that. That's really interesting, actually. Again, I don't disparage anyone who TNT dupes. There are very good reasons to do it. That's just one of those limitations I place on myself, you know. I mean, honestly, most of what I know about technical Minecraft probably has come from the two of them, really. Like, Tango and Impulse are great because they do the same kinds of things that I do, but they're usually sourcing their information from other people too. And so at some point I switched over to sourcing my information from them. And now I understand the technical stuff better than I did. And now I'm not just copying a tutorial to build things. I'm like, I understand how it works. And so I can kind of freelance a little bit on it. Freestyle. That's probably more accurately what I was trying to say. So speaking of freestyling, bulk storage, by the way, this is most of the contents of what I pulled out of that basalt delta. I kept every single block of blackstone I dug because I knew I was going to build with blackstone. I stopped keeping netherrack and basalt once I filled up a certain number of double chests. And most of that is sitting over here. In fact, most of these chests are basalt. Blackstone I've been whittling my way through. This is also like I have like my extra iron reserves over here too. I have more iron reserves than I know what to do with the extra cactus just in case I need it. But whatever, it's bulk storage. It's not exciting. It's not sexy. You catch up with you here. That's interesting. I don't think I've ever done a... No, I did. I did do one Nembomb world download once. He made a passive mob farm. I don't know if you remember this, Kajiro, but it's the rainbow one that he made. He used like rainbow glass when he did it, but it was a passive mob farm where the passive mob spawn and they get water pushed into the nether. I did that once in a world, and God, I love that farm. That was so much fun. But I did a world download so I could kind of like peer at the particulars of the redstone timing that he had for like arming the different pod stations, because my timings weren't quite working out right. It was like a 20-second refresh time or something. I just felt like my water was hitting too often and the mobs weren't spawning. Speaking of fun farms, that was a fun farm. That required me to actually use TNT, real TNT, not a duper, to clear out a perimeter. I don't remember how big it was now. It was big. Because I had 6 of those passive mob farms in it. I really don't remember the dimensions now, though. Anyway, but I used TNT, just dispensers on top, just the scaffolding system to blow up that area, and then I built the passive mob farm. That was like a late game project, and I loved it so much. Anyway, sorry, I'm gushing. Anyway, so freestyling. Everyone has seen this farm, right? And this is no different than any mechanic you've ever been told about Iron Golems farms. These dudes hang out on their beds. They don't need a workstation because all they need to do is be afraid and sleep. That's all they need to do to generate a golem. So that's what they do. They hang out here and they're afraid and they talk to each other and they generate the golems, and the golems take a turn in the Iron Golem hot tub. They love the Iron Golem hot tub. They love the Iron Golem hot tub so much that no one has ever come out of the Iron Golem hot tub. So I figure it must be great. I mean, I was told it was great. I was told Iron Golems love it. And there's my proof. They go in and they stay in. It's wonderful. And one thing I did get, and I don't remember if it was Nembomb or Ilmango who taught this, but pillagers scare at a higher radius than anything else. They're 32, I think, or 36, one of the two, versus the 16 that a zombie does. Yeah, right? For sure on that, Kajiro. For sure. It's not for me either. It's not for me either. Although I'll show you something. I got to show you. Now I got to show you something when I get back to the Nether. Anyway, so I took that bit about the pillagers at a higher scare radius and went, oh, dude, I'm all about that, because with the size of this farm, with as far apart as these guys are, I'd have to have like a zombie like in all of these corners. Whereas all I need is one disarmed pillager hanging out in the middle, and the farm is big enough to have the design that I have. So, like the mechanics of this totally cribbed from other people who came up with the concepts of how this works technically. But the design of it, I just freestyled it because I'm like, well, I know how I want it to work. Now I just need to prove it works. And I did that in a creative world. And I'm like, okay, cool. So cleared out this chunks. This is 4 chunks underneath my base, obviously. And, oh, look, see, they're trying to sleep. They can't. Pillager scares them. You know how it works. I don't have to show you that. Anyway, I cleared out these 4 chunks. Actually, not for the Iron Golem farm. I built the Iron Golem farm after the fact. What I cleared this out for is underneath the hot tub. Here is a very, very special place that I'm scared to drop down on. I don't think I even can. Yeah, I was afraid of that. Anyway, you know it's coming. It's the fun green friends. It's the fun green friends. It's just a cactus creeper farm. I've never built anything besides a a cat-based creeper farm. Exactly. Carrot knows the green, exploding green things really well. He is good friends with them. Anyway, it's just a cat-based farm. I've never built anything besides a cat-based farm because I love the mechanics so much. And every time I see cats, I'm like, cool, time to make a creeper farm. So yeah. Yeah, so basically as long as it's daytime and I'm in my base, this place is churning out gunpowder. And ever since I cleared the caves around me, the efficiency here is far more gunpowder than I'm going to use anytime. Like I ramped this thing up at a time I thought I was going to go through the gunpowder, and I made 3 shulker boxes of TNT. Now I'm almost at a point where I'm facing I might have to start throwing gunpowder away because I seriously have too much gunpowder. All the farms feed into a central water tube that feeds into the bulk thing, blah, blah, blah. Bottom of the cactus farm, nothing special. It just does cactus. It's your standard cactus farm. But like I said, everything feeds into the same water pipe that runs up inside the wall and then feeds the items filter up here. So it's somewhere tucked back in this structure here. So actually, that's the end of the pipe right there. So yeah, I mean, that's kind of like it. I have standard farms up top. You can see the pumpkin melon farm. It's not really all that exciting. But that's like what I built in this world before I said, okay, I've got everything I need. It's time to start digging in another. This is actually kind of fun. This is, again, as far as I know, my own design. I'm sure it's not original in that way that nothing's original. But if you just need kelp, as long as you have bone meal, you can have kelp. And so like if I ever need kelp, like I have kelp right now. I'm full on kelp. In fact, those will despawn and get wasted. I am full on kelp and I have kelp blocks to spare, but kelp is my backup fuel supply. So if I need kelp blocks, then I need those. And then if I need to make more, then I just AFK on this for a little bit and get more kelp. The only thing about this farm that I think is even remotely clever and that I appreciate is that you can actually put kelp straight on a dispenser block. Like, what other item in the game can you plant on a dispenser block? That's just fun. That's just kind of crazy. I love that. Oh, let's collect all the goodies. I'm sure my elytra needed something. How are we doing, puppies? Are we all good here? Are we happy? Have the skeletons been mistreating you? I can't see your butt. I really don't know why you're sitting. Oh well. Extra doggos. And then as far as that goes, like the only thing that's special about this is that I have to be careful because this area is lit only to a point. Acacia, again, not all of an experience with it, but as soon as I went to the Nether for the first time, I knew I wanted warped wood, and I went, ooh, these are contrasting blocks. That might be fun. So that's all. I like it. It's a simple Nether or overworld base. It's nothing fancy. It's fine. I don't need it to be too fancy. I do like that you have easy access to the roof if you should need it for some reason. That seems like there's something in there. This building was covered with these. I blame Tango for this, by the way. You know Tango, so you know what I'm talking about. But my building was actually covered with these. These were project markers, trophies. I don't know. But I was worried about entity lag, so I actually took these down. I'm not sure if they do cause it, but I was just being careful. Because like over here in this area, my entity count climbs up to in the 120, 150s, and it gets really framey over here lately with all the things I've got going on the computer. So, also project trophies. Those are just any raid parties that happen to come by while we were building. Nothing much else here. That's our starter mine. That's where we got, starter diamonds. I have a very low tech warped and crimson farm. It's low tech in that it has dispensers, but you flip a switch, they grow, you break them, and if you need more, you flip that switch to grow more, and then you put them and break them, and there's bone meal. I mean, it's all manual except for the growing part of it. I actually have some interesting ideas for how to change this, but someday, not today. Spider farm. Spider farm. No problem, Carrot. Let me... I didn't realize we had already passed second lunch, so I've got a second dinner. Anyway, this isn't special in any way, shape, or form. I think you've probably seen it a million times. It's just cave spider spawner down there, so I made a farm out of it. It's not... I don't know. I do have a special sword for it just because of the spider thing. It's under the ocean. I don't know. I think it's pretty. I like the block palette I chose. It's not all that remarkable, but it's here. I do kind of like this mine design too. It's unspawnable thanks to the stairs, so the soul lanterns are just ambiance. Oh, look. There's a friend. Don't care. Bye. All right. I do have one other thing I want to show you, Kajiro. Did I get everything I need to get? Yeah, I did. Okay. I think I just really came to show you the farms. My son has his own stuff going on in the world. He and I shared that space that we were in. But he's building a combination overworld / nether base. He basically has a design that palette swaps. In the overworld, it's a dark nether design, and in the nether world, it's going to be a light, like ice design. And it's basically the same building, but it's just palette block swapped in each of the dimensions. He's still in the middle of building that, so that's his big project. I do have to show you one thing, though. Oh, no. Oh, no. Hi. I'm a father? I don't quite know where he came from. I'm not aware of any puppies. Is it possible there's a puppy in with the one dog I was trying to get to sit? I seriously have no idea where this dude came from. All right, well, Guess what, puppy? You're coming with me. You're my nether puppy now. I do have particles turned off because honestly, the ash in the basalt delta was great. It's one of the things I wanted when I built in the basalt delta, but it's become overwhelming after spending as many days here as I've spent here. So I have particles turned off, and I think I may have overfed the puppies earlier that were at the skeleton spawner. And even though they're a block apart, they're close enough to mate still. So I think that may be what happened. Yep, that is in fact what he is. All right, puppy, this is going to be a big teleport for you, but it's straight down. So let's see if we can make this happen. Okay. This could end up very badly. There's an awful lot of lava around here. So this could end up being extraordinarily bad for my puppy friend. Oh, he made it. Okay. All right, dude. So come on over here. Come on, over here. Is there any chance you'll go down this? I have my doubts, but I'm hoping he can find a spot to teleport to. There he is. I have a puppy here now. Not expecting that. Got to be honest with you. That is a complete surprise. Welcome. It's nice to see you. I'm not mad about it. For sure. Cerebus. I don't have any name tags, I don't think. Actually, let me investigate that possibility. No, I don't have any name tags on me. There, I have some back at the base, but that is a capital idea, and I will... Oh, wait. I may be looking in the wrong spot. Nope. Okay. Yeah, I will definitely do that. That is a happening thing, Kojiro. So the next time I go back and I get tags, I am going to make that a thing. All right. This is just a convenient hole for access here. This is actually part of the legacy of me digging out this space. So I don't know if I mentioned at the beginning of this. This was a complete basalt delta. Parts of this were exposed and parts of this were like bedrock to ceiling filled in with basalt. And I came in and I cleared it out with my own little 2 or 8 netherite pickaxes. It took, I want to say about 2 months, 2.5 months to do, I think. And that was just me grinding every time I played, just jumping in here. And I had beacons and I'm like, here I go, I'm digging now. But I had some things to help. And one of them, yeah, I have it on now. So I have full beacon effects. You can see I have 9 beacons here. That was a whole lot of grinding at a basic wither skeleton farm. And by basic, I mean it was a slabbed off area. But anyway, and this whole area at one point was above ground, especially in this corner. And so this is part of my access stairs to when I'm like had to push the building all the way down to Y5. Yes. Okay. So you feel me. Basically this, but with lots more magma cubes. So this goes all the way down to Y5, and this is part of like the clearing out. This exists because I wanted to have a 1 block gap between the outer shell and the walls because I have lava flowing just on the outside of it, and I wanted that lava to flow all the way down unobstructed. So there's a 1 block gap here all the way up to the wall, and then this is cleared out because I needed something down here. I honestly don't remember. I cleared this whole area out like to this level all the way around, but I don't remember why. So anyway, these stairs are a leftover of that whole build process. Like these little things were where I had shulker boxes and everything, and they're just left over. But I left this open just in case something happens and I end up in the lava and I need a quick way down here. I don't know how often that's ever going to happen realistically, but there it is. But this is the part I wanted to show you. And you just saw a hint of it 2 seconds ago, but... So, this is my secret sauce. This is how I did this in the Nether. The beacons combined with the armor, and I actually have like video footage of I would go swimming in the lava without potion of fire resistance. And because of the golden carrots and the saturation, all I had to do is eat carrots for, every few minutes. Like right now. My hunger will go down. But with the saturation of the carrot, it's going to take a while for that to even go down again. And I seriously dug out, I filled in lava flows underneath by going into them and filling them up with gravel. Because sometimes being on top of the world with all the magma cubes that were spawning was too much. I couldn't fight any more magma cubes. I was so done with it. So I would just go into the lava and fill in with gravel. And once it was filled in, then I would keep on digging underneath it. It does not. And that is one of my biggest, most pleasant discoveries, is that fire protection protects itself from durability damage. I think it might be a bug, but I'm not going to report it. But no. And basically, so you know that if you have level 4 of any armor, if you have 4 pieces of it, you're actually not getting the full benefit of that armor. It caps out at level 16 or something. I'm forgetting the math on this. It's been a long time since I did it. So basically my rule is I do a maximum of 3 pieces of any type. And then the 4th piece is just regular protection to just kind of be a basis. And it makes a big difference. 3 of my pieces of armor, I'm going to go ahead and get out of this just because otherwise I'm making lots of crunchy fire noises. So the helmet, the leggings, and the booties all have fire protection 3 on them. The chest plate only has protection 4 on it, but it's because if I had fire protection 4, it wouldn't afford any additional protection than the levels I already have. And the protection 4 gives me just enough to make a difference. And it's actually interesting because if I actually swap this out for the wings, I actually will take damage a little faster, as you can see. So that's why I put my chest plate on, because that protection armor actually does make a difference. Let me get down here before that. I am so harassed by those damn things. Anyway, so I love to show that to technical people because I've seen X showed this once in a video a long time ago, but this was before Netherite, and this is before the armor didn't take durability damage. At least I think so. Since they came up with Netherite, and I don't know if this works with Diamond. I never tried it with Diamond. I just assumed that it would take durability damage, and it was only after working in this biome for so long that I went, wait a minute. I don't ever seem to lose any durability from the lava. I do from other things, but not from the lava. So I actually just started counting on it, and I would keep with me a fire protection potion just in case something went wrong and I found myself in trouble. But I just didn't use it. It just sat in my science. It just sat in my inventory, and I just ate golden carrots and kept regenerating my saturation, and then I was good. So yeah, one of the happiest things I discovered about this process. And I have damage because I just had that stupid magma cube come over and beat me up. So regen and my health kept going up. Actually, hold on a second. Let me check this for a second. Yeah, I have 1 durability of that. My elytra took a little. Okay, now, actually, you know what, Kidra? I want to try something since you're here. I actually have a question. Hold on. Let's do some more science. I like science. Let's do some more science. Good enough. I want to experiment with something. Because I think I was taking damage, but I'm wondering if the protection is the final piece of this puzzle. Shall we see? Let us look. Yeah. I mean, I'm taking damage. Yeah, so something else actually took that damage. I probably took some fall damage when I wasn't paying attention. Or like I said, I thought the Magnum Cube had got me, but then I was starting thinking about, wait a minute, I don't remember that he got me. Yeah. Anyway, science. So there you go. That is my happy discovery whilst digging in the Nether. Is the fire protection stops the armor from actually taking the damage. And I think it works with the Elytra too. Although I am not protected enough that I'm willing to try the Elytra by itself. I'm afraid that would be bad. I like it. I like it. There's a part of me too that wants a little bit of corroboration on it because I was so shocked that I wasn't losing the durability. Like I said, I actually do think it's a bug. I don't think that's what Mojang intended. I don't remember a discussion about it specifically. But I definitely don't think that that's what they intended. I mean, obviously I could go chuck my armor in the lava and it would just float there, but, you know. Anyway. I'm totally glad that piqued an interest in you, though, because I'm kind of the same way. Like, I love that stuff. That goes there. That's something I'd like see them. I would see someone do in a video and I'd go, ooh, I want to see that. And I go try it myself. I think actually after X demoed the whole full fire protection thing, this was back before Netherite. It was in diamond armor. And I don't remember his combination anymore. I just remember going, oh, this is possible that you can like sustain in lava for a little while. But like the combination of the beacon regen plus the particular armor that I have actually always used, ever since X did his demonstration, this is how I try to configure my armor. And I do protection on the chest plate because the chest plate is usually what you take off so that the fire protection's on the remaining pieces that are left. And it protects me better than nothing so that I have the Elytra and I fall in, I'm in better shape. But the protection gives me that little extra boost. Yeah, all the max beacon effects. So, I mean, regen is regen. That one is what it is. You don't only get the one level of regen, but all the rest. I mean, regen, I'm pretty sure is the only one that's helping me there. I'm just looking at them all. Oh, resistance. What am I thinking? Yeah, so resistance too. Wait, am I misremembering? Is it regen? Or resistance is the one that you can't level to? All of a sudden, I can't remember. God knows I've made enough bloody beacons. Do you remember off the top of your head? I can go look at my beacons right now. By the way, I hate... It's because the ladders have a hitbox up here, I'm pretty sure. But vines, if they abut against a slab, you can't climb over the lip of the slab. I think it's because you can't stand on top of the vines. But I had to have ladders in this spot just because the vines wouldn't allow me to get on top of my half slabs. And I could have done the climb up blocks a half block higher, but I wanted stairs there, so it's fine. It is what it is. The fact that vines don't have that top block is why they're good for slowing mobs down, but... Regen. Okay, yeah. That's the one I couldn't remember. Yeah, regen's the one that comes with it. Okay. Yeah, so regen is 1. Otherwise, resistance is set to level 2. And mathematically, I don't know much about resistance. I honestly don't know how much protection resistance provides. I know it's kept me alive against some magma cubes a number of times. As long as... Okay, this is also interesting because you're a technical person. Here we go. I don't know if that means anything. I don't think there's anything in here. No, I don't see anything in here. Number of deaths is only 59. I take a certain amount of pride in that because of how long I've been in this world, which you can see on my F3 screen. I have been in this world for 24,000 days, Minecraft days. As maligned as I was by magma cubes, and it got bad. Like once you start reducing the spawning spaces, and like I brought everything in the basalt delta down to the lava level, which was level 32, I think. Like it was basically basalt delta at 32 and then lava lake otherwise. And the spawning was so intense, it was almost hard to function at that level. But with all the armor, and I only died to magma cubes 12 times, which I got to be honest with you, when I first saw that number, I thought for sure that was going to be a lot higher. So only 12 times I'm really happy about. And I have... magma cubes are my mortal enemy from here on. Like anyone who's ever done a guardian farm, and you know, you have that moment where you've done a guardian farm, you're like, I never want to see a guardian again. I hate them. That is how I am about magma cubes at this point. I could never see another magma cube again. I'd be okay with that. 20% times the level of resistance. So no resistance to will give 40% reduction in damage. So resistance is providing a huge amount of that buff. For sure. For sure. Like I know lava, fire protection will protect you in lava for a while, but not indefinitely. Yeah. Yeah, that's a significant amount. Though that explains it too, because like I said, there were extensive periods of times where I was swimming in the lava to eradicate it, to put gravel down and get rid of it. Actually, one of the next videos I want to make is I have videos of me doing that. Because when I started doing it, I'm like, I can't believe I'm actually doing this. I'm swimming in lava to fill in the lava. And it was all, you know, survival mechanics. I wasn't doing anything hacky with it. It's just a combination of armor plus beacon. And like I said, you saw the difference. I took my protection armor off, the protection 4 armor. And that's like an important piece to it too, because otherwise I was actually taking damage slowly, but I was taking it, you know? So anyway. I thought it was interesting. As you said, science. It's like that's one of the things I love about this game. You get to peel back the hood and like stare at that stuff, you know, and play around with it. Interesting. I am definitely curious about that. By the way, Turtle Master Potions is something I've definitely not taken enough advantage of. I've done a scoot farm once to get the turtle helmet back when they came out, and I was like, it's fine, but it's not Depth Strider and Aqua Affinity and the other one. What's the other one? Bloody hell. Respiration. Could not think of that for my life. Like the turtle helmet's great, but it's so hard to get. It's not worth that being your source for water breathing. It's better to get the enchantments, in my opinion, for the amount of time it's going to take for you to make a scoot farm. Like, I feel like they could have done that, the turtle helmet a different way, like a turtle shell being an extraordinarily rare drop when the turtle dies or something. Like, the scoot method is bizarre. But anyway, I haven't spent very much time with that, and I think I made like some Turtle Master Potions out of curiosity, but really have not taken advantage of it. I have a video I want to make, like kind of a Cub style video of, I have opinions about how Minecraft should revamp the potion system. I think that some of the potions they have are useless. Some of the potions they have are too weak as presented. Like once you get geared up to final game, like basically what I have. My stuff is kitted out to the 9s. I don't need potions anymore. Yes, strength 2 is still a benefit, but the amount of time it takes to chug a strength 2 potion, I'm already killed the damn thing. I don't need the extra strength 2. It's just not worth it. And then also potions that are missing. I really want to do a video about that. Because I just think potions are a little underutilized in the game. Like, Eternal Master Potion is a great potion, but it takes so much effort to get one that by the time you can make them in any quantity, I don't know that they're that valuable anymore. Anyway, I'm still waiting for you to explain how you get resistance 4. I was hoping that you're typing out that explanation while I was talking. I feel like you've teased me. Kujira's like, I have the secret to winning the lottery. And I'm like, yes, tell me. That's what I feel like is happening right now. Anyway. Oh, fair enough. Fair enough. Hey, you watched Third Life, yeah? Did we talk about that earlier? I don't remember. I've talked with enough people about who are Hermitcraft fans. I don't remember if it was you or not that talked about. I think it was someone else that we talked about for Third Life. Did you know about the diamond in swamp trick before Impulse showed it off? I mean, I know he didn't discover it. He found it previously on YouTube also. Yeah. I mean, how can you not? I mean, I'm sure I'm not the only person that had no idea about the diamond swamp trick, but I'm just curious if you knew about it, because I was Etho in that moment. I'm like, no way, really? After a 117 update? They're not playing in 117 on that server, though, are they? Or is it just that that's been in the game since before then? They just didn't find it until after a 117. I'm curious about that. I mean, Tango knew about it too, because Tango knew exactly what Impulse was up to, and Impulse said that that both of them knew about it. I mean, it's super OP, and it's really only super OP if you know about it. Ah, okay. That's so interesting. Yeah, that's so cool. I love that stuff too. Like I said, that's the kind of stuff I really dig out of Minecraft. That's why I consider myself a technical Minecraft player. As much as I try really hard to push myself to be a builder, and I try to push myself to do stuff like this, for me, the joy of Minecraft is about like those little, like what's hidden in the cone nugget. In the code nuggets. Like that's the kind of stuff I get excited by. Like when Nembon and Psycraft discovered the RNG hack, I would never in a million years use it. But I was kind of excited about it because like that's that kind of like deep level hacking of the game code when you find out that kind of stuff. Like I dig that stuff. And obviously it didn't ruin Minecraft. We're still playing Minecraft, so it was fine. That's cool. I'm glad you kind of knew the story about where they knew that information from, because I hadn't even heard of it until Impulse showed it off. Like I said, I was Etho in that moment. And so I'm glad you kind of knew a little bit more detail about it. You know, actually, let's do that and this for now. Okay. Just trying to make more room. I am forever restocking myself with slabs. It's my life. It's what I do. Oh, I knew I was going to miss that. Darn it. Let's see if I can find a jumpable spot here. Come on, jump 2. Come on, jump 2. I should be able to make that. I should be able to make that jump 2. Help me out. Yeah, there we go. That's what I'm talking about. I have to be honest with you. I play a lot in late game Minecraft. I love a fresh new world. I love, you know, that whole, you know, new possibilities, what you could possibly, the things you can possibly create. But I play a lot of late game Minecraft, and I get so used to having an elytra and full armor and full beacons that when I start the game over, I'm like, what the F is this? Is this Minecraft? Why am I so slow? The diamond trick was removed, or the resistance 4 trick was removed? I mean, neither one would surprise me. Oh, the resistance 4 trick. Gotcha. Yeah, they do that sometimes. I'm not one of those people that ever complains that, like, Minecraft wants to ruin our fun. Or Mojang. I am a huge fan of Mojang and what they do. And I mean, that sounds pretty game breaking to me, what you described, but intriguing. So you don't remember enough about the mechanics either? I mean, honestly, at this point, you could tell me anything, because I could probably go online and fact check it, but if anything you remember about it. And I'm going to promise that I will never, ever question you on it. That I will just say, nope, Kujiro said, so this has to be how it worked. Oh, that's really interesting, actually. I guess that makes sense, too, since they have to change world gen. I mean, I don't know about you, but I am not in... I feel like Impulse's application of that trick is the perfect application of that trick. You are playing a special game where resources are part of the survival, and you have a technical knowledge that allows you to gain an advantage. That is like the best case use of that trick. As far as like standard Minecraft, going out into the world getting diamonds, I couldn't care less, other than just the novelty of doing it. It's not like it's so hard to go down to the bottom of the world and dig for diamonds that it's worth like having to find a swamp. I mean, I don't know about you. Since I don't play on servers, I inevitably reach a point where I have more diamonds than I'm ever going to go through. It's not a large number of diamonds. So once I already have a few backup sets of armor, and once you get to the end, you have more backup sets of armor than you can, or equipment and armor than you're ever going to need. I just don't care anymore. But Impulse's application of that trick, that's the sweet spot for that trick for me. Like, that's where that trick should be applied. Turtle Master Potion and a Slowness 5 tipped arrow. Slowness 5 lasted for 1 second and overrode the Slowness 4 effects from the potion. Drink the Turtle Mash and shoot yourself. Slowness 5 wears off after a second, and you're left with resistance 4 for 60 seconds. Oh, I see. So it goes back to that time before Mojang patched the weird layering problem they had, where you had status effects that weren't layering properly. That makes sense, because I remember that they actually did work on fixing the status effect duplication thing. That's probably when that got removed, would be my guess. May have not even been targeted. It may have been inadvertently removed. When they removed the negative stacking effects. Yeah, that's cool though. It's cool to know. Here's my question. I got a question for you, and I haven't seen a lot of people ask this. It's something like, if I ever had a chance to like do an AMA with the Mojang people, I know they do that stuff on Twitter all the time, but God knows everyone's busy submitting. When are you gonna add turkeys to the game? A version or two ago, they started to F with the enchanting mechanics of the game. There was a planned enchanting update coming. And famously, it allowed the effects stacking on armor, the god tier armor, and then patched it out of the game. And they said, you know what? We decided not to implement the enchanting changes, so we just reverted back to the old system. I don't think the intention was to create god tier armor. I think that was a side effect of whatever they were monkeying with. I could be wrong. I want to know what they are planning to do with the enchanting system and when we might actually see that. Because I don't think the stacking was the intention. I think that was a side effect. I don't have proof of that. Yeah, I mean, if you've played in the world that long, I don't think... Because it was the Village and Pillage update, right? I'm pretty sure I had god tier armor before it got patched out, but I don't think it was diamond armor. Or maybe it was, and I'm pretty sure I lost it in a wither fight. I lost all my armor. No, I'm positive it was a wither fight. Now, I lost... My son and I went after a wither. We were a little cocky. We were like, this is going to be so easy. And it was a legit wither fight. I always fight the wither legitimately the first time. And then after that, I cheese it. And I'm pretty sure I had diamond armor with some tears on it. And I got too cocky with the wither and he killed me. And one of his explosions wiped out my equipment. And I got caught in a death loop. So I don't know what it wiped out. But by the time I got back there, the armor was gone. I think I recovered a pickaxe. I feel like I recovered a weapon like a bow or a sword. I don't remember now. That was too long ago, but that was a brutal wither fight. I started over Minecraft that day because at that point, I didn't have a lot of backup equipment, and the chance I had on that armor was about all I could manage. And when we lost that, we both started over. I had some diamonds, but I had to go mine for some more. And I had no levels and no enchants. And I was humbled by the wither that day. Humbled by the wither. Which is honestly delightful to me, because as easy as Minecraft gets sometimes when you start getting up there in levels, I just love that things are still a challenge at times. So 6 sets of it. Wow. So that's all in your single player world, right? You have kind of a long play thing going on. I feel like we may have talked about this when I think I saw this in your server when I was visiting your stream the other day. You have a long play environment set up, right? You've been going for a little bit. Okay. Yeah. It was remarkable to me, especially because I think I said at the time, I think out loud, that had been coming up a lot lately. Where people I know, Carrot is one of them actually, who was in the stream earlier. Like they have plans for doing some long play sessions with their world, where they basically want to just live in their world and keep building, and then as new updates come out, they just find ways to update their existing world. I am definitely a Hermitcraft style so far. I have, every time a new major update has come out, I have started over. So far. And that's worked out great for me, because for the most part in each of those worlds, I had reached a point where I was satisfied with the level of what I had. farms, and like I said, farms were my main reason for being. Whatever build I built was as good as I was going to make it in that time of my life. And so when the updates came out, I was actually looking forward to kind of starting over and exploring the new world. So this monstrosity has changed that for me. For now. Impose a world border to give myself access to new agenda chunks. That's brilliant. I like that. One of the guys who was in my stream earlier, he just hasn't explored much of the world. He's explored a very finite area. And so anything he hasn't explored, obviously will generate with the new chunks. Carrot has said that he actually knows of a way for him to trim the places that he's been to, but hasn't developed anything in, so that he can refresh everything besides the area he's in. I know that that's possible. I know X has talked about doing that on Hermitcraft before, especially when he needs to refresh the end when it's been mined out. I think that's my approach. I think what's going to happen is when 117 comes out, I think I'm going to look into how to preserve what we've built and refresh the rest of it. It's yes, exactly. Yeah, well, that helps us with the download size, which is still, I think season 6 world was like still 6 gigabytes. No, more than 6. I don't even remember now. It was huge. It was a big file. It took a while to download. Yeah, exactly. But when they announced 16, okay, I knew there was a 6 in there. I downloaded it and I played in it a little bit and I haven't touched it. I actually want to play in it a little bit more than I did. I really wanted to play Cubs golf, and I told myself I would do that someday, but that someday just hasn't happened yet. I took a quick tour of it, but I didn't sit and actually try to play through all 18 holes. But I love golf in games, and I think golf in Minecraft would have been fun. Anyway, I digress. When they announced the split between the 117 and 118 features, I realized that the things that I was the most excited about were in 118. Like the reasons I would want to reset my world and start over are in 118. And it's just because I really want to be a typical Minecrafter. I mean, it's the Nether update. I'm building a Nether base. And the aquatic update, I built an underwater base. I am that Minecrafter. So I was excited about fully utilizing the new caves and the new depth. And I want to build an underworld kingdom. That's really what I wanted to do. And since that's not coming out, I think I might just do the soft update, trim chunks, so I can get the new blocks and the new mobs. And that's how I think I'm going to handle the 117 update, because I don't anticipate this is going to be done much before that update comes out. And even if it does, I want to live in this for a little bit after I build it. I have an interior to try and make my way through, so I want to live in this for a little bit before I abandon it completely. So I think I'm going to do the trim thing and the warden. Although so far they've done far more work on the world gen, which we know has been pushed to 118, than I've heard anything about the warden, other than the skulk sensors. So I'm curious. I'm almost wondering if the warden feature might slip. We'll see. I've obviously not heard that, but since they haven't announced much about it, they could also have the warden tight under wraps, because they know that's anticipated. And unlike everything else where they like to kind of workshop it out in the open, they may be wanting to keep the details of that closer to the vest so it stays more mysterious and more exciting. But yeah, you have season 5. I do too. Do I have season 5? Yeah, I do. Season 5 was the underground shopping. Well, it wasn't a shopping. It was a services district or whatever. But yeah, that was actually the first one I downloaded. And to be honest with you, in season 5, Hermitcraft, the thing I was most excited to see after seeing the big dig was Tango and Impulse's Elf Shop, which was only partially working by the time the world download came, but it was still working just enough that I giggled all over again when I went to that. I just love that idea. It made me laugh so hard when they made that. I wish Tango and Impulse would do more collaborations. I know that they've done a lot. I know that they're trying to do other things, but at the same time, when the two of them get together, it usually makes me laugh. Yes. Obviously, Tango's entire base in Princess Tango, that was also a bit of genius. But the Santa's Little Helpers was one of the big things I was excited about. Yeah, Warden is definitely, by the way, in 118. It's not in 117 confirmed, but they've announced so little about it. Whereas like they're co-developing the World Gen stuff still, even though it's not coming out till 118, but they're still releasing it. And I know it's a big deal. It's a huge update, but I just feel like they haven't mentioned much about the Warden except for the Skulk sensor. That's why I wonder if it still will make it in 118. I know they did. The season 6 version was fully broken by the world download, though. It was not functional at all. You actually would had to restock it with little elves again. I did look at it. I mean, it was still cute to know it was there, but it wasn't a functioning. It wasn't a functioning build. Like I said, too, I was legit excited. I wanted the most to play the golf. And I did a little bit of the driving. I tried to beat the high scores on Cubs driving range, and I came nowhere close to that. And I'd like another go at that as well. But I fully intended to play the golf, and I just, play Season 6 Hermitcraft or do my own Hermitcraft and watch Season 7. That's kind of like where it boiled down to, and I just haven't made the time to go play that. I know, seriously. Oh, so you did it too. I'm glad to know that. Yeah, no, that was like it's definitely one of those things you watch them do it and you're like, oh, that's so easy. I could do that. And there's a finesse to it that you don't appreciate until you try to do it yourself, And it also explains why, like, when anyone else participated in the golf invitationals, it took them a while to get up to speed on it. Although by the end, other people were doing pretty well. I seem to remember False was doing pretty well specifically. Although I've definitely learned to never doubt False when it comes to things. She seems to be particularly tenacious when it comes to those kinds of challenges, like Cub's pyramid parkour course, for instance. I wanted to play Tango's revised Boom Blocks game, but I would need to find people to play that with. So I ran around inside of it. I pretended. All right, where am I at? I feel like I am... Yeah, the Tangler too, right? Tango's good at that stuff. That's something I always like. I always wonder, if I'm in that environment, I've never had to make a mini game. Never been in a any situation. Like, it's mostly my family that plays with me, like I've said before, and at that lately, it's, you know, like I said, it's just my son. So it's like, I've never been in a position to like sit down and make a mini game. And I know Tango's good at it. And I wonder sometimes if that's something I could actually do if I actually needed to come up with a mini game. Like, I ain't sure if I could make even a particularly janky parkour course, to be honest with you. I wanted to play, speaking of Tango games, I wanted to play Chorus Chaos too. I thought that looked like a lot of fun. That was a game that I felt like was underutilized. I thought Chorus Chaos was a great game, and I wish I had seen more people play it. Yeah. I don't know. I feel like the game mechanics are a different skill set than a builder. So like, that's the part I wonder about is like, I mean, I'm obviously, that's my whole deal in this place is like working on becoming a better builder. But I feel like the game mechanics are the part that I am not sure about. Yeah, I don't need that. I need that to be there. Added one extra stupid block, and I'm like, what? How do I do this? I mean, like my yeah, Chorus Chaos, man. I love that game. I really honestly think that game was underutilized, as much as the people who played it looked like they were having fun. Anyway, I think one of my takeaways from that is like Tango's at another level. Tango comes up with these like complex game mechanics that I'm like, wait a minute, what? Like Ravager's Run. Is that what it was? Decked Out. Cubs Ravager's Run was Cubs game. That was actually pretty brilliant too. Decked Out. I am 5 years away from even thinking of that idea. I have such mad respect for Tango for that game. How well he built it, how well he designed it, how well he executed. Like, that game is just a piece of work. Tango should be famous. Like, viral YouTuber famous because of Decked Out in Minecraft, I feel like. But like some of the games are just basic mechanics. So if you think back to like games that you played as a kid, fundamental concepts. Like, think about it. Ravager's Run is a deadly version of Kick the Can. That's really all it is. So if you think about it in those terms, I feel like the ideas are more accessible. You just think about like, what games did you play as a kid? And how would you Minecraftify that? I think that's what my approach would be. That all sounds really great in theory. I've never done it. So I am fully aware that I am talking out of my behind. But that's my thinking. Is like finding that basic mechanic that we already all know, that we've played that game before, you know? I mean, they had the tag game on Hermitcraft, and then Tag 2 Electric Blue. Those tag games always died out before I wanted them to. But I think that some of the people in Hermitcraft didn't dig them. But like, it's just tag, you know? That's all that was. It's just tag. We all played tag. Well, maybe not all of us, but a lot of us played tag. That would be an interesting redstone challenge, wouldn't it? I mean, strangely enough, like, I don't feel like... Again, I'm going to talk out of my butt again for a second because I have not built this and I'm not building it. But I feel like that's some block swappers. And some complicated redstone to control knowing when something has switched. Like, I don't think it could be necessarily Rubik's Cube structured, but maybe in an exploded form that accommodates the redstone and allows for some complex block swapping. I feel like the core of the game, which is trying to line up all the sides, could work. I don't know. That's interesting. I like that idea. Well, and that's the thing about the extremely compact part. That's the part where I feel like that's where you limit the project so much that it can't be done. Because I feel like the redstone to control that would have to be more complex than you could make like work in an actual like Rubik's Cube interface. Like an actual 3x3 by 3 by 3 by 3 by 3 or sorry, 9 by 9 3 by 3. Well, no, that's right. I don't know what I'm saying. 3 by 3 by 3 by 3. Yes. In the sky. Like, I feel like if you modified it so somehow it was the 3 by 3, but they were surrounded by other blocks so they could be spaced out and you could fit it. I mean, I'm sure you could do it in command blocks, but I'm sure that's not what you were talking about. I feel fairly confident. Yeah, man. What time is it, by the way? This happens to me where I get to chatting with somebody and I lose track of the time. I'm good here as long as no one's trying to go to bed, so it's not a concern. I just don't have the foggiest idea sometimes. Are you still at work this late, by the way? Not, I mean, personal question. Apologize. I'm not trying to pry into your business. Did I really not complete? Ah, good Lord. Okay. I'm going to get this done. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying, Kajir. That's exactly what I'm saying. Oh, you work graveyard. Oh boy. Yeah, that's rough. I did that early on. In my I'm a IT person in the real life. Not that that's a shock since I'm a technical person, but anyway, the early part of the technical stuff, I got in. I got in the technical side of my company. I was in a different side of my company when I first started there, but I got in the technical side through working, actually not a graveyard, but a 6 p.m. shift. So ideally my shift was 6 p.m. till about 2 or 3 in the morning. It just depended because I was babysitting equipment that was running an overnight batch process. And I was handling the printing output from that process. So I was an early, overnight shift operator, system operator, basically. That was my first. And I didn't mind it so much at the time because I was young and it was like, these are hours I'd probably be awake. It was a little rough on the social life, though. 3 hours into a 12-hour. Okay. Do you do, what is it? It's the 312, right? Do you do the 312? Is that how it works for you? I had the privilege of doing a 410 for a little while. Like, I think that lasted all of 6 months to a year, maybe not even that long. Maybe it was like 6 to 8 months before the company changed that policy, but the 410 was awesome. 512s. Hey, Carrot, welcome back. Wow, 512s. All right. So, do you own this business? Or do you just not get compensated because that is how that system works? Like, how does that system work? Feel free to go into as little or as much detail as you want. I don't want to pry into your personal stuff. Ah, there it is. That's what I was looking for. So it's not yours, but you're still responsible for it. Boy, I feel that one too. I'm also extremely fortunate that in my job, I am able to maintain a certain level of abstraction on those hours. So while I have those hours, on occasion, they are not all the time. So, but I am sorry to hear that you do. I hope, I'm going to assume since you're management that if you are compensated for that, it is something along the lines of end of the year and not just a hearty handshake. Because I'm guessing if you're management that you do not get paid overtime for that. Hey, Aldi, welcome back, man. We are entertaining my friend Kujira here, by the way. Kujira is another Minecraft YouTuber that I actually know from Tango's World. He is, well, and possibly Impulse too, but I'm pretty sure it was Tango. But anyway, yeah, Kujiro and I have connected in the past over Tango. But welcome back. I hope you had fun tonight with your friends. You do get paid overtime. Glad to hear that, Kujiro. That's fantastic. Because the alternative sucks. So I'm really glad to hear that. So do you mind? Are you cool with the hours? Like, I mean, if you're getting paid overtime, I would imagine that that's doing okay for you. Again, sorry, I'm just asking questions, so feel free to say, too personal. I don't feel like answering that. I do not want to pry. I'm just curious. Tango, Impulse, and Skiz. The great Skizzle Man. Great Skizzlebop. That's fantastic. Well, I mean, you said before, too, you're a hermit, and I didn't know if that was just because of the hours or if that was a personal statement as well. I definitely identified as that at times in my life, so... Like at the time I was working that early graveyard shift, I had a girlfriend. But other than that, I didn't have any responsibilities or anything. So it was like, I can make this work. Gotcha. Okay. Cool. Well, I'm glad to hear that that is fully advantageous to you then. That is the best kind of working 60 hours a week situation one could find themselves in. Oh boy, man, I feel that. And I apologize, by the way, LD and Karen. I don't intend to exclude you guys in this conversation that we are having. Um, my wife and I, we have kids, and but as far as like pandemic goes and the whole being isolated thing, we're kind of okay with it, if I'm being honest. Like, we all like each other and kind of tend to keep to ourselves for the most part anyway. So yeah, I mean, honestly, reintegrating back into being a little bit more social, I think is going to be a bigger adjustment for us, for me, certainly. I mean, my job got converted to work from home. And so I'm home now all the time. So I do my job from here. And then when I'm not doing my job, I have dove in head first. Yeah. Boy, I had to think about that for a second. To the whole streaming and content creation thing. Yeah, right? Right, Carrot? The best, I mean, to me, the best possible situation for me, I'm sure I'm not the only one, but for me is to be so happy with who I'm with that that's good for me. I mean, I have other friends. I'd love to see them and all that. But at the same time, there's a certain amount of social anxiety that goes along with that still. Whereas I'm 100% comfortable being here with, don't mind the ghosts running around behind me. It's fine. Anyway, I'm 100% comfortable being home with my family and happy to be here, you know, so. Reintegrating is going to be interesting for sure. It's coming sooner or later. Catching up on chat. That's true, Carrot. That is true. Yeah, I'm with you on that, Kujir, except for, I mean, I don't mind my own company. I'm definitely better off with my wife. My wife provides a level of perspective and support that I am not always good about giving myself. So she has become so important to my ability to grow myself. So, I mean, you can't ever prove a negative. It's hard to know what my life would have turned out if I had never met her, but I know that my life has been immeasurably better since we've been together. So anyway, Match.com ad aside. I'm just kidding. It wasn't Match.com. I met her in school. Oh, yeah, I gotcha. Yeah, I gotcha. Oh, Carrot, by the way. Oh, look, he grew up. Kujira was here for this. When I came back from showing him my base, this happy little puppy followed me through the portal. So that means he teleported all the way up to the upper portal with me. And then I went through the portal and he ran through after me. And I had a puppy in the top of the overworld when I came back. And I stared at it for the longest time, wondering how all of a sudden I had a puppy. And my theory is that I overfed the dogs that are at the skeleton spawner because they were injured. And I keep forgetting I have particles turned off. So I didn't see that they were overfed to the point of breeding. And they are, even though they're a block apart between the skeleton spawner, they are able to reach each other. And I'm pretty sure there was a little puppy in one of those mine carts that was hanging out or sitting or something. I just didn't see it. And I must have enabled it so that it could come after me. But anyway, so now I have another dog. I mean, it's a happy coincidence. All right, speaking of nether dogs, I need a color. Also, I didn't grab name tags. Oh, that's right. I haven't got a name. I have to get name tags. Kojira suggested a brilliant name for the puppy. So Cerebus will be its name, and it will have a carrot-colored collar. Because I already have black back at my base and orange. So Nether dogs will be orange. And I'd be lying if that wasn't a little tiny bit because of you, Carrot. Just but mostly because lava. Oh, that's interesting. Because you're definitely the first person I've heard of on that. Although, I mean, I'm of an age that that was never a thing, and I was already well married by the time that before Facebook even came along. So, but I don't know a lot of people who I know that I've met that way. That specifically, other things, sure, but not that. Carrot collar. Who's a good Cerebus? He grew up when I wasn't paying attention. I mean, that's what happens. They grow up so fast, right? That is what happens. Aldi, so I'm asking you to toot your own horn for a second. How was the pulled pork and pulled chicken? I just want to know. I don't care. I have no need for you to be modest here. I'm living vicariously through you right now. I need to know how it was. Although I did have delicious chicken tortilla soup. So I am quite satisfied with my food this evening. But still, it was not. No, you did not. I am both a little mad and glad that you didn't tell me that information. But that sounds amazing. And also, Carrot, apologies. Feel a little bit like that moment in Moana. Sorry, I've seen Moana. It's fine. So interesting. I don't think I've ever had homemade barbecue sauce. Not that I'm aware of anyway. My wife has made many amazing things, but I don't think that's one that we've made yet. Oh, is that all, Kashira? I mean, that doesn't sound terrible. I know, my friend. I know. I am simultaneously aware of it and what are you gonna do? You know? I definitely want to be respectful of it, but at the same time, like I said, I am definitely enjoying of it. I mean, that's fair. Aldi hit me with this whole, oh, I'm making this. I'm gonna go hang out with some friends, and like middle of the day when no food had been consumed yet. I was drooling automatically when that happened. And I will acquire some version of this. Not Aldi's, but I will acquire some. That will have to happen. I won't tell Carrot about it, but I will happen. Okay, I heard it place. Okay, there you go. Like I heard it place. I had no idea where that landed. I'm glad you had a good time, Aldi. It's really funny because we were talking about being social hermits, and here you are coming back from a social engagement. So a little bit of contradiction there. Got to hang out too earlier, LD. I wanted to let you know. Ginger came in for a little bit. It was unreasonably late for her, but she said she was having a hard time sleeping. Anyway, so she popped in for a little bit and hung out. So that was awesome. That was great to get to chat with her for a little bit. Once again, your amazing community. Very much appreciated. Some very spectacular people in it. All right, I am going to do a time check. I am probably going to shut it down in about 20-ish minutes. I'll shoot for a straight up even 10 o'clock, I think. It's usually a good time so that the Denzians of the house can go to bed if they want to. And I just keep building, which is fine. Yeah, she is. She is super awesome. We talked a little bit too about what you were talking to her about in her stream, about her starting streaming. So it sounds like she's got some ideas about that. So I'm actually excited. I had thought about it. Actually, not too long after I took a BRB for dinner, and then I came back and I was about to post on social media saying, "Hey, I'm still going. If anyone's interested, I'm going to run long tonight." And I actually paused before I sent it and said, "You know what? Should I go ahead and shut it down? Should I take advantage of, like the increase in average and blah, blah, blah?" And I thought about it again. I'm like, I'm probably not streaming next Saturday. My wife has an event that she's running, and she'll be streaming herself. Not streaming, but doing online things. And so both of us in the same room at the same time trying to talk will be a challenge. So I thought, well, I'm going to miss next weekend. And to be honest with you, the idea of I was going to keep doing this anyway. Like I said, like if I'm not streaming, I'm still here building this. Maybe a little faster than I'm doing. Maybe not. But maybe a little faster. But honestly, the opportunity to have a conversation, like I've chatted with Kojiro tonight far longer than we've ever had a chance to connect before. Like we're usually kind of bouncing off each other, like on Twitter. I popped into a stream or two of his, but I mostly know him from other streamers. The opportunity to chat with him tonight and connect, definitely glad I didn't sign off. Like, I wouldn't have traded that opportunity. And it's really funny because I started watching streamers because I wanted to connect with people like Tango and Impulse. They were streaming on Mixer. And I realized that more than just Tango and Impulse, who obviously, since they moved to Twitch, are much harder to interact with. I really just wanted to interact with other people who play Minecraft, other people who like music, the other community on Twitch that I've connected with, people that we can just sit and just chat while one of us is streaming, you know, like I'll get to affiliate at some point, and it's definitely on my list. Whereas, like I said before, it's like, I mean, maybe down the road, but it's definitely more at the forefront of my list in my mind. But I'm good with kind of letting it grow a little bit organically from here. The metric I got to get is the average viewers. And I'm okay with like maybe just letting that be what it is. Because obviously if I get enough viewers at different points of time, my average will be higher and I'll be fine. I don't necessarily want to force the issue right this yet. I don't need to be affiliate so badly. The other metrics I've got, the 50 is not going to go away. The number of days and number of hours and all that, I'm clearing those, no problem. So yeah, I'm just going to let it be what it is for now, I think. I am. Yep. Yeah, it's been super fun. Let me catch up with chat real quick. Send me the information, Kujiro. You can DM me on Twitter on it. I'll check it out. I don't know where I'm going to be at when I stop streaming, so that might be just kind of the ticket. Tango, back on Mixer, actually raided Jordan Lane, who Carrot knows. Jordan actually popped in my stream one day. Anyway, Tango raided Jordan Lane one day, and all of a sudden I'm like, wait a minute, there are people doing music on here? And I have one foot in the music world as a semi-professional musician. Less now than recent past, but neither here nor there. So I'm definitely interested in music. Yeah. So send me what you got. I started after Jordan and discovered a whole bunch of other music streamers that I follow too. So I would say that besides Minecraft, music is my number one category. But yeah. Oh, you're fine. Carrot, I don't see anything, so I'm not sure what you think you tested. Unless you're excusing, oh, hello, I see it. Okay, never mind. Disregard. I'm with you now. We don't see anything on this side, just so you know. Whatever the extension is, it's not strictly visible on your screen, which I know is the point. Oh, cool. Yeah, send it. Like I said, send it to my Twitter, and I'll check it out once I'm done streaming. I'll see what's up. Usually on a Saturday night when I'm done, I'll throw on Evil Notion, because he does his Saturday night Jackbox, and I'll actually just run that in the background and while I wrap up what I'm doing. I don't even play Jackbox with them, but I enjoy the people that are around that orbit usually. So it's always fun to kind of just listen in and be a fly on that wall. Chat once in a blue moon when I feel like it. So yeah, shoot that over to me on Twitch and I will totally take a peek at that. I'm trying to think of if anyone I know of is involved. Is this just their charity stream, or are they part of a bigger music event? Because I know like the bigger music events happen on Twitch. It feels like almost every other weekend, but I don't know of any of them that are going on right now. Perfect. I got that on Twitter. Thank you, Kujir. I got that as well. I got two things, so. So, Carrot, this is what Aldi was talking about, right? Is that what you were referring to? I'm curious about it because I'm curious if that's something I could just put on my browser. It's cool. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'll take a look at that for sure. I don't think I've connected before with the person who did the music for Naked and Scared, so that would be someone who's new to me. For the musicians, I tend to stick with certain people that most of which I've known in the Mixer days. Yeah, I think almost exclusively people I've known in the Mixer days. Now that I think about it. And I mean, to be honest with you, it's such a rabbit hole. I could add music streamers all day, and that could be all I do is listen and watch music streamers. But then I would get literally nothing else done. So that's fair. Totally fair. I'll definitely take a look at it though, Kajiro. Extension to the website, enter your pronoun. Okay, cool. I'll take a peek at it. I'm going to have to catch up on that later too. I also, after the stream, I got to restart OBS and see if my restream stuff comes back up. Like I was saying to you earlier, Kojiro, when I was trying to be a little bit diplomatic when I had someone from YouTube watching me. But I've had 3 people total who have found me on YouTube. Only one of which is actually returned like every week. I have one user who actually Aldi met earlier who's actually come back every week on YouTube to check things out. But if I have to give up YouTube to be an affiliate, I don't think that that's much of a decision-making process there. I think I would definitely poke at that a little bit though, because I've heard of that. I've heard of that in the before that was partnership. So I would definitely do a little bit of diligence on that and see what Twitch requires there. Because I can understand them wanting exclusivity. But affiliate, the bar for affiliate feels like it's low enough that, like, who cares if one of your affiliates is co-streaming? Like, what difference does it really make? Partner? Sure, I'll buy that. But an affiliate? But I'll double check it. So I'm snaking along to make sure that I haven't left some section of this wall undone, because every time I go to build a layer, I come upon a previous layer that I apparently didn't finish. So I'm just double checking my work now. Anyway. The block terms. Yes, thank you for the reminder on that. I got to dig into my chat bot. Dig into the chat bot. I haven't watched Joe Hill's. Actually, I haven't watched Joe Hill since Mixer ended, because he was co-streaming on Mixer too at one point. I didn't realize he was an affiliate. Actually, be curious. Again, been a long time since I've watched Joe Hill's. I'd be curious to know if he has a lot of people from the other platforms tuning in. That's why he does it. If you guys are familiar with Harris Heller, I know Carrot is. He does the Alpha Gaming channel. I'm a fan. I've definitely watched his stuff and taken some of his recommendations on some things. And he most recently moved over to YouTube. He was streaming on Twitch, but he's had so many issues with Twitch over the years and how Twitch does things, especially with regards to like music and VODs and stuff, that he's decided to move to YouTube. And his argument for it was he is more active and more focused on creating YouTube content overall. He doesn't necessarily worry about the discoverability of Twitch, and he's not worried about leaving that community behind, which was a significant number, because he just feels like most of his business is on YouTube. And he did a video of why should you switch or should you switch, and he basically boiled it down to if discoverability is your issue, you should stay on Twitch. But if you're going to be like building something on YouTube, you should look at YouTube. And at the time, I'm like, I don't really care. I'm so agnostic to it at this point. What difference does it make? Restream makes it easy to stream to both, so why not just stream to both for now? Until I have a reason otherwise. So, and maybe at some point, maybe affiliate's not worth giving it up, but at the same time, it's not like YouTube is blowing up. I have one returning user on YouTube. So I'd hate to lose them. They seem like a perfectly nice person, but at the same time, you know, it is what it is. Hopefully that person will keep up with my YouTube videos too. But okay, yeah, you knew too, Kujira. Agreed, Carrot. He's influential. I haven't adopted a lot of the things he suggested. I'm still honestly not sold about overlays. I get it from a branding perspective. And this is not disrespect to anyone who does overlays at all. Just me personally, I'm like, anyway, but like, he's a solid musician. I respect his audio advice, especially. Like, that's really like one of the things about him that I specifically appreciate. And of course, I use Stream Beats heavily in my videos, heavily. So yeah. Right. Well, and I think he is Kojira, so I think that was again part of his reasoning. It's a much higher bar, Aldi. It's 100 followers on YouTube, subscribers on YouTube. I don't remember the other metrics, but the 100 subscribers is a fairly high bar before you can actually get to a point where you can start monetizing. And they don't really have like their streaming setup isn't really different in any way. They don't have like the same thing that Twitch does. They have streaming on their platform, but it's not really set up. In my opinion, it's not set up to compete with what Twitch does. It's set up to be, hey, we have YouTube and you can stream here too. You can do live videos. So, hey, stream. You know what I mean? It's not very well developed. They don't have the incentives and perks and monetization and all that stuff that Twitch has. So. Stream scheme. Interesting. I'll have to keep an eye out for that one too. Yeah, I'm with you on that too, Kujira. I sometimes, I've said earlier today that one of my struggles right now as a content creator is I'm so busy consuming other people's great content that I'm struggling sometimes to get myself moving on the content that I need to make. I'm sitting there reading Twitter, catching up, going, I really should be working on my time-lapse video right now instead of streaming Twitter or going over Twitter right now. But 1,000 subs and 400 watch hours. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I hear you. I hear you, Kujira. I've given that thought. I don't know, man. I may be too much of an audio purist to do that, but I feel that. I feel that. I feel that. I feel like that's the smart way to do it. But I think it would bother me. Yeah, Mumbo does it because Mumbo doesn't care. Sorry, I totally clipped the mic that laugh there. My apologies. Grian too. I mean, Grian barely streams, but when he has, it's been on YouTube. Yeah, Mumbo doesn't have to care. Mumbo does not need to stream, does not need streaming income, could not care less. Mumbo doesn't have a Patreon as far as I know either. Mumbo is one of those rare monsters that did it all on YouTube and has been doing it for so long. He doesn't need to care about having his eggs in one basket. His eggs are happily in that basket. They are incubating. They are growing up to be very healthy chickens. All the time for Mumbo. Mumbo is doing good. I love Mumbo so much. I gotta be honest. We hadn't talked about Mumbo tonight, Kojira, but like I love Mumbo so much because he was such a kid when he started this, and he was my gateway to Hermitcraft because I was looking for Redstone content. I was looking to learn Redstone, and Mumbo was one of the biggest names out there for that. And he was my gateway into Hermitcraft when I discovered he was doing a survival series. I was like, oh, let me check this out. But I think he has become honestly a great content creator. I really admire him. I admire his choices. I admire what he does. I think he's a really smart guy. I think that he does things very consciously and deliberately now. And I think he's really good at it. I love the guy so much. I admire him so much at this point. I like Tango and Impulse because they're more personally relatable to me. I like Mumbo because I see what he's doing. And I'm like, dude, yeah, good job. Good on you, man. I think Grian's helped him a little bit too because I think Grian is good at those same things. And I think that Mumbo maybe picked up some of that from Grian. But yeah, no, I know, Kajiro. I know. I have to give an allowance for him being 25, though. I mean, he's earned it. He's earned it. Dude grew up in front of all of us on YouTube. That's Mumbo Jumbo. He's done a good job. Gotta hand it up to him. I might play around with that a little bit, Kajira. Like I said, I'm an audio. I live in the world of audio for a lot of reasons. The music is one of them, and like any perceptual change in that sound, I think might get under my skin. I'll see though. I might play around with that. It would be great to finish a 30-minute video and in less time than 30 minutes. That's for sure. Agreed, Aldi. Totally agreed. Totally agreed. Oh, I would never throw shade at him because of his age. I don't care about that. The observation on his age, at least in my perspective, is more a acknowledgement of here's a dude. We talked before about like just doing it, like the experience of doing it making you better. Here's a dude who's been doing it for 10 years. And like I said, I can track how I'm still clipping the mic. Sorry. I can track how he's visibly gotten better at it. Like I can see his change, his growth over the years. And I just admire the crap out of that. I just think that that's amazing. And I think that to some extent, some of that's an advantage of youth because I think sometimes you're a little bit more flexible to things in when you're younger than you are when you get older. You just get a little bit more rigid when you get older. Not that it's impossible, but anyway. Yeah. Totally agree, guys. All right, guys. It is 1 minute away from 10, so I am going to wrap this up, dudes. I am again at the end of my stream. I am so profoundly grateful. Yeah, I know he is, Kojiro. I know that whole thing is a mess, but that's just a lesson in DMCA for people who needed it when it comes to it. But yeah. Guys, I'm so profoundly glad that I stayed streaming. I'm so glad that we all had a chance to chat tonight. This right here, this is why I love streaming. Whether I'm doing the streaming or whether I'm watching one of you guys do this and we're all still having this conversation, I love this so much. So thank you guys so much for being here. Kojiro does. He's a Minecraft streamer. He actually has a single player world that he's had since 1.8, Aldi. I thought you'd find that interesting. I've had a chance to jump into a couple of his streams so far. He's another technical builder too, so we've had fun tonight with the technical stuff. Oh, you don't stream on your 1.8 world? You don't stream on that? I thought that's what we were talking about earlier. My apologies for that conversation. I thought that's what we were saying is the world that you were playing on. The single player was the 1.8. Oh, nice. Congrats, man. That's awesome. I'm glad you guys connected for sure. Oh, there you go. Carrot was the magic 200, and then we got 201 with Aldi. That's awesome. I'm right now. I'm happy with my humble little. Actually, I'm at 54. Stream Labs has lost track. I have to update that. Here, hold on. This is super janky. Give me 1 second here. I'm going to fix this number. Hold on. What's about to happen is fake. It's not real. Do not applaud it. There you go. Count updated. There's my Streamlabs and my Twitch are out of sync, and that's I guess a way you can update the two is you can do the little spinny thing. You can refresh a previous update to actually get the counter back in sync again. Otherwise, you have to tear it down, restart it, and like whatever. So yeah. All right. Guys, thank you so much. Again, I'm going to shut it down for the night. My family is all staring at me expectantly right now from the living room.